Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
That's all I care about, man. Just keep the loot.
Yeah, for Borderlands, no, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, again, at least from what I played of Borderlands 3, I mean, 3, I definitely agree. If they can keep that loot pull up, I think they'll be moving in a good direction for sure. Again, I didn't 2 didn't speak to me that way, so I mean, again, but I also didn't honestly play it, so like that. My brother would be the one to talk to about that. He loved Borderlands 2.
2's a goat.
Yeah, he's the one that told me that. Yeah, 3 just isn't the same game. So
yeah, no, it's not. So
it should have been. It should have been. So, but no, I'm moving you around on screen.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's
yeah. There we go.
I don't know if that's something. Yeah, I was moving around. I changed it before we went live, brother, and I don't know. It changed back for whatever reason. I don't know. Whatever. OBS. And it's been I feel like it's been a couple of weeks since we had a show, but it's only been another week, right? Since we've missed.
No, because we had my dad's Christmas.
Oh, that's true. So it has been a couple weeks. It has been a couple weeks. I'll move you up here real quick. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you're in for one hell of a ride, because me and Pong, we got some things to talk about, man. A lot of fantastic things. I know a lot of people have been having a hard time this week just coming up with content. It's slowed down, not much to talk about. And again, when you have those weeks, you get together with me and Pong here on Living Split Screen, the place where we use that RTS view, that real-time strategy where we'll pull stuff outside of the world, outside of that map, and pull our resources together so we can build up our foundation, not only right here on Living Split Screen, but, for us to chop it up with the chat, potentially reach those 3 million gamers. We always find a way to, I wouldn't say stretch. I don't think stretch the topics out would be the way to put it, but we always have a way to really engage with the community here and just with each other about the topics, man. So looking forward to that. Also looking forward to, again, this is going to be the most unstructured show. Again, we're typically unstructured anyway, but this is probably going to be one of the most unstructured shows that you guys have ever experienced. I'm not even going to lie to you. I do want to do an end of the year wrap up. I am probably going to lean on Pong a little bit here to go to be between topics because Pong has talked about a lot of this stuff. And there has been some interesting things.
About the death of Xbox again. That's all
That's true. And Satya and Nadella reconfirming to people, I did happen to tread some of the alleyways.
Oh,
and,
good! I can't wait.
I did tread some of the alleyways, and yeah, man, it's crazy how they're spinning this entire thing, and Xbox is confirming that they're not going to provide any competition to the gaming industry. Nobody understands why they would even continue to make hardware. It's it's contradictory. Why would you want to do Xbox everywhere but continue to make hardware? You might as well just get out of the game. You're not providing any competition to anybody. It's been a lot of interesting conversation. Nothing to get too deep in the weeds.
I hope these were C-suite execs at other companies that were talking about this stuff, Steele.
What?
Not regular talking heads.
What?
I mean, if you're not a C-suite executive, you probably shouldn't be discussing high-level things like that, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think it was coming from C-suite people, just to be real.
Oh, really?
I don't think that it was.
Some of those same people said that to the rest of the community. So I was just hoping that maybe there were some new voices in the community that were actually C-suite executives that would be able to have a big enough brain to discuss high-level reasoning as to why Xbox would stay in the game versus
no C-suites, just gamers. They got a little bit of business acumen, maybe they hold some decent titles, maybe they're working advertising,
like the rest of us. Got it.
Yeah. Just like the rest of us. Beautiful people, real quick. I know it has been quite a second for you guys on Living Split Screen. Do us one favor if you can. Everybody who's watching now, please share us out. Hit that like button for us as well as we get things ramped up. And again, if you are unfamiliar, let me do a proper intro before we get deeper into the weeds here, because we can go many different directions. And I have been getting some gaming in. So there is that, especially during my work week. I actually have a game that's kind of been in my rotation as of late, mainly because I kind of wanted to get my feelings about it out of the way and my overall experience, but it's still been, because I'm not the type of gamer, and I'm not the type of person to just rush through things. I try not to do those things, right? I enjoy the experience for what it is. I know other people gaming every day. They can put in 12 to 24 hours into Path of Exile, as an example, doing these live streams. That's not me, unfortunately. But nonetheless, there's still going to be some interesting things to talk about there. But for everybody who is new and everybody who is returning and you're tuning in live to Live in Split Screen, Live in Split Screen is a non-console centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. This is the home of that RTS view that I was talking about. That's real-time strategy. So you want to use your references like Age of Empires. You want to go back to not World of Warcraft, but Warcraft. You go to StarCraft. You go to Frostpunk. You go to, which is, a little bit more dynamic there, but what I mean, you pull yourself out of the world, you look at the darker crevices of that map, and we bring all of our resources together to not only build up the foundation for all of our community here on Live in Split Screen, but also for the potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there that just love to have these gaming conversations, not only about what you're playing, what we're playing, but also about the industry itself, because me and Pong believe gaming is art. It should be treated as such, and we never get bored or find reasons or get tired of what is happening in this industry, right? We want to continue to bring that energy alive, raw, and uncut to y'all in this golden age of gaming on a week-to-week basis. So that's what powers us here. Not only that, this is also the home of that ECP. That's that educated consumer perspective, just meaning me and Pong are consumers at the end of the day. We do have some business acumen. We have some real life knowledge that we like to bring to the table. We have a lot of personal consumer experience as well, not only between ourselves, but through our work and just through our life that we've had the experiences dealing with people on and off, whether that be customer service, sales, here, there, whatever the case may be, that we kind of try to combine into how we feel about what's going on in the industry and how we look at things in totality, right? We still have our preferences and things like that. We talk about that all the time, but that educated consumer perspective, I think, is important because we don't work in the industry, guys. And I think this is something that everybody should be using. That ECP, using your best consumer knowledge to the best of your possibilities, and doing things that make sense for you as a gamer. You know what's crazy, Pong? As many people say that Xbox is dead, you know what would be the right thing to do for them as a gamer if they really feel like Xbox as a brand was not doing what they needed it to do? That nobody seems to be willing to do or haven't done yet. I know there's some detractors out there a little bit louder. Chat, I want to throw you a guess. I want y'all to guess out there. What is the thing? The one thing that everybody complains about, well, the one thing that nobody's doing, but they are so willing to complain about, but they're not willing to take this next step. I wish I had some Jeopardy music ready. If I was a better host, I probably would have. I have that going for you guys in the background. Okay, time's up. Selling your Xbox. Everybody has all these great things to say, man, all these negatives on the industry, what Xbox and what Microsoft is doing and how it's providing no competition, but nobody is setting their foot in the stone, in the cement, and saying, you know what? I'm not going to play any Microsoft published games. I'm going to go sell my Xbox and I'm going to show Microsoft. You know what I saw instead, Pong? And I find this kind of funny and ironic. People said, hey, I'm going to just buy all of their games on PC from now on. I'm going to get rid of my I'm going to get rid of my console because Microsoft has shown me that they don't care about me as a consumer anymore. I'm going to show Microsoft and Xbox that my dollar matters. I'm going to just get their games on PC. You know what's funny about that? You know they still get paid, right? You know they're still getting your dollar, right? But anyway, that's neither here or there. Enough of that, because we'll definitely get into it. Just some things that I wanted to put out there on Front Street and let you guys talk and let you guys kind of ponder on, think about it a little bit. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain I. That T is a 7 everywhere, whether that's Twitter, otherwise known as X, Blue Sky, TikTok, YouTube, whatever social media that you're a part of, that's where you can find me. Mr. Live Raw Nutcut himself, ready to get into it and talk to you guys about what's been going on within the gaming world, man. And chat, if there's anything that you guys would like for us to talk about, since we have been away for a couple weeks here and we want to ramp things back up, let us know in chat with some other things that you guys would like us to touch on as well. Because again, we will be talking about our game of the years. I've settled in on what my true game of the year is. Maybe some people saw that post. Maybe you didn't. I'm going to clarify it here with you guys. And maybe we'll do a little bit of future searching as well. Some games that we may be extremely excited for. Nonetheless, I got to pass it off to the uncanny gentleman himself, my brother from another, my confidant, I should say, the X-Man that is not Cyclops nor Iceman, but god damn it, if they bring Cyclops into Marvel Rivals, you might be a pretty goddamn good character. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. You know, Marvel, real quick before I pass it off to my brother, Marvel Rivals is a fucking goddamn good game. It's so much more than just the characters. This is a prime example of taking a formula and understanding what makes the game work and putting your own split.
You just liking it because it's got Marvel characters. That's all.
Oh, my fault, man. My fault. I forgot Concord's a better game. That's my fault. That's my fault, man. But we'll talk about that as well.
He actually said that. Oh,
hey, you know what's crazy about that, Pong? One game had almost 500,000. I think it was actually more than that. But one game had 400,000 plus people in it day one. Yeah. And the other game had a hard time even reaching 1,000.
Because it's just Marvel. That's the only reason why, man.
Okay.
It's the Marvel IP, bro. That's the only reason why.
All right. I said Pong's a little low volume wise. Okay, that's fine. I can turn Pong up on my end.
Okay. Yeah, let me know. Fine. Let me know, everybody.
I turned Pong up about 40%. Let me know how that sounds.
Hello. Testing, everyone. Got to make sure we're all good here. What's going on?
All right, I turned Pong up to about he's at about another 40% there. Let me know how Pong is sounding. He said it's definitely better now. See, I don't want just better though. I want it to sound good. Okay, perfect. He's good now?
Yeah, Lydia says he's good now. Yeah, we're good.
Because I know I get a little loud, because I can always turn myself down if I need to. I can always turn myself down. I get a little up there in volume. I know I do. So just let me know. Maybe I turn it down a little bit. And Sith Lord, shout out to Sith for being a member for 4 months to the Splitters. Appreciate you, Sith, and all the great shout outs that you do for everybody on a week-to-week basis. Although there's some people in there that, you know, to each your own, but I appreciate that you appreciate those people, Sith, and I can definitely look forward to those posts every time that you do one. And he does drop off a $2 bag of bones and says, choo-choo, Merry Christmas, guys. Thank you for being awesome. Sith Lord, thank you for being you, bro. Thank you for being you. Hey,
Sith, congratulations on winning on one of Boom's big giveaways yesterday too, by the way, bro.
Oh, he won?
Yeah, you won one of those big packs. I think he won the 250. One of the
Hey, shout out to Sith. That's a good Christmas.
Yeah,
shout out to Sith. He's gonna have a good Christmas.
For doing his giveaway, man.
Boom is again, awesome. No matter what, Boom is a pillar to the community for me. You know, I know he's bringing a lot of smoke here lately. And again, people can feel however they want to feel. Again, Boom has opinions just like anybody else. And I think at least on that standpoint, you can respect that opinion. And if you don't agree, move on, voice it, your displeasure or whatever, and kind of go from there. But enough of that sappy shit. We got to get to my brother again, the uncanny gentleman, PongSoul. What's going on, brother, man?
What is up, everybody? Great to be back after 2 weeks off, like we just talked about. Crazy to have 2 weeks off in a row. It's so rare for me and Steel to do that, but real life is real life. It is what it is. So it's great to be back in the chair, man. It's great to hear my brother's voice. Again, time-wise, on the back end, we don't get to see each other and play as much as we certainly like to. So, man, this is our time to catch up, and you guys get to join us while we're catching up, and we get to catch up with you guys too. It's great to see everybody in there. I missed you all, chat. We already got Nixie in here talking crazy shit, like by saying people need to read. Like, what?
Oh, why would people do that?
Who's going to read in 2025? Come on, Nixie. Nobody reads anymore, man. Come on, man. Stop with this craziness. I still read, but I'm just saying. But yeah, no, I missed you all. It's great to be back here, Steel, and obviously, we are in the holiday mode, brother. We are at that point now. We are less than a week out from the Christmas season, and obviously, I always like to start this off and end this off during this time frame. Again, I hope you all, whoever's celebrating, however you celebrate, I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's Christmas, Kwanzaa, or Festivus for the rest of us, or Hanukkah. I don't care. I hope you all have a fantastic time with your loved ones. And if you don't have people close by and you are struggle during the holiday seasons, please reach out to somebody. You're never alone. Please don't think that nobody wants to hear it during this time. They would much rather hear it from you that you're struggling than to find out later on that you never said anything, right? So please, I know this is a tough time. Been through tough times during the holidays myself in the past, so I get it. But please reach out. But I hope everybody has a good one no matter what coming up this next week. And then on into the new year, because we're already headed into 2025, Steel. And that's one big topic that we have been talking about on some of our shows this week, is what 2025 is already looking like. Holy shit.
It's looking crazy.
And 2026 is already lining up itself as well. But Xbox is set to dominate 2025 and 2026 out of first party alone. And it's just getting crazier with some of the rumors. And we might get into one or two of those today. But listen, y'all, gaming wise, I'm POE2, right? Path of Exile 2.
Right.
Continues to be in the rotation. I'm taking it slow. I don't have the chunks of time during the week to put into it, like Steve was talking about. Like, again, shout out to all the big time streamers who have been massively successful in streaming Path of Exile 2. I've seen some huge numbers of new subscribers to some of these channels, man. And that's work, man. I don't care what anybody says. It's work to do it on a day-to-day basis, to come up with content on a day-to-day and to entertain people with something new like Path of Exile 2. So shout out to everybody who's doing that and finding success. But Path of Exile 2 is fantastic. It is nothing short of a great game. It's early access. I don't know why people, once again, Steel, we are at this weird point in a lot of ways in gaming where gamers have more knowledge, and especially the people who are in the communities talking about these games on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. The people who are wrapped up in this industry, much like we are, and sometimes even more so because it's their full-time job. I don't know why we have more information available to gamers now and to people, pundits like us who talk about this stuff, and yet people don't seem to understand as well. Like, it's that the information does not equal knowledge in a lot of ways, and people are treating this game like this was GGG's full release. People are acting as if this was like had to be like the perfect game out the gate, and just missing 3 acts, and that was going to be your DLC on a full-fledged game that was released. No, folks, this is early freaking access, okay? And it's early access for a reason. Because like Jonathan said in all of his interviews, we know we're going to be doing a whole lot of tweaking, okay? They knew that there was a lot of stuff to work through as far as balancing goes, as far as all the classes goes, as far as the bosses goes, as far as maps and the end game go. For anybody who doesn't know, when we're talking about Path of Exile 2, the end game is called maps. Okay. They knew this, right? They just got a complete package together that happened to have a whole lot of content, but at no time did they ever suggest that this was close to the finished product. Okay. So I don't know why we're treating that way. So I've seen a lot of the criticism, just very fair criticism. It's very good feedback for GGG. GGG has already been patching, responding to a lot of the criticism. They fixed a lot of stuff. I got to say the ascendancy issues that people were having still, I was in that kind of hole trying to get through my ascendancy with my class. And once they did the patch, I got through it. Now, I didn't walk through it. It still was tough, but they definitely improved it so that I could get through it. My problem still was the AoE damage that they talked about. That was
it's a lot.
It was doing way too much damage to your honor in the Ascendancy. Once they adjusted that, I got through it, right? So I definitely noticed a difference there. So loving POE2. We'll continue down that path. Again, I didn't pick a meta build. I do have a minion build, which people have found meta build. Shout out to Asmongold. I've been watching him because he's now running a minion build because his fighter build was too tough. And he didn't want to do it. So he switched. He went to a minion build. But the meta with the minion build right now is to get a big badass shield, block all the damage, and let your minions kill everything off, right? So I'm not doing that. I'm running chaos. I like to keep, even when a game like this and RPGs give me the option to mix and match different classes, I am a purity kind of guy. I like to run my classes like close to pure. Like I don't like to mix and match. The only thing I ever do mix and matching wise steel is if in Western RPGs, thieving, right? Stealing, I become a thief no matter what class I am. I am a thief through. So I guess that's the only time I really do mix classes all the time. But even like Elder Scrolls or ESO Online, like you could have a battle mage. I don't even like the idea of battle mages. Like it bothers me. Like I want to be a pure spellcaster if I'm going to do that. So like I told Steele, we played together last weekend. A little bit. Was it last weekend or 2 weekends ago? Last week.
It was at this point. It was almost 2 weeks ago, I think.
Two weekends ago. It was Sunday. Okay, so when we played together, because I was telling Steele I was having a problem with the Act 1 boss because I was being hard-headed.
Well, that might have been last week. That might have been last week.
Was that last week?
I think so. It might have been.
I didn't want to mix and match. And so I stayed away from the regular Sork spells. But I finally gave in and I picked up the fire orb spell. And that got me through the Act 1 boss, right? But that's how I run my game.
Real quick, Pong.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do not mean to interrupt. I do see Delroy. Delroy says, I feel overwhelmed every time I hear about PoE. Seems like a lot to take in. Delroy, this is what I want to tell you. Because this has been definitely a talking point, and I know this is something that me and Pong do all the time. We find something to chat, we want to speak to it. Since we're already talking about PoE as well. Path of Exile 1, I 1000% agree with you, Delroy. Path of Exile 1, I definitely understand you saying, hey, it seems like a lot. I'm hearing people talk about Path of Exile 2 now, and with the things that they changed, I still don't know. I would tell you like this, Del. If you have played Diablo 4, and that is one of the number one best pieces of credit that I can give Diablo. Diablo is literally baby's first ARPG. I do not mean that negatively. What I mean by that is that Diablo definitely helps you understand what is expected of you in the ARPG genre, right? 1000%. Easy to understand, not a whole lot going on. When you get into, I forgot what the exact name of it now is, but when you get to the next skill tree that you have, or the passive tree that you get, when you get to the next one, it does expand out. And that is something that Diablo has gotten better with. But, because I heard somebody talk about this, when you're making the comparison from Diablo to Path of Exile, as an example, and also throwing Last Epoch in there. As a free-to-play game, Path of Exile, POE2 more specifically, POE2 when it releases to the public, free-to-play, which is say, about 6 months from now, right now, it's estimated 6 months to a year from now. When it releases full on to the public, I recommend anybody who has played Diablo at least to please try Path of Exile 2. Mainly because I feel like you'll be able to understand much more of what is happening, because I thought Path of Exile 2 was going to be somewhat overwhelming as well, because I tried to play POE 1, Path of Exile 1. What I have found so far in my experience, and I am now in Cruel difficulty towards the end of Act 1 in Cruel. I haven't played any true end game or anything like that. But I am going through my second time in the story, which is getting you prepped for the end game. It literally every time, because I spent almost 50 hours in my first playthrough, right? And that's Acts 1 through 3. So I can only imagine what they're going to do with 4, 5, and 6, because it's supposed to be a total of 6 acts. In my almost 50 hours of game time and just going through the story, just taking my time, making sure that I was making the right moves. I didn't look up nothing, going into it completely blind. Dell, I am telling you, please try out Path of Exile 2 when it goes free to play. I can't suggest, if you feel like it may be something that's overwhelming to you right now, don't spend the $30 on it to jump in, right? Maybe even a homie hooks you up with a code or something like that. Or maybe you end up getting a code. If you do decide, though, whether it's a Christmas thing or whatever the case, if you do decide to spend $30 and you're coming from, and Delroy just said, hey, I love all the Diablos. If you have recently played Diablo 4, I am telling you, Diablo 4 is not a free-to-play game. It is a game that you now have to spend bare minimum $70 to $100 on to get the base game and the DLC. If you take $30 and spend it on POE2, Path of Exile 2, I think you'll have a good experience. And I think that you'll enjoy it. And I recommend it to anybody who is interested in ARPGs in general. Diablo, Torchlight, doesn't matter what ilk. I recommend anybody to try out Path of Exile 2. And the main reason I say that is because you can look up any video from the director, from the team. You can see how they handle things. Look up any of the content about POE2. And you will see a team who is extremely passionate about getting their game right for the players. Yes, they have a vision for the game, but as far as the players go, they want this to be the best ARPG in the genre. That is their goal. And to have that type of competition back in the space, especially when you look across the pond and you see a game that you have to spend $70 to $100 on, unless it's on sale, to get the full experience, and it still falls short towards the end, I can't recommend POE2 enough. But again, don't mean to interrupt, but I saw, Dell, you sparked something there, and I've heard other people talk about that. If you've never played a ARPG, play Diablo. You'll get a good introduction into what an ARPG can be like. Then jump in the Path of Exile 2 and see how you feel about it at that point. But my fault, Pong, go ahead.
No, not at all, brother. I love the thoughts, and I echo your thoughts for the most part. Again, Diablo, the difference is that the main difference now with POE2 is the work that they did for the people who never jumped into POE1 or who jumped in and jumped out. They definitely did the work for just some of the basic stuff, the quality of life stuff, to make this game easier. But they also went out of their way to give you more tutorials in game, to give you more.
And they still need more.
And they still need more. Yeah. But
still
again,
need more. Won't lie.
It is not as overwhelming or anywhere near what POE1 was, where they had, especially now at POE1, because they've done so many updates over 10 years and added all these pieces. It's like this Frankenstein ARPG where even some of the systems broke each other in a lot of ways. And they never went through and really refixed it. That's why they went and did POE2 was to take everything learned from POE1 and make a much more congruent type experience for everybody from the beginners to those experienced wings. The biggest thing between Diablo and POE2, one of the biggest things is just Diablo. Well, there's a couple things. Diablo will give you the dopamine hit of pretty loot dropping everywhere, right?
And progression.
Much like Borderlands, which we were talking about when we came online. I was talking about Borderlands again. Right. So if you love that dopamine rush, not to say there's obviously tons of loot in POE2,
especially now since they changed, they updated it.
Yeah, they did it better, but it's still not Diablo. It's still not candy like, okay? It is much more tactile because POE2 is just a much more, I hate saying the term serious, okay? But I'm just, it's just Diablo, you can turn off your brain and play a lot of it.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
100%. You can turn off the brain. So if you're looking for a turn off my brain, sit down after a long day at work and you just want to turn off your brain and you just want to go slay a bunch of freaking demons and see a bunch of pretty colored loot drop, Diablo's your freaking game. Through and through, right? If you are sitting down and you want an ARPG that is going to bring the loot, is going to bring that excitement of your build getting better and more powerful, but is going to be challenging to the point where you have to pay attention to what's going on the screen, you have to use your dodge rolls, you have to learn boss mechanics, right? And again, you guys know I'm not a Souls guy, right? And some people are saying this is a Souls like Diablo. In some ways it is. In some ways it is, but you guys know I would be out if it was like totally like that. But you do have to pay attention. You have to learn. It is trial and error with the bosses a lot of times. There are veteran PoE players, depending on their builds, that are having to run bosses 10 plus times. Okay, that is how PoE2 is set up. So yes, you will run into those situations, but you can persevere. And like I said, if you're not stubborn like me in certain instances, you will be able to figure out what you are missing out of your build to get through that boss. It may take some more grinding. It may take a little bit of crafting, which they are improving already. They're dropping more crafting stuff, all that good stuff. It may take more time, but you can do it and you will figure it out. It's not the skill tree that everybody freaks out, the passive skill tree that everybody freaks out about.
It's not that bad.
It's not
in this one. It's not bad
because again, once you make a decision on how you want to take your build, you're going to see the paths that you need to take. If you have a basic understanding of how ARPGs work, you have a basic understanding of what stats and resistances and what the additions are going to do. Once you learn those, and PoE2 is different terminology-wise than Diablo and other ARPGs. But once you figure that out, the path is going to set itself. You're going to be able to branch off. You'll be able to make your choices. Sure, there's going to be times where you stare at it and go, God, which way do I really freaking want to go? I want some of this shit over here, but I want these over here too. So what am I going to do? How am I going to get there? But at the same time, the rest of the passive skill tree kind of disappears into the background because you know you're never going to get down there. This is not a game where you can take all the passive skills, okay? So once you make your choice, you're going to start delving that situation. Now, made it easier than PoE1, a lot easier to respec. So, and they're still working on this because
they recently made it cheaper as well.
Right, they made it cheaper again. So if you do make a mistake, it's not going to cost you a whole lot to respec your character again, right? So again, in PoE1, it was a pain in the ass. If you screwed up, it was nuts. Well, it was super expensive.
You needed a currency. You needed a certain currency to respec or whatever. Right. It was super inconvenient. And two, it makes it more, as long as you have gold, you can respec.
Right, exactly. So again, just to piggyback off of what Steele was saying, don't be intimidated by PoE2. Just understand that it is a challenging ARPG. This is not a cakewalk ARPG. Now, you can make a meta build right now. There's been meta builds. They already patched out a couple of them that are pretty damn impressive. Steele's build, even though he's not doing meta, but his build, because it's based on the Lightning, which has been strong since day one in this game, is very impressive. I've seen some of his gameplays. It's really dope. So you can go that route. There's still meta builds. You can look up videos.
And that's blind, And everything any gameplay that I put out, that's me blindly playing. I didn't get any ideas. Oh, I need to take the tree. That's just me saying, hey, I want my ranger to be lightning. What can I do to do more lightning? Right? Yeah. Or, hey, I'm using a bow. What do I need? And the other thing that POE2 does as well is, Pong, and I don't know if you knew about this, but there's in the right-hand corner, when you go to your skill tree, there is a box for you to type in whatever you want to type in, whatever you can imagine. So for Pong, if he wants to find out more stuff about minions, you can type minions and it will literally highlight every perk in the tree that is for minions. And it will help you understand, hey, okay, well, I need to go this way in the tree to unlock this. And okay, this says it does this for minions. Oh, it's going to give me defense. Oh, well, this one gives me resistance. Oh, well, this one does damage. Oh, well, this one does attack speed. There's things that they're doing in here that are just so much more, at least for me, from what I am looking for in the ARPG genre, especially being a Diablo 2 veteran, I would consider myself, and I wasn't even somebody who played super hardcore. This is literally the Diablo 3 that I think me and Pong have been looking for in many ways. Is it perfect? No, it is not perfect, but it feels damn good to play. And I saw somebody mention, so POE2 is not a podcast game. No, it is. It still is. You can still turn a podcast on, but it's like you have to listen to your podcast and still be paying attention to what you're doing on screen. There's not just in Diablo, I could be looking away sometimes and just be pressing a couple buttons and clear the whole screen. In POE2, the enemies will flank you. Not only that, but then you'll have an explosion that'll happen from out of nowhere, and then you have damage over time. Like, there's just a lot of different things. But
there's a lot of different things going on in POE2 that, again, if they want to turn off the brain, stick to Diablo. But if you do want a challenge and you want a cool ARPG that really is pushing the genre forward, and like Steele said, a dev team, and we've talked about this in the past, a dev team that is extremely passionate, really legitimately passionate about their game in every shape and form, and want to be considered one of the best ARPGs of all time, then this is the game for you. And
they're doing good. It's good stuff.
The last thing I would say is, if you're a beginner, unlike Diablo, life, defense, and resistances are ultra important.
They matter.
Attack, not so much. Where Diablo, you could run a squishy build as long as you got enough attack, and you got your attack and your all your bonuses up high. You can run a squishy build in Diablo. POE2, focus on life, defense, and resistances, and you're good to go, right? You are a much better spot, okay? So, but yeah, POE2 remains in the rotation and will. Again, this is why I double dipped on the game. I want to support GGG. I think what they're building here is going to be special when they go full release. I'm not even into cruelty like Steel is yet. I'm not there yet. I'm still in Act 2. Punching through Act 2. Just got my Ascendancy done, so I'm just starting to look at that build. We're going to see how it goes. Again, right now, my build is not the easiest to play. And again, I consider myself an above average ARPG just because I've been doing it for so damn long. But you give me a not premium build and just a little bit above average player, you're going to run into some problems. And I knew that was going to happen to me. I was not, again, my expectation level was not anywhere close to what I was able to do in Diablo. So I just knew I was going to run into these issues, and I'm okay with it because it's a challenge that I like. If it gets to a point where I want to rebuild my character, I'll rebuild my character. I'll respec it and do something different. But right now, I'm still having moments where I get beyond my speed bump. I get beyond that speed bump and I feel good, right? And it's like, okay, cool. All right, now we're on to the next challenge. Let's see if I can get through this one, and then we'll rework from there again. If you want that, this is the game for you. It's fun as fuck. I'm having a great time with POE2, obviously. And still got into Indiana Jones more.
Okay.
This week as
How far are you in now?
5-6 hours in now. So again, I'm to the Vatican. I'm going through the Vatican right now, which people absolutely love, and I understand why I love it. It's math. It's there's so much to do at the Vatican. But this is the game. And when I say that, I mean everybody from my perspective, 5 hours in, and again, we'll keep going, but if this is just the tip of the iceberg of what the rest of the game is like, this is that game. This would have been in the Game of the Year conversation. I'm not saying it would have won this year with Astrobot and shit up there, but I'm just saying that this is a legitimate Game of the Year contender from Machine Games. They absolutely crushed the entire atmosphere, like I thought, from all the stuff that we had seen of Indiana Jones. I will continue to sing the praises of Troy Baker, even though I'm not his biggest fan by any stretch of the imagination. Even when I'm not, as you guys all know, I'm not a hater. So even though if it's a person or a company that I'm just not into, I still will sing praises when praises are due. Troy Baker, this game may be getting some nods next year still, which would be ultra rare for a game that is left behind the previous year. Obviously, when we're talking about the Keeleys, right?
Yeah, usually
the cutoff point is very rare for a game from that prior year that missed the cutoff to get it into 2025. 2025 is going to be freaking stellar just on paper right now. We could be talking about the best year in gaming again coming next year. So there's going to be tons of competition. But if this game gets nods, Steel, it is going to be on the back of Troy Baker's performance here, because it is going to launch on PlayStation in April, right? It is going to launch in April, so it will get the attention it needs again. It will ramp up again, obviously, from the people who missed out on it and wind up playing it. And trust me, there will be a lot of people on PlayStation who do play this game come April. That Troy Baker's performance, without it, I don't know if it takes the game to this level. Troy Baker, the more I play it, and I said this on PM the PM, what's incredible to me, well, I mean, it's incredible how close he came to Harrison and Indiana Jones' style in just normal moments, talking moments. But I'm talking about the little stuff, like the grunts, Steel, sound like Harrison Ford. Like he did his homework, and his voice coach, whoever that was, they worked together to meticulously get Indiana Jones and Harrison Ford's mannerisms into every part of his performance.
That's dope.
And that is no joke. Like I said, not the biggest Troy Baker fan at all, but my God, I can't imagine taking this on with an iconic character, an iconic actor who has iconic voice and doing this well. Like, and again, I think that just takes this game to another level. But obviously, it's all the rest that Machine Games did. It's all the little details they put in there. It feels like you are Indiana Jones in the movie. It feels like they really just ripped everything straight from those first original trilogy and said, let's make a whole missing adventure. And it's like they had Spielberg and Lucas in their prime sitting there directing this entire game. Like, that's how good this feels. So specials game. And again, if this is what I'm looking forward to, the exploration, Steel, off the charts. You know how much I love exploration, rewarding exploration, and I'm just starting. I haven't gotten to what people are talking about as far as the actual tombs and that kind of stuff goes. We're just talking about within like certain areas, like they start introducing you to secrets and that kind of stuff, and just finding the different puzzles and that. Bro, they've nailed it. They've absolutely nailed this. The music is spot on. I've been obsessed with the paintings that they have put in this game, the classic oil paintings that are hung everywhere or left everywhere. I've been taking screenshots left and right. They need a photo mode, for God's sakes. But anyways, taking screenshots left and right of those. I just, Indiana Jones is that game. And the praise that was handed down to it is well-deserved. It is not fake. It is not just based on nostalgia for Indiana Jones. It is not any of that. And I got to say, Steel, there is a bug that I posted it. I don't know if you had time to see it or not, but there is a bug. No,
I haven't seen anything.
Okay. There's a bug. It happened to me for about 10 seconds during one part.
Oh, the third person bug?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I did see that.
You could, and I think there's possibility that Machine Games could introduce a third-person mode to this game because
I think a
all
modder
the
will do it
animation
too.
is there,
Yeah.
and a modder will do it. Still, I think you might be able to play Indiana Jones, bro, from the third person. I think that might get you because I think you might enjoy this game if it was full third person. All the animation though, from when that happened to me, I was like, "Yo, wow, this like looks totally normal." And then I saw the full clip of somebody who had it actually like kind of permanently. I don't know how long it went for, but I watched the entire clip, so it was a lot longer than mine. They did all the animation work for third person. It's all there. It looks great. So maybe we get a third person mode down the road from Machine Games along with the photo mode. That'd be dope because we need a photo mode. I need to see in these places. Yeah.
Real quick, Pong. Splin says, Pong, first Splin drops off the $5 bag of bones. And he says, Pong, I don't mean to interrupt, bro. But what is Steel washing his face with, bro? I just got 1 year older 3 months ago, and he's looking younger than me. Well, technically, Spin, I do think that I am younger than you. I'm 32.
Steel is a young.
I'm pretty sure we go through this every time. We go through this. I am probably the youngest in our audience. We do have some people in the 18 to 25 range who do watch us. Yep. So not very many. They're probably in the 5%, but nonetheless,
I was graduating high school when Steel was being born. Is almost what it comes down to.
That is a good perspective. That is a good perspective. 100%. 100%. No, that's hilarious. Yeah, I haven't done anything. Maybe I do have all the lights on in my room today, so there is that. So maybe that's helping make a little bit of a difference. I do feel like I look a little bit darker than usual today, but hey, all good. Cam settings.
Hey, MYTHOLOGY, you can take that bet and you'll be right. I mean, again, if you could bet on me in Vegas not finishing a game, yeah, you'd be winning. At a high clip.
I saw that.
You'd be winning at a high clip, bro. Again, when we talk about our games of the year, I'll just do the disclaimer now for everybody who listens into the future, because if Steel and I ever get big and massive, in this space or whatever the case may be, and people start going back to our old shows and clipping shit like they want to do with people who get popular all the damn
they can
time.
do that.
Listen,
I hope they do. You say good shit.
Once again, disclaimer, when I talk about game of the year, when I talk about games, I'm not giving official reviews. I'm not acting as if I beat these games or trying to talk like I beat these games. I don't beat games very often. I will let you know when I do, but I don't beat the game. So I'm not speaking from the perspective of somebody who completes games. I am speaking from the perspective of a grazer through and freaking through. So if you saw my Steam stats, I posted my Steam stats this week as well. So I had, I can't remember, I had 100 and whatever games, 116 or 118 games, I can't remember, on Xbox, and 70 some games on Steam. And I ain't completing those games. Okay? No. So,
I think we've established that if y'all are looking for that, that's definitely going to be me on the side of things. Steel going to be coming in, being the one to be like, Paul said the game was good in the beginning. Well, I played it to the end and it was bad. It turned out to be bad.
I got 300 hours in Starfield. And what's her face is still back at the base waiting for me to pick her ass up from the first mission, bro. So no. I never talk about games I complete unless I've completed them. I don't talk from that perspective. I just give you my impressions of my experience, because my experiences are what I go for. I don't. Yeah,
that's where people people mess up at. The people who are grazers and are ashamed to be grazers or to be called out as grazers. Yeah. The problem that they have is that they can't explain the angle, the perspective that they're coming from, and can't talk about games in a way that doesn't sound like you watched videos to find out what happened in the game. If you didn't experience it, it does. That's when people start looking for, do I really value what you're trying to tell me? Because you're talking about it in a way. For an example, like when people talk about Suicide Squad as an example, and that still irritates me, but I get a little bit more anal about that stuff even more because I'm competitive, right? It's like people bitching about Call of Duty right now, as an example. But just to go back to Suicide Squad, I can tell people we're more caught up in the media side of shit. And me and Pong have talked about like the quote unquote woke shit, although I've had that conversation here. I don't like using that term because it's used the way that I see it and think about it still. I don't see it the way that all of a sudden everybody, like people who use it for political shit do. That's just not. But a lot of the shit that people complain about in modern games and say that's why Suicide Squad failed, me and Pong played that game start to finish and I didn't feel any of that. Right now, hey, Freeze or the Mrs. Freeze, whoever you brought into the game, could she have looked like a better character? Motherfucking goddamn right. You tell me you put all the great design in the Deathstroke to end it all. So you had some creative vision, but you didn't do that with these other characters, or Joker even. I think Joker could have been a little bit cooler, right? You set a good stage, but didn't hit with these other characters. Yep. It's neither here or there, but it's like, you know, having people discuss things in a way that's nuanced in a lot of ways, I think is important. And I don't think that everybody needs to beat every single game that they play in order for you to be able to have a conversation. But again, that's why it's important, and Pong does his due diligence, and so do many people from the Fun Spec fam or whatever the case may be, and just people in the community who do their due diligence to say, look, man, I like playing a lot of games. I'm grazing. I like to do this. I like to do that. You know, hey, I put, again, who would somebody be to invalidate, for an example, Pong's opinion about Starfield as an example, when he has 300 hours in the game? You can't invalidate time, right? Oh.
And I'm not going to judge the game. And I won't come here, Steele, and judge the game based on the story. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the story is the greatest thing ever because I haven't experienced the main story. Right? That's where the fakeness comes, right? Now, I still think it's possible to talk about things you haven't finished if you have like story-wise, right? Like Last of Us 2, right? I'm not going to sit here and go on rants nonstop about Last of Us 2. It doesn't exist in my book. But if somebody wants to have a discussion about certain aspects about Last of Us 2, I've watched people play through The Last of Us 2. That's why I chose not to play it. That's why I decided I wasn't going to ever play it whatsoever, because of the story. The story was not what I wanted out of it. So I've watched people play it through. So I understand what the story is, and I get the plot points, and I get the whole, vengeance and all that kind of stuff that was going on during that. So I still think it's possible to talk about that, but you're never going to hear me come on here and fake it like I finish the game and that I'm coming from that perspective ever. I won't do that. That's why you don't hear me talk massively about lore in games all the damn time, because I'm not the lore guy. Like, I'm not Lore Master Jasper. I'm not that dude. I don't finish games. I don't deep dive lore in a lot of games. If I have, I will talk about it. But if I haven't, I'm not going to sit here and try to act like I did do that. Right. So I think that's the difference. I just think it's funny when people say that, because you're not getting somebody who completes a lot of games right here. You're just getting somebody who's played and touched a lot of games and experienced a lot of games. So again,
I think that's valid. And I think that's valid.
That's all it is. So anyways, Indiana Jones.
We might talk about Sanchez. We might talk about Intergalactic too. I know Pong wanted to talk about that last week. But that has been a talking point for a lot of people. It continues this week.
It continues. And I think there is some things to talk about with Intergalactic. I think, again, as Steele was alluding to, there's conversations to be had. There is bullshit on all sides. There is over-the-top extremism on both sides. Again, the pendulum, as I always say, will swing as hard as one side pulls it. The other side will respond. And that's what we see nowadays in everything. It is what it is. So do I think there's some disingenuous talk on both sides? Yeah, absolutely. Of course I do. I think there's some real bullshit on both sides. And I think there's some over-the-topness that actually takes away from real conversations. But Intergalactic, I got some thoughts. I think we'll
definitely talk about that as well, for sure.
Yeah, on the protagonist, I think there's some things that I picked up on that that I think are weird. I'll just wrap up. I've been talking
just one more thing, and again, I keep it. They just things I got on top of my dome. Got a nos in me, so I'm like, brain is firing. And I haven't been to sleep yet, ladies and gentlemen. Just got off of work, and I got off of work late today, so there's that too. That threw things off. But the one thing the Intergalactic trailer did do is because of what people have been saying about Neo, and after what I've seen from the Last of Us show as well, and some other recent conversations about Last of Us 2, it has somewhat perked my interest to possibly play Last of Us 2. Mainly for my own selfish, I need to, because I haven't watched all the spoilers and everything, like I know what has happened, right? But it's not like I've seen it in text. I didn't see it in video, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and it's one thing to read it to see, oh, this is what happens in the story. It's the same way that people feel like about mangas and stuff like that. When you compare manga to an anime, like there's a lot of animes that have come out that I've already know what the story is almost 3 years in advance because there was a manga, for an example, or when spoilers get put out there.
Sidebar real quick. Have you dove into that controversy that's going on too?
About what?
About the censorship in anime and about the...
That's happening in the East?
And no, the localizers who have been changing entire stretches of anime.
No, I haven't seen
it. Oh, that's a huge controversy too now, Steel.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
A group of people calling that shit out because the activists have shown up in the localization for anime and have been changing, when it goes to English, been changing the whole meanings of
I don't like that.
And big of
that's
what
been happening.
Eastern, meant, right? And they're taking liberty and just saying, "Oh, this is what they should be saying."
No,
right?
that's not how that works.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
That's not.
That's a whole another community.
I haven't seen anything about that. I saw something little.
Now. Yeah, it's
saw
crossed
something
over
little.
now, so I picked up on
it.
it because there's a couple people that I follow that have talked about the video game censorship and the video game stuff as well. But it crosses over with the anime. But there's some people who are deep and heavy into this, calling people out, like pulling people's records and saying these people are the ones that are telling us what the the anime characters are saying from the manga to the anime, and that ain't translated properly. Right. No. So yeah,
and that has been somewhat of an issue. It was part of the reason why, and it is one of the bigger reasons why I do prefer subbed over dubbed, is because there is understanding of things that characters say. It's not just a voice thing, right? Because the English actors a lot of the time have been doing really well, right? You get a lot of the similar people. You get that a lot in the regular version as well, but there's always something that is lost in the translation in between how the conversation goes when you get it dubbed versus when you see the subbed version with it, right? And if this is getting to the point where even in the subbed version, because I have noticed that as well, where even in the subbed version, they'll change what you're reading or how you're reading it versus what they're actually saying. And that's not okay, bro. Like the art is like that for a reason, right? And again, I creative vision, when it comes to creative works like that, you can't, like the nudity and stuff, like, okay, we can have a conversation, but again, there's ratings for a reason. Maybe we just need to find a better rating situation. Maybe we need to find better ways to keep it from kids or whatever. Maybe parents should just be better at policing their kids and keeping them away from, or trying to keep them away from some of that, because at the end of the day, bro, like, if your kids are getting into that, they're gonna get into it, man. Like there's not much that you can avoid from that, right? These kids are going to be smarter than y'all, man. Like, you can't keep them off the internet forever. You're just going to make it worse.
Right.
But again, I'll use the easiest example. Baldur's Gate 3 cannot be labeled as okay. And all this other stuff, we need to find ways for it not to be okay. Whether you go the hentai direction or whether you go the ecchi direction, whether you go... because I did hear about some of the stuff happening in the East and them also trying to censor some of the stuff that's going on in the East, like Japan as an example. They're supposedly
some of the companies.
There's even in Japan, there's some of that is happening
because of ESG and the investing.
Yes, there is just.
Well, Visa and MasterCard are canceling anime. Visa and MasterCard, that's another big controversy still. You know how Visa and MasterCard have taken it upon themselves.
I did hear about that.
That is also happening. They have taken it upon themselves to refuse and to cancel their services for some of the Eastern anime studios, and they will no longer accept or be a part of their payment process. They're canceling their payment processes because they don't agree with some of the anime studios.
Now,
work.
real quick, Paul, because I know we went on a tangent, and I know you want to finish your intro. And kind of go. That's what we do here on Live a Split Screen, guys. If you're new, welcome. Vandal, though, he gets in and says, anime dubs have always been mistranslated since Speed Racer. This is another made-up non-issue. And I think, and again, Pong, you speak to it because you're more aware of it than I am. But
it's not
I know I spoke a little bit to it.
It's not a non-issue, though, Eastside. You can't say that just because something's been happening and because it goes back prior to even a point where we had social media or awareness of the situation. Now that people are aware of what's been going on, and again, now the facts are that these people who work in the industries, whether it's gaming, whether it is anime, the people who are activists, who are legitimately espousing that they are purposely doing something within these industries for whatever reason, right? You can't ignore that now and just say, oh, well, this has always been happening. No. Now that people are aware, right, there is a conversation to be had to say this should not happen, that we should maintain the integrity of the original developers, that we should maintain, again, a platform, whether it's video games, whether it's manga, whether it doesn't matter what we're talking about here, that should be maintained through and through, and that no one person or group of people should take it upon themselves, right, to impose their views upon the audience by having that power to change the meaning of what is being done or to change the look of characters or whatever the case, whatever we're talking about, right? They should not impose that upon the viewership, the customers, right? And so I think it is something that now is in the light, should be talked about. And it is something that certainly can be hands raised and say, hey, no, let's really have a conversation here. It's not a non-conversation just because it maybe happened in the past and nobody was aware of it. That's not how things work, man. I mean, we once things are in the light and when things come to the light, then you need to have those open, honest conversations. Again, there's bullshit on both sides. Again, I'm never the dude who's going to just because I lean one way doesn't mean I can't look and go, fuck, you guys are fucking crazy over here. Like, you guys are out of line. Like, this is not the case here. But again, there's some real conversations to be had. And I think it's important when we're talking about the integrity of the original works and what that means. And also forcing companies to change or to alter how they've done business. And there are Eastern devs who are speaking up about this now and trying to force devs or studios or publishers to conform to a certain standard, right? Because it doesn't align with current politics or views is also extremely wrong. And we saw that start happening with Stellar Blade. And if it wasn't for a pushback, right? Stellar Blade's devs could have been buried underneath their weight, right? So I think that there are examples of instances on both sides, again, not just one side, but both sides, where these things need to be talked about in good faith and they need to happen out in the open, in the public. We're seeing it right now. Okay. In a lot of different ways. Transparency is causing a lot of conversations, and we're seeing a lot of powers that be that don't like those conversations happening out in the open in the public.
And that's the main thing. And that's the main thing is being able to have those conversations.
Right. Being able to have those conversations. And again, it's not always going to be perfect. It's not always going to be with the best intentions. There's going to be bad faith actors on both sides who try to ruin everything. But I think that we can all, those of us that are closer to alignment, can have really good conversations about the importance of these situations and about how we fix them and how we make sure that they don't happen going forward. So I disagree.
There's something to be said.
Yeah.
There's something to be said about being able to chop it up with people that you care about or that you mess with or feel like you have some similar opinions to, right? That's what makes, when you get a hobby or you find a group of people that you really mess with, again, gaming being that central point, right? For a lot of us, we get together here on a week-to-week basis, or we just over through the online stratosphere. We get together, Twitter, X, YouTube, however you end up getting into the gaming community. We get together and get all these other opinions out, right? And you're not going to agree with everything that somebody says, and you may agree with things that other people say, and that's kind of how you find your people, right? I think one thing that I do want to stand on here is me and Pong have always more so spoke to the gray side of things, right? No matter how Pong feels about something, no matter how I may feel about something, it always comes back down to the gray side of things, because that's honestly what we more so care about. Like, it's being able to have a conversation, going through the talking points. And I see what you're getting into there, Vandal. I do real quick want to, for Fahim, in a Skeletor voice, the best way I can, KUNITSU activism. That was probably terrible, but nonetheless, being able to get together and have this conversation through something mutual like gaming helps people possibly see something from a different perspective. And you either can listen to the perspective, hear the perspective, or not. Man, there's a lot of people whose perspective online, right, I just blatantly ignore. Do I need to listen to you? Do I need to listen to you if I feel like you're a little bit too far on the deep end? No, I don't have to. Can I take in that information? Sure. But if I don't enjoy the way that you're giving the information, then maybe you're not the person. But there are other people who are telling that same message or giving whatever particular message that you may be looking for or want to get into, that you are getting from, that you can get from other people in a different way. So it's just being more about being open-minded. And that's the main thing that I think Pong's speaking to. That's the main thing that I'm always going to speak to, and why we talk about those things here, right? All the time. We will always speak to the gray side of things, no matter where the conversation goes, and why I think talking about Intergalactic is a good thing, especially for me and Pong, because we do come from a little bit of perspective. I didn't necessarily have any issues with it, but I can, for an example, when people bring up Abby, people bring up Neil and his ideals on things, there is questions to be asked, because there was also something that happened in the Last of Us show that did not happen in the game. And why did you put that in there? Like the form of homosexuality that happened in the Last of Us show that didn't happen in the game. And I get it was a very heartfelt moment, and I liked it for what it was. I didn't feel any particular way about when it happened. They did it, they spoke to it in the story really well. It was handled great, and that's what it should be about. Whether you can do it right. And Pong, I'm pretty sure if I showed you that part of the show and how they went into it, you'd be like, bro, like, was this really necessary? Like, this didn't need to happen. And I do think that speaks to a bigger thing, because obviously someone has ideals that could have an effect on the overall quality of the product. So that's the main thing, man. And I do think it needs to continue to be a question, because if you just sit back to the wayside and you say, whatever, man, I don't necessarily know if that's the best either.
Yeah, no. And Eastside, if you are honestly interested, Eastside, and actually, starting to, see some of this stuff. I mean, again, I'm all for that. I could send you a quick screenshot, but anyways, I'll say, here, I'll give you the Twitter handle of who you should start following if you really want to get down and dirty with some of this stuff. Just off the top, again, there's a giant rabbit hole if you want to start going down it at all. But Eastside here, you can go check out this girl here. I'll put her in there for you guys. So you can go follow her, or start looking at her stuff. She's big in this. And again, there's massive wide rabbit hole if you really want to go down it, but she does a great job of breaking down a lot of it. So you could start there if you want to learn a little bit more. But yeah.
And to your point, Vandal, he says the gay episode was the best episode in the Last of Us show. And I don't disagree with you, Vandal. It was good. And I think they went into it was good. I mean, again, they hinted at that in the game. You know that dude he wasn't straight. And it's not like it's a problem, right? But it's just the way that you go about it this time. it feels like you were trying to invoke a deeper emotion. He did what he did what he was trying to do. It made me feel some type of way, and not in a bad way. It just made me feel like, damn, that shit got deep as hell. But nonetheless, it's just the way things go. Fahim says, I still want to know how in the world where zombies are running around, how the hell is Abby making the muscle gains she had? Hey, bro, look. Bro, she was doing push-ups. She's fighting zombies, bro. She grew up in this, man. I keep trying to tell y'all, man. Don't worry. When that game comes to PC, see, and that's the only reason why I'm really truly considering it. Last of Us Part 2 coming to PC. That's going to be a big, completely different experience. People are going to fix all the issues that everybody says that they have in the game.
Eastside, you know what? You listen, brother, you gotta stand on the hills you want to stand on, brother. And I know that you and I, a lot of times, and again, this is all good because here, how Steel and I roll. Steel just got done, and you've been around us for a long time, so you understand that you and I probably do stand on a lot of different hills, brother. I've said that before. When we've had conversations with you in the chat, we probably stand on a lot of different hills.
I get you, Lydia.
So you can have the conversation, but I'll just say that if you're going to shut out all the voices and just call them grifters because they talk about something you don't believe in, then you're going to have a hard time ever getting outside of your bubble, right? Again, I have traveled the dark alleyways of this community in the past. I choose not to because it steals my energy, but I still do go seek it out from time to time just to see what people are saying about certain situations in the video game industry. But not everybody's a grifter, okay? Not everything's a grift. If you believe DEI is somehow the greatest thing ever created, and you don't want to hear anybody talk negative about it, and anybody who does is a grifter, then yeah, you're always going to have that viewpoint, and that is fine. That is your choice to do that. Then we're just not going to be able to have conversations, right? You're never going to be able to have conversations open and honestly about it. And that's cool. Again, I'm not here to tell you you got to come down from your hill at any given point. Go right ahead and stand on that hill. So you may believe that she is a grifter because that is a big part of what she talks about, is breaks down everything. But she is not grifting. Again, people have open and honest conversations. There is critical conversations to be had about all this stuff. If you don't believe me, follow the money. That's all you ever got to do, is follow the money in anything that is big. Okay. And you will find out that what you think is something potentially pure and good natured and good intentioned, even if it started that way, has been absolutely 1000% corrupted. And there are absolutely grifters out there who change their opinions on the fly. And we've seen it live in this community.
I mean, there's people who have 100,000 subs and have openly admitted that they grift and still get support.
That is a true grifter. But this new thing of just calling everybody a grifter because they say something that I don't like and shutting down the conversation, that just goes in line with everything else that's happening politically and everywhere else nowadays. We do that to everybody. We shut them down by calling them something that they're not. Right. And just because they are talking about something that you don't like or that you don't agree with does not make them a grifter at all. Right. So that's where I'm at. But Eastside, it's all love, brother, because I respect your opinions and I love the conversations you bring here. So that.
Real quick understanding. He says YouTubers and people on Twitter are trying to get paid. It's all a hustle. Sure, it can be and fine. But even with the hustle, there's still integrity. And if you're willing to give up integrity for the hustle, that's fine. That's fine too. But just be honest about it. Just be real about it, right? Like I can do nothing but just be okay and ignore you when you are just straight up about it. It's when you dance around it or try to pitch it a different way and make it seem like that's not what your goal is when it becomes a problem. But we do got something very important to touch on before Paul gets back into it. MF Great is in here dropping the freaking nukes in here, man.
That's what I was doing. That was what I was about to get into,
Hey,
Steel.
talk to him, Pong.
Hey, attention, ladies and gentlemen, attention, everybody on board the Splitters Hype Train. That's right, we're having some out-of-the-box conversations this morning on the Splitters Hype Train, as we always do. Me and Steel have not been here for 2 weeks, and you can tell we got some things built up around here, but we're having a great time. But I do need you guys all to pay attention to those screens above your head and to the amazing attendants that are helping you buckle into your seats and make sure they're buckled down tight, because the MF Great has flown on by not once, but twice today already. He's leaving the sonic booms and dropping off the bags of coal. He dropped off 4 bags of coal. That's right. We got 4 new cars full of splitters out here today riding the hype train. So welcome aboard, all you new splitters. Enjoy the views, because we are now traveling at a nice, cool, easy Mach 4.0 this morning. Oh man, it feels good to be back. We got the furnace burning hot up in here. He got on the court with multiple windmill dunks today. Some easy 10 bombs for everybody. That's right, keeping us ad-free going into 2025, because the goal never changes here. It may change elsewhere, but here it's always 69. Hashtag no beans. No ads. You're keeping me and Steel, keeping the lights on in this place. Thank you, MF Great. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Welcome aboard, everybody. Woo. It's been a while since I've been able to do that. Love it.
Nah, that's beautiful. And in case anybody's wondering, hey, when you end up becoming a member of the channel, you just get access to some additional emotes and things. So make sure you get those popping in chat. Hit that little smiley face that you see right next to the chat box, and just drop some of those emotes we got in there. Got a few different ones. And other than that, you also, if you continue to be a member, we got something known as, you guys know, you're gamers, not loot boxes, but drops. So essentially, you got your different rarities of drops. You got your basic, you got your rares, you got your epics, you got your legendaries, and you'll see those legendary treasure chests right next to the beautiful people in chat when, you know, they've been here for quite some time. You know, it's always good to see those legendary and those epic drops in chat. So greatly appreciate you. And yes, Lydian, the mods for Abby on PC, just the mods for The Last of Us 2 on PC are going to be insane. Cannot wait. So I'm considering it. I still don't feel good about it because it doesn't have multiplayer. But because of my interest in the story, I don't want to go back and play the old game. I played the old game already. I want to live with that memory. I want to see, I potentially want to see what the second game is going to give me. So we'll see.
Do you by chance see Square come out this week and try to appeal to the modders to not do anything untoward towards the Final Fantasy characters? Was like, you might as well tell people to stop breathing, Square. You might as well ask people to stop breathing because it's hurting the environment. You're not ever going to stop modders from sexualizing your freaking characters, bro. I'm sorry. I just thought it was funny that they came.
Everybody's going to do that, bro. One of the first mod, even in Marvel Rivals, bro, people are talking about, people are pulling the characters out of the game out of the engine and being like, bro, these characters are a little bit more detailed than they're supposed to be. And one of the first mods that you can actually find for, they did it for Squirrel Girl first, because again, she is the thickest character in the game for whatever reason. I just think that's funny. But one of the first mods was new mods. They have multiple characters from Marvel Rivals now that are just completely bucket naked out here, man. It's hilarious what people on PC do. Every game that comes out, you can guarantee if it has a female character, the first thing they're going to do is make her naked. I don't care for it. I think it's strange, but again, hey, whatever you're into.
You put Master Chief in Final Fantasy, bro.
I do.
You got on the
shout to Chief. Shout to Chief. Hey, Chief is Barrett. Chief is Barrett for me. Hey, shout out to Chief, man. Can't wait to get Master Chief back in the Final Fantasy rebirth. Hey, but Master Chief ain't naked,
you got a men in armor fetish does not mean anything, bro.
I don't have a fetish. It's just because I like it.
Fetish, bro.
It's not a fetish. It's not a fetish.
You got a
maybe
fetish.
a little bit. But
anyways, what was it gonna? I guess we're gonna finish up, even though we got way sidetracked. But whatever.
No,
love it. I love it.
Games you've been playing.
Yeah. So Indiana Jones is that game. I'm going to keep playing that too. And then I got in, as everybody is probably well aware of, if you heard me earlier this week, that I got back into Borderlands. I can't help it. I love Borderlands. I already saw that too, by the way, Steel, that people are already starting in on Borderlands talk about how it's. Yeah.
Name. I mean, to that too. People always going to be weird about Borderlands.
Oh, what the?
We had a legendary gentleman who hasn't been here in a bit, but came at a perfect time after we've had a little bit of a time away.
What day is it here? Yobi, you're making an early appearance, sir. It's not 2025 yet, sir. What are we doing? It's great to see you, yo. It's great to see you. I hope everything is good, brother, and I hope you had a nice time away. I stay away from bothering you while you were away. I want to respect the message that you were taking your time away from all of this nonsense. So welcome back, Yobi. It's great to see you, brother. Love you, man. And I hope all is well, sir, as we head into the Christmas season and into the new year, man. I hope everything's good. Yeah, so I got back into Borderlands, but yeah, the talk has already begun about Borderlands 4. And if you got any history with Borderlands is a lot like Dragon Age in a lot of ways, where it's always been woke, quote unquote, as people like to say. They've had certainly their characters.
Yeah, Borderlands has always kind of pushed it.
Yeah. No, I mean,
they had a good time.
They've had a trans character, so I get, but people are already starting in on it. Again, this is where I go call BS on the other side. It's just like, okay, whatever, guys. If you don't know the history and you're just going to call it out now, if it's forced, if they do something crazy like Dragon Age, Veilguard did, then I'll certainly have something to say about it. But I love Borderlands. I love the aesthetic. I love every single thing. I love the art form. I was taking pictures last night because they have a great photo mode in Borderlands 3, by the way. And I was taking pictures. I just absolutely love that world. So I hopped back into Borderlands because Randy's got me hyped about Borderlands 4. We got word too now, Steel. The rumor is that it's going to be early 2025, so first half 2020. Yeah, because 2K's financials indicate that that's where it's probably going to launch if it's ready. So they're using Unreal Engine 5 April, May. Yeah,
April, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought.
So they're using Unreal Engine 5. So that's going to be interesting because if there is one thing about Gearbox is their optimization has never been the best, right? Especially on initial launch. So we'll have to watch that. But I'm hyped. So I got back into Borderlands 3. So I got back in there and just having a great time, man. I put, I don't know how many hours in. I played a lot of the DLC early on in the game. So now I'm just going through the main missions. I'm over leveled, which is another great part about Borderlands. They let you level. They let you get OP. So I'm just rocking and rolling through the main missions because one-shotting bosses. Like, I still love it, man. I don't care. Just having a great time. So yeah, no, that's been my week of playing. So Steel, we got to get into yours now that we're an hour and a half into this freaking show.
We've talked about quite a few things already, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I know we've already had time. We can keep going. So yeah.
I said, this is what we do on a week-to-week basis, man. We're unstructured, which is I enjoy and love. And again, for an unstructured show, I'm telling y'all, hey. Some of y'all main broadcasts out there, y'all need some content for you. You need some content. Holla at Living Split Screen. We got it for you. We got it out. My couple of weeks in gaming, man. Real quick too, Steel. Before, sorry. Don't want to interrupt you, but I meant to say this before too. Before we got into Yobi and before we got into MF, great. I think it was Razor Ultron popped in our chat today, and we'll be shouting everybody out too. But Razor Ultron did say thank you to me for mentioning this show last night on Xbox Ultimate. Welcome, Razor Ultron. Nice.
I'm glad you rolled on through and checking me and Steel out this morning, man. So yeah, thank you for dropping in here, man. I appreciate that for sure, 1000%. So.
Absolutely. Yobi says real quick, good to see everybody. Had to come here live for the family, man. Missed this podcast. Been too long. Let's go. Hey, appreciate you, brother, man. And again, hopefully everything is good with you. Everything's going all right. And again, if you take your time, man, say, hey, you know what I will tell you, Yobi, one thing. When you get back right, man, depending on what the gaming is looking like, I'm going to be playing Monster Hunter Wilds when it come out. If you into that, you're gonna have to come holler at me, man, because it's crazy we ain't been getting no gaming in together. You got all these games. We ain't even play no Suicide Squad, man. Damn. What's going on? Could have been playing some Suicide Squad. Actually, I've been thinking about returning. I like the way Deathstroke looked, but anyway. And yeah, I see what's going on in the chat too. Hey, if y'all agree, y'all agree. If y'all don't, man. Hey, it is what it is, man. Like Pong said, it's just about the conversation, like I said as well, and we'll go from there. But just to keep things moving and rolling, because we could definitely spend another whole time period on that. Because again, me and Pong could have a podcast about that, and I wouldn't mind it. Because again, that's just how things go. We like to be open with each other, but for the most part, the main thing that has been in my rotation is definitely Path of Exile 2. That is something that we've talked about earlier on, right? For the most part, but just kind of want to give my experiences out there and how I'm feeling about the game. Personally, I'm pretty high on it. I haven't experienced none of the negatives that a lot of people are speaking to even before the nerfs. This game is giving me all the feels that I remember of when I played Diablo 2 back in the day. Moment to moment. And that was when I played on a fucking berserker, bro. I was barbarian, excuse me. I'm melee, straight up in everybody's faces. Now I'm playing as a ranger, playing with the bow, more pulled back. When I stepped into the scenario and I saw that I was going to have the ability to do lightning attacks, I got deeper into that as well and said, focused in on that and said, you know what? I want to only do lightning. I don't want to mix poison in the lightning. Maybe I do some fire. Maybe I do some ice. And I've only started kind of accepting some of that because of the combinations that you can do in the game. Now, I'll be upfront and say, I thought one of the biggest selling points for me on the game, I thought was going to be more elemental combos, and I don't see that, and I wish that there were more, right? Like, I would love to get the effects from the fire and the ice and do an explosion effect, or fire or ice and poison to get like a corrosion or radiation kind of effect. I would have loved to see those kind of things happen as well. And you don't necessarily get that. Like, it gets an added bonus. Like, if I put a flame wall up, for an example, and I'm shooting lightning bolts through it or lightning arrows through it, it does light the lightning arrow on fire. I would have loved to see that turn into like a purple lightning or a strong or something else crazy that I would think that would have been really dope. And it doesn't do that, unfortunately. But and real quick, because Yobi came through with the orange bones. It says, hashtag peace, love, life. Welcome back, gents. 2025, get ready. Safe to say, LSS had a successful year. The pod is growing, and yes, still, we definitely got a game. Let's set it up soon. Love to you, LSS family, and extremely proud of y'all. Hey, Yobi, appreciate that, man. We're definitely working on growing more, man. Again, that's why I've been wanting to bring more content to the channel. We have dropped off on some people. That's the way things go, man, especially with some of the content that I've been putting out there, trying to live stream, and I want to do more of that as well. That's why I've been trying to work through Path of Exile, because how I feel about Path of Exile, once I get the end game, I'm probably going to drop off of it. Why? Because I told you I want to play Monster. I told you I got a Monster Hunter journey that I'm doing, and I am going from World to Wilds. And right now, I have almost every session recorded of my journey from Monster Hunter World, and I'm entering Iceborne, right? And I want to spend the time in Iceborne, getting into the end game of Monster Hunter truly, so when I jump into Wilds and the wife jumps in, or the kiddos end up jumping in, or the community ends up wanting to jump in, we will have full-on cross-play. There will be no excuse for people not to play together. And I'm telling y'all, Monster Hunter Wilds I'm taking myself back to my olden days, my Black Desert Online days as an example, my Gears, my Halo days. It is going to be my mainline game. There's going to be other games that I may play, but I am planning to put that is going to be the mainstay. So you're going to be seeing a lot of content from that drop on the channel. I may even do more stuff about little stuff, because I tend to overthink a lot of that, making video content. But I'm probably going to do a lot more of that on my own personal channel as well. do my live streams on Live Split Screen because, again, we do long form content anyway, and I think that's just dope for y'all. And then also do the additional content in other places like I kind of been doing. But again, life gets crazy. Everything is moment to moment. So MF Gray says, did Black Desert have the best sound for gunfire? For gunfire, I wouldn't be able to speak to. It wasn't bad, but I don't think it had the best sound for gunfire. They are about to drop a class that is a pistol class that looks really dope, and she's looking good too. Black Desert continuously tries to find ways to pull me back in, I'm telling you. It constantly does. If Black Desert didn't have the system, the mechanic in the game to where you take losses or you're gambling on upgrading your gear, I would still probably be playing it today. 100%. I don't like the thought or the idea of gambling to make your gear better and possibly pulling yourself back to the point where you're going to have to grind 10 to 100 hours to get back to where you were. I'm not cool with that. Splin with the 2 bones. He says, tell him about that late night rain. That 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Hey, I got to know about that. Come check me out, man. Those late night streams be nice. You get that nice and personal steel. Pause on those late night streams. Whoa. But no, yeah, definitely come check me out. But anyway, yeah, but Path of Exile 2 has definitely been the game that has been the majority in the rotation for me. It's I just can't get enough of it, man. It's giving me all the old feels that I remember from playing Diablo 2 back in the day, and that's what I'm enjoying about it the most. The fact that I am also playing it completely blind, like I didn't look up any builds, didn't look up any skill trees, nothing. I'm just playing it by what I feel makes sense. And I am starting to notice now that I'm in Cruel at towards the end of Act 1, getting ready to fight the Act 1 boss in Cruel, I am starting to notice that my build may have some flaws, right? Whether it's damage output, whether it's sustain, there's little things that I'm starting to notice. It's like, maybe I need to choose a different path, but I'm also hard-headed and I have a direction that I'm trying to go right now in the tree. And I want to see what's going to happen if I get even more lightning damage than I have right now for it to stack and affect the monsters more. So I want to see what that's going to do before I try to do anything else. So that's really high on me. We talked about it earlier. Path of Exile 2. I recommend anybody playing it for a game. And again, I have to give Diablo 4 a shout out because it did put me back in the mind frame of the ARPG genre, right? I appreciate Diablo 4 and the experience that it gave me, whether it be in groups, those sessions that we had, or whether it been those sessions of the story that we had. Those moments are extremely impactful, and I do appreciate the game, but I do want more from my ARPG, and Path of Exile 2 is seemingly doing all those right things. But again, I'm not going to be the guy who's going to continue to play this early access forever and ever and ever. I don't like the idea of remaking a character every season. That is where we are at now with ARPGs, for the most part in this genre. I wish they had, in Path of Exile 2 might implement something similar, but I wish they had a way for you to carry your base character forward and experience newer content. I think they had some of those things in Path of Exile 1. Again, I'm still the noob to Path of Exile. I'm extremely unfamiliar with all of that. And no, Fahim, I'm not dabbling in acting. I wish. But I wish that they had more ways to carry your characters forward, because I'm not the guy who likes to start over every season. I don't appreciate that in my games. I'm more of the MMO guy. I want to move forward with my character, continue to grow with my character, continue to build up on my character, and hopefully POE2 ends up doing something similar to that. Though I will say, as we get closer to 6 months, a year from now, those will be the times where I will make that new character and try what the game is from top to bottom again. Because again, the new acts are going to be coming. The game is going to change vastly from now to then. And I am extremely interested to see how those changes get made. The other thing that has been in my rotation is the game that you guys see in the background right now, and that is Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is a hero-based shooter or a hero-based game, a hero team-based game, but with Marvel characters. Again, throw Overwatch in there if that's the easiest thing for you to compare it to. Again, that's what everybody has been comparing it to. And at least for me, and I've played Overwatch. I'm not a sweat. I didn't put a whole lot of time in Overwatch. I think I do have at least 100 hours in Overwatch, probably though. I have like somewhere between 40 to 100 hours in Overwatch. I played Overwatch, especially Overwatch 1. I played a good bit of it. It's not my main. It was never a main game for me, but I think I was somewhere in there. I think that's a good time though. Marvel Rivals, it just hits a completely different note for me. As far as how the game feels moment to moment. Guys, I'm playing a healer and I don't typically play healer, right? I don't enjoy playing healer. I don't like, I like to be the tank or I like to be the damage dealer. Those are the things that I like to do. And here, Cloak and Dagger has probably become a new fan favorite for me, right? I saw a little bit of the show. I'm completely unaware of who Cloak and Dagger are like that for real. But bro, their art design in the game and the way that they play in the game, I think that Cloak and Dagger have found a new fan in Steel Rain. It is crazy how that works out. The same thing with characters on screen right now. I can't remember it. Mantis from Guardians of the Galaxy. I did not care about Mantis in the show. I think she's probably one of the weaker characters in the movies, right? She has her moments. In this game, though, not only does she, well, it helps that she has like a fucking mecha costume design too. And that always helps when you got a good suit and everything, you're playing into some of the things that I like. But I don't have that unlocked. But just her as a character and the other characters that I have played. I've played Iron Man, Venom, Cloak and Dagger, Mantis. Who else have I played? Magneto. Outside of Iron Man and Venom, Cloak and Dagger, Mantis, and Magneto are not characters that I favor from Marvel. So you can't say, oh, Steel, you just like the game because it's Marvel. It helps. But you know what else helps? Good character design, good gameplay, fair gameplay for the most part, from what I can tell. Because I know people are complaining right now, oh, we need roll queue. Oh, the game feels unbalanced. I am playing with randoms in ranked and having a fucking good time. Is every game perfect? No. Because again, we're in 2024 and people act like they don't know how to play a team-based game. You know what else is dope? Most of this time in these hero-based games, I pick my role and then I'm playing this character. If I got to play a different character, I'm probably SOL. I'm shut out of luck. In this game, I'll be waiting for people to pick their character. Who y'all picking? Oh, okay. I'll pick my character based on who you're picking. That it's getting back into those old Steel vibes of being more of a team player, right? Being more active, trying to think about what's going to benefit the team the best. And yeah, I hope that I can play these characters because those are the characters that I've played so far. But if I got to play a tank, okay, I'll play a tank. If I got to play an attacker, okay, boom, I'll play an attacker. Or if I got to play healer, boom, I got Emma Frost. Emma Frost is another one I never knew who this person was before. And I'm the Marvel dude. I like Marvel. I don't like DC like that. I know somebody asked us about the Superman trailer. I think the Superman trailer was all right, but we can get into that because I know somebody mentioned it in the chat. But Marvel Rivals innovated in the hero space, at least in the hero game space, for me in a way that makes it extremely attractive and appealing and makes me think about the game when I'm not playing it, right? It makes me consider. When I'm looking through my list of games, I'm like, even for Path of Exile 2, and I'm in Path of Exile, like I'm in it. There'll be moments when I've come home from work or whatever, and I'm like, you know what? I think I want to play some Marvel Rivals today. That's where this gameplay has come from. What you got for me, Pong? You got a question?
Yeah. Well, not a question. More of a comment though, Steel, because I think it's. I haven't played Marvel Rivals yet. Obviously, I've seen your gameplay and I've watched other people play it. I said I wanted to download this and play it. Did I download it on PC? I can't remember. I think I downloaded one, but I didn't download it on the Xbox. But anyways, haven't played it yet. But I think what you're speaking to right now, Steel, and about the Cloak and Dagger situation, and just in general, how you are playing this game differently, and you're actually back to trying to be a team player and all that kind of stuff. I think that's why the conversations around Marvel Rivals and dismissing it just as, oh, it's only popular because of the Marvel IP, I think goes to the wider issue, something that we were kind of just talking about as well. And it goes back to Concord and other conversations that we've had.
Okay,
You can't simply dismiss it because it's a Marvel IP, and that's the only reason why it's popular, because that goes to the conversation, the wider conversation that we have been having about characters who are cool are important to video games.
Yeah.
Characters who appeal
100%.
to the audience but I've been seeing more and more as these conversations have gone on, and I understand people are frustrated with the constant over the topness. A lot of times a game gets a new trailer or just gets announced, and instantaneously the conversation goes to, oh, look at how the character's ugly or whatever the case may be. And we're going to talk about it with Intergalactic, etc. But I think it does. I've seen other people now starting to go, characters looks don't matter. Only gameplay and good story matters. And now, see, again, when the pendulum swings, then you see that, and then I go, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You guys are bullshitting. This is a visual medium, okay? Just like I always say, like movies, why are all, or okay, not all, but depending on, for the most part, actors are good-looking human beings for the most part. And most
of them are.
Most of them are. The most popular, the highest paid are usually all good-looking people. Okay? Why? Because it's a visual medium, and that
100%.
People are attracted to that. So I think that, again, I hate the dismissal of this game. Oh, it's only popular. It copied Overwatch completely. It's only popular because it's Marvel. Well, okay. But to your point, Steel, it's got great gameplay and really well designed. And sure, they took inspiration and obviously a lot from Overwatch, but hey, that's great. That's what you're supposed to do when you're trying to create a game like this. But it is important to also acknowledge the fact that the freaking design, the character designs, they could have screwed them up. Had they come out with some janky ass looking Marvel characters and they had not done them justice, I don't think this game probably would have been as popular as it is. So looks and cool factor are important to gaming, and we got to stop with diminishing that and saying it's never about that. Bullshit. It is about that in a lot of ways. Is it always the most important thing in a game? No. Are there games that certainly overcame ugly ass freaking characters with great gameplay and great story? Of course, we got a 360 generation that proves that, okay?
Yeah.
There was plenty of games that didn't have good-looking characters that still were freaking fantastic. However, having cool characters, having good-looking characters certainly does not hurt your game in any way.
Not
and
at
chances are actually gives it a better chance of succeeding by a pretty good degree if you do it right. And I think that Marvel's is a great example of that. It's not just a Marvel IP, because they could have screwed all that shit up as well. They could have done some really bad character design and messed it all up. It's the total package that makes this game what it is right now, and why people, does everybody stick with it? Well, that's going to be the long road, is going to depend upon the developers creating more game modes that can keep people interested, how they expand it, what the roster is going to look like as they continue to expand it out. That's still going to be a factor down the road. But initially, you give yourself a great chance at getting noticed by having aesthetically pleasing characters done right. And with a Marvel IP, obviously, you got to make them right, because we know Marvel fans, we know any kind of comic fans, they're going to be hard on you if you screw up the characters. Like they are not going to like your game if you fuck it up. this one didn't do that. They did a great job. So I just want to
and
give
they're
them
being
credit.
creative with the designs as well. It's
Yeah.
not like they're just, oh, we
Yeah.
picked a specific era of characters that we're pulling from. No, they're coming up. We're talking about characters that people outside of like Iron Man, Venom, back. Of course, you got your big ones there, but people are playing characters and are talking about characters that you have never fucking have heard about or have cared about before, which is important. I think is important.
Yep. Yep.
Like, yes, Cloak and Dagger has a TV show, and I think I did watch a bit of season 1. I haven't watched season 2, if I'm remembering correctly, but that was some time ago. I was never thinking about them past that, right? And I like the idea of the whole light and dark thing, but in the way they have it set up in this game, it makes me like, when I saw the character design at first, even in the beta, I was like, damn, I like what they did. It's like this whole daytime, nighttime thing, and the way that they portray it as well. And then you go through the other characters and you see the design that they put in place. It is a solid merit. I think it's a better looking game than Overwatch will ever be. I think that's the other part of it as well, right? Yes, you have had your clones, you have had paladins, you have had, I can't think of the other ones that I've played just offhand, but you have had your Overwatch quote unquote clones. I think this one does step that quality bar up and does make people pay attention a little bit more to the design of, hey, I like playing a cool character. If I'm going to be gender locked into whoever this character is supposed to be, great. That doesn't mean that they can't have cool designs. It can't, hey, even if you give me a base design that I don't think is the greatest. For an example, Punisher. I don't think his design is the greatest design for Punisher. He does have some other costumes though, or some other fits that are pretty goddamn fly. So if I wanted to play Punisher, I have something to work towards already. Right? Like, boom, I want to unlock this fit. Then I feel good about playing Punisher now, right? At least for me. And giving that option to the players, I don't think is a bad thing. You're enticing people with options. And when you see the design from character to character in Marvel Rivals, that's why it works. Whoever is the creative behind this game understands the objective. I need to create an appealing game. We can't just have mechanics from one game and not also have an appealing game. It has to be marketable. It needs to sell. Yes, it's Marvel. It's an expensive IP. Hey, what can we do? And this, I think it's a good marriage I think they found a solid marriage for the hero shooter genre. And I do think that this helps give competition in a space that felt like nobody was offering competition to Overwatch. Let's be real. Because when you say that name, who else are you putting in the conversation? And I'm not even an Overwatch player. The next game that I can think of is Paladins, and Paladins was a good game, but is it Marvel Rivals? No, it's not. I just hope that the Marvel Rival people don't get in trouble for any more law type shit behind the scenes. Because people are like, I forgot it was something that happened within the last 2 weeks that got put out there, but apparently it was some gambling or something happened, or some inside trading, something going on, so, like something else crazy that was happening at the studio that people got in trouble for. That was wild. Hey, y'all got to relax. Y'all got a good thing here. Nobody needs to go away. They created this good thing, right? Unless they are truly some evil people, then then I can't do anything about that. Crow, and I agree, Paladins was good. When I played Paladins, I would have rather played Paladins than Overwatch. I tried Overwatch too, and it was cool in the beginning, but it felt like Overwatch 1.5. It felt like for what? What's happening in chat? What are we laughing about, chat?
Eastside's on a tear. Eastside's on a tear. I love him. Eastside, seriously, incels, just because somebody wants attractive people in their games. Come on, man. Listen, Jack, you guys are having the conversation about Jack from Mass Effect.
No, she was my favorite character in Mass Effect.
Dude, because but I didn't.
I'm not even gonna lie to y'all.
I her the sexiest, but she was a badass because she was a stone cold murderer.
Hey, well, let me tell you something.
And that's cool. If she was, I have zero problem with you saying that she.
Hey, you know how people felt about Miranda?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I felt about Jack.
Hey,
Don't lie. Until I found out Liara was she's the one.
Everybody's got their thing. But I also agree that Jack was one of many, and you had a choice, right? Jack. That's the difference sometimes. And again, we're going to talk about it when we get into Intergalactic a little bit, because we will have that conversation. We have to have it now that we started talking about this shit. We're going to have the conversation, because I think there's some valid point. There's some not valid points, but there's some valid points, at least that I picked up on. And I'm thinking of it a different way. That's what I told Steele behind the scenes about why she doesn't necessarily work with the game. And again, just face value from one trailer.
I think I know where you're going to go, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if you do. But anyways, not everybody's an incel just because they like sexy women in their games. Come on, East Side. But no, I think Jack is a great example of a character that does work because it fits exactly who she was as a stone cold murderer. She was cold blooded, bro. Like, Jack was ridiculous.
But she also was.
She was messed up.
She was fucked.
Right. Her backstory made it. Like,
and that took it to a different level. Yo,
solidified what the hell, why that way.
I'm sad for your OG fans, because bro, whoever y'all had cooking for Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, y'all are insane. Y'all are freaking insane. Yobi, I 100% agree with you. He says Jack in ME3 was extra sexy with the long hair. Hey, Jack was doing Jack in ME3. That was surprising. That threw me off for a sec. I was like, hey, yo, especially after ME2.
Still like it the other way. Bro, her tats were something else.
Her looking 3.
Her tats were something else.
They did. That's some good character design in ME3, for sure. And ME2 as well. That Mass Effect just in general. Mass Effect.
East Side, and again, I ain't gonna judge what you find sexy or not, but you can't call everybody who has a different style of woman that they like to just be incels. Like, that's the kind of language that it's too much. It's too much on all sides.
When you just throw it around, like, yeah,
it loses all meaning, and it just doesn't work anymore. It loses power. Again, there's so many words now that we've lost over the past decade that just don't mean shit anymore. And it's just been overused. And again, woke is a perfect example. It's just overused now to the point where it's losing its meaning. And it just, I've
gotten salty about that. I feel like the old man in the room when people throw around woke so much, because it's like, bro, that's like the way that people use it. That is literally not the point. That was not the way that it was supposed to be used, bro. It was literally meant to say that, hey, you're woke. And it was meant to in a good way. You are waking up from the system. You are waking up from the matrix. You're thinking outside of the box. That's what woke meant. I don't know. In the last decade, I felt like I've been asleep, because all of nowhere, I felt like it just took on a completely different thing. I was like, hey, yo, what in the entire hell is happening? Because
that was used in that good way, right? It was used to push a whole different agenda. And so when that happened, right, that pushed a whole different agenda, then again, there was a counter reaction that took the word, turned it into a negative, and that's where we are now, right? And so it's tough, man. It's
let's
tough.
Let's talk about it. Let's go to the back half of the show with the game of the year and whatnot. I think that'd be a good way to really end off the show as we wind things down. Get into the game of the year, what we're excited for next year, because again, there's more juicy things being shown out there. Again, the one game from those devs and everything, the space game that was recently shown. Paul, what's the name of it? They just had the most recent trailer for it.
Which one?
Jesus, I hate to do that live to y'all. It was a new game that is coming out. It's third person. It has a Mass Effect feel to it.
Oh, you're talking about oh god, it's on the tip of my tongue. Hold on. Somebody in the chat's probably gonna get it for me. What's that?
Exodus.
There we go.
Exodus is what I was thinking about. Especially a game like Exodus. Again, you're speaking directly to me when you show me a game trailer like that, which I'll probably pop up on screen for you guys at some point. But let's get into this intergalactic conversation. Pong, I mean, if you want to kind of jump into it more so, lead into it, you may be a bit more informed, but that will also give me a chance to pop the video up in the background for y'all because I want y'all to be able to watch it. We'll loop it and everything. Real quick, I've just surface level. I have heard that people, for whatever reason, do feel like Naughty Dog, especially after the name popped up at the end, that Naughty Dog is going down a route that is following up behind what people were saying about Last of Us 2. That's why I brought up the scene about Last of Us 1, the TV show, about the gay scene or whatever. Again, that character was in the game, right? Yep. They just went more in depth and gave you a different perspective in the show. But again, the conversation should still be there. Nonetheless, because of what apparently has happened with Abby in The Last of Us 2, and also with my guy Joel Rich, which is, again, with Last of Us 2 coming to PC, makes me interested now to possibly jump in. And again, this is a game that I've sworn off because of the multiplayer. So if I get it on PC, it's going to be interesting to see how I ended up getting on PC, because I might just end up waiting for a sale, because by the time that it comes out, I'm going to be playing Monster Hunter Wilds. So we'll see. But because of all the controversy that has happened, the forced feeling that people have about Abby and her being more cock diesel, people thought that she was trans. Find out she is a woman, full on. She's just a little bit more built. She got muscles. She's strong. She's tough. Probably one of the tougher looking people that I had seen throughout the game, if I'm just comparing it to what I saw in Last of Us Part 1, right? Which is what it's officially called now. I hate that. I wish I could just call it Last of Us 1. Nonetheless, she does look like she took some creatine. She does look like she had some roids or some help with some things. She had access to good food, bro. That's the only thing she's been doing. Full gym, bro. I keep telling Pong that she was so motivated by vengeance or just being angry that she was getting a full on workout in. During the time of
all time steal
during the time of a zombie apocalypse,
doing experiments on her. Yeah.
I guess so. But again, since I do not have the experience of Last of Us 2, but I do have my, I would say, rose tinted glasses coming from the Last of Us 1, and also watching the Last of Us TV show and taking in information about Neil Druckmann, his ideas on games, and just media overall, because again, let's be honest, he does seem to be wanting to go further, expand out further. Again, there is going to be a Last of Us 2 Part 2 to the TV show. There's a second season coming. But they're going a completely different direction. They're making a space type game. I know when I saw the trailer originally, and I will pull it up on screen when I pass it to Pong, with the Porsche spaceship. They got the Adidas shoes on, playing into the 80s, 90s vibes of electronics, everything being punchy, real button pushy, everything having that retro feel to it, right? I liked the overall feel that the trailer gave me. The second time that I watched it, I did feel like it drug on too long, which is something that I'm seeing from Naughty Dog be something that's consistent. I thought they were better with demonstrating Last of Us in comparison to this game. And I get that this game is supposed to be like an introduction, but I felt like they could have did better with a more action packed trailer versus what they brought this time around. It was just too slow. And again, the YouTube video itself, you have to take in consideration because it is heavily downvoted as well. I believe the downvotes are 2-1 in comparison to the upvotes likes. Guys, you could take that for what it is. I do think that part of that could be to what Pong's going to bring up here, get into it about conversation. But obviously, the community did not fully enjoy that trailer. And that is telling, especially for a PlayStation IP, right? Again, when you see the 2-1 downvotes, and maybe I'm tripping and those numbers have changed overnight, but the last time I checked, it was damn near 2-1 as far as the downvotes to upvotes for that trailer. Could be pacing, it could be a lot of things, but Pong, get us into this Intergalactic trailer, how you felt about it. This was shown at the Game Awards, and again, thought the Game Awards was pretty dope overall. We'll probably talk about that a little bit when we get into our games of the year, but Intergalactic has been a topic of discussion. Again, it's from Naughty Dog, the makers of Last of Us. Tell me what's going on, Brody, and how were you feeling when you saw that trailer there? Was it surprising to you? Was it interesting? And what are you taking from it, since I know you've seen it a few times now?
Oh yeah. No, well, you can go see my reaction because we were live streaming it. And this is the first Sony game that I said has me interested in buying a PlayStation. And again, if this probably not, it's already been in production for 4 years. For anybody who doesn't know, so this started in 2020. If this hits this generation, it might. If it's not PC day one, this will be the first one where I go. Again, I'll have to see gameplay, but just off the trailer, I was like, this might be the first game that actually makes me want to go pick up a PS5 to play it. And again, I'll have to wait and see what the gameplay is like. And that's, again, coming from a studio that I really did love after The Last of Us 1 to Naughty Dog. I loved Uncharted. Uncharted 2 is one of the GOATs for me. So I have history with Naughty Dog, right? Jak and Daxter. Oh my God. Me and the kiddo played the shit out of Jak and Daxter. I love Naughty Dog. And I love The Last of Us 1. It's one of my GOATs too. Top 10, depending on the day of the week. All time. So that's my history with Naughty Dog. Last of Us 2 came along. Neil, I think, lost the plot. He's doing what he wants to do. So again, I'm not going to sit here and tell him he's wrong for doing what he wants to do. He took the story in a direction that I can't follow. He took the story. It's not the story I wanted. And I think a lot of it was self-serving for himself, which is, again, he's in the position to be able to do that. He can do that. It's just not the story I wanted. So Last of Us 2 doesn't exist for me, and I'll never go touch it. Again, I'm not sitting here trashing the game itself as far as gameplay goes. I've watched people play through the entire game. I've watched it all, and the gameplay is phenomenal. Again, I have zero problems with the gameplay, but I am a dude that was invested in The Last of Us 1 and story-wise, so I just won't go back to it. I just say all this. I just get my history with Naughty Dog out of the way because I'm not the hater. And again, you guys know that for the most part. But if somebody listens to this down the road that's never listened to me in Steel, they might not know where I come from. So I just redo that just to let everybody know. So when I saw this trailer, I was blown away, Steel. Right? You guys can go see the reaction over on Fun Speculation Mavs channel. And I was blown away. This is like up my alley completely. Neil came out and said they took specific influence from Cowboy Bebop and, of course, Akira. And this is set in the 80s. They got the Pet Shop Boys in the fucking trailer. Then we come to find out afterwards that 9 Inch Nails is going to do the soundtrack.
Yeah, that's
you
phenomenal.
are blowing my mind, Neil. Okay, so he's got me all on board, right? So again, zero problems. When I initially watched the trailer, right, got the fact that she's a bounty hunter, and her name is Jordan Munn, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, that's the character's name, Jordan Munn. And she's played by the actress Tati, forgive me if I'm pronouncing it wrong, but I think it's Tati Gabrielle. And again, they did a nice job, as Naughty Dog always does. She does look like herself,
just like the character,
hair, if she shaved her head, right? And she's got shorter hair naturally. I've seen some clips of her now, obviously, because that's been brought up as well, some of her viewpoints. But when I saw the character, it didn't bother me. I knew what the conversation was going to be right away the minute I saw it. Again, this is Neil, so I knew the minute she popped on the screen what the conversation was going to be. This game was also started, now that we know, in 2020, which things at that point hadn't started boiling over like they have in recent years, right? So Neil was still in his bag back then. He likes girl bosses, which is fine. Again, for anybody who doesn't know, I'm the dude who will 90% of the time, 95% of the time, if you give me the choice between a male and female character to create, I will create a female character. Okay?
It's a good point, Pong. Let people know.
I have zero problem playing female characters in games. In fact, I love it. Okay? I enjoy the fuck out of it, generally speaking. Through my experience in all these decades, even the girl actors for the girl characters are done better than usually the male characters are, for whatever reason. That's what I find.
Females better in Mass Effect than male Shepard.
Right. Correct. Yeah, it was Fem Shep out the gate. So, anyways, I knew what the conversation was going to be. They knew what the conversation was going to be because they turned off the comments, never allowed it to happen. They knew what the conversation was going to be.
People overlooked that.
So again, it's here's where I'm going to come from. Let me give you a little bit of the breakdown again for who anybody doesn't know about the Intergalactic. The Heretic Prophet is the full title. It's a little bit of a mouthful, but whatever. Over 250 developers have been working on it for the last 4 years, and this comes from Shinobi, who broke it down right afterwards. After layoffs, Naughty Dog underwent a restructuring that Neil Druckmann that would ensure the company could operate as an IP powerhouse, returns to the Naughty Dog's roots in action adventure that started the studio's reputation with Crash Bandicoot. Story is set in an alternative universe where space travel has significantly advanced by 1986. Play as Jordan Munn, a dangerous bounty hunter who ends up stranded on Semperia, a distant planet whose communication with the outside universe went dark hundreds of years ago. Will be an emotional, character-driven epic journey with the deepest gameplay in Naughty Dog's history, taking our leanings from our previous franchises and pushing them beyond anything we've ever done before. Takes inspiration from classic anime like Akira and Cowboy Bebop, scored by Nine Inch Nails artist Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. God, shout out to the Hall of Fame right there. All this is really good, like good stuff to hear. So just picking up on Jordan Munn and the conversation around her. I expected ever since Uncharted, right? After Uncharted, Neil has undergone something where his idea of the female character, call it what you want, you call it a fetish, whatever. His girl boss characters, you can have attractive, strong female characters. Like we've seen that a billion times in video games. But Neil has this thing for more masculine type feminine characters. Right. That's obvious. Again, Abby is obvious that he and even Ellie to a certain degree had more masculine qualities to her as well, although still maintained a feminine appearance in a lot of ways. She definitely had more masculine qualities about her. And obviously this Jordan Munn is right in line with that. Now, do I necessarily have a problem? No, I don't have a problem with that. I like muscle mommies, as Eastside Vandal was saying in the chat.
Yeah,
I like all sorts of different types of females. I'm one of the dudes who, finds attractiveness in a lot of different shapes, in ways. I certainly have my preferences, but again, that doesn't turn me off. Here's where going back and watching this trailer now, I probably watched it probably a half dozen times, or maybe 70 times. I've gone back and watched it in 4K because I love, again, the aesthetic style. You guys go see my reaction. You can go watch it live. I was blown away because it's everything that I love. And I instantly, I said it right afterwards, before Neil even confirmed it, that he was going for a Cowboy Bebop aesthetic here. Like I was like, holy shit, he's doing it. The character herself does not fit for me to the story now. Now, again, this is just off the trailer without getting any background. This is without knowing details. This is without seeing more fleshed out details. So I'm not passing 1,000.
I'll give you this.
Yeah.
I'll give you this, Pong. And maybe this helps and maybe this doesn't. This is going to be a TLDR because I see some people asking about it in the chat. I'm not going to give you the full spoilers about what the game is going to be about. Ladies and gentlemen, you can find that out for yourself if you want to. It is out there. But apparently, maybe this is it. Because, again, this is only still an idea, right? I don't know. And, again, I don't know if you ended up seeing this, Pong. She's apparently hiding. Or on the run, or trying not to stand out, right?
Sure.
Is the background for the character so far. Maybe that plays into it, maybe it doesn't. Again, even without knowing that, go ahead.
If it doesn't change. From my
perspective. Cool.
But again, that's fine. She doesn't fit. So let's look at this, and you guys are gonna have to follow me a little bit here. Set 1980s, right? Confirmed. This is 1986, where space travel has significantly advanced, right? So it's set in 86. So you're taking that 80s style intergalactic, right? You're taking that to space. That's obvious because what is she flying, Steel? She's flying a Porsche.
Yes.
Space.
Yes.
Okay. So number one, if she's flying a Porsche spacecraft in the 1980s, Porsche at no time has ever been cheap, correct?
That is true.
It's been a luxury vehicle forever.
Yes.
And I would imagine in a space future set in 1986 that Porsche would still be extremely expensive to have a spaceship like that, right? Okay, perfect. She is wearing cool ass, new looking
Coolest, yeah.
Adidas,
Coolest,
right?
coolest,
Which in
yeah.
80s was the brand, thanks to large part to Run DMC. Of course, Adidas, right? Adidas,
I love me some. Right? I love the ones she had on too.
Yeah. But she's wearing some
One of my
cool ass
favorites.
futuristic Adidas. Her fit, the leather jacket, all of it. She's got this Porsche spaceship with the high end Sony rack CD jukebox in there. So Neil has grabbed all the flash and dash and pizzazz of Akira, of Cowboy Bebop in her surrounding steel. Grabbed all of it. But then you get a character that looks like she just left fucking prison. You look like a character that just broke herself out of fucking some asteroid prison cell. And she's got the cocky attitude, but she doesn't have the cocky looks. And to me, this is where it's jarring when I watch the trailer now. And again, it's me. So again, if you guys don't agree, I don't care. This is my perspective though. And this is not, again, when I first saw the trailer, I knew the conversation was going to happen, but I wasn't even thinking that route, right? As I've watched it, it bothers me that she does not fit all of that 80s oozing style with her looks. And even if she is on the run and not trying to stand out, Steel, shaving your head in 1986 as a female would still be a statement.
Okay.
Just as wearing mohawks.
I get your point. We're
making a statement.
You stand out more.
And you
if you would have stood out more.
Because again, I'm just taking directly, and I'm being literal here, and it's a video game, but I'm being literal. If Neil is saying this is a futuristic 1980s, that it is still set in the 80s, then I lived through that time period, so I know kind of what I'm talking about here. Right, as to what that meant, and he obviously does too, because he's taken all of the stuff that I go, yes, that is 80s. Yes, holy shit, that's 80s. Like I said, it was a retro future tech that I love. The look of everything.
They did really good with
but
it.
She, the character herself, does not fit that mold. And it is kind of jarring to me now watching the trailer, because if she's not trying to stand out, Steel, what's with the fucking leather jacket? What's with the
Porsche
glowing
spaceship,
Adidas? What's going with the glowing Adidas? And she's got an expensive Porsche spaceship, Steel, which means she must have had some money. She must have been a damn good bounty hunter at one point. Why does she look like she just broke out of fucking prison, bro? Like, that's the side where I go, maybe Neil again and again. He started this
because she could have stole it. She could have stole it all.
She could have stolen. But it looks like she's damn successful because she's got this agent, right? It seems like she all the shots to her agent, because the agent tries to push back her on this bounty she wants to go after, which obviously is personal, right? It's the bounty. I got that from the trailer. Whoever that dude is in that picture, it's personal between them. And the agent tries to push back on her, and then she just threatens to go somewhere else. And so the agent bows down to her. So that means that she is obviously well established. This is not.
Well, she's nice. She's nice.
Yeah. So I just think it would have been a lot cooler. Not that he had to have the sexiest woman of all time. Not that she had to look like Eve from Stellar Blade. Not that she had to look like from the first Descendant women at all. She could have had the same type of athletic look that she's currently got. But damn it, she should have the hair to match. She should have the 80s hair to match. She should be like stylish. She should look like the characters from Cowboy Bebop, or she should look like the characters from Akira, who are all really stylish in some way, because both of those were kind of set in that 80s futuristic kind of sci-fi mode too. And he took everything from them. And it just, that's where I think the character doesn't work. for me, as of this moment, again, that's not to say I'm not going to play this fucking game. Again, if the gameplay looks dope, the laser swords, all that shit looks freaking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the aesthetic is good.
Just because she doesn't,
the design is good.
Just because she's a little jarring to me doesn't mean I'm not going to play this game or have the same hype for it. It's just that's where I think that there is some genuine conversation that Neil, again, he has. I don't know. You'll never know the hearts of men. I always say that. I'm just saying from the outside looking in, he does seem to have this thing now where his female girl boss characters have to have this masculine qualities to them for him to be able to write them and for him to interject them into his games, which is fine. Again, he is the man. He can do what he wants to do. However, don't expect no pushback. But do I think absolutely 100% that this was just woke? No, this is Neil. This is Druckmann's idea. This is not forced, okay? This is just Druckmann's idea, putting her in there. And maybe it'll make sense. Maybe as a story comes out, like you said, Steel, or maybe as the gameplay comes out, maybe it'll make more sense why she looks as hard as she does when I don't think she should look this hard. She just looks really hard. And I just, maybe it'll change. Maybe it'll totally make sense. Maybe she did steal everything. Maybe she took somebody's identity. I don't know. Maybe she took everything. And it'll totally make sense. Maybe she did break out of a prison and become a bounty hunter. To me, that's where I think just from the trailer, again, without knowing anything else, she does not work for me personally. That's all. And she's not attractive to me at all. And again, I don't need that to play a female character. I don't need to be sexually attracted to a video game character to play. Okay, that's not the case. Again, played plenty of games where that's not the case. I just think that she just does not fit the whole style that he's going for in that game right now.
Okay.
Am I crazy?
Are you crazy? No, man. I mean, from your thought process, I can see what you're speaking to. And the main reason is because of previous history. You can't ignore previous history and deny that it has may have something of an effect. But I'm also somebody who, if somebody is chosen as an actor, have that actor's likeness in the game represented well, I think is dope, right? I am also somebody who doesn't mind changing the way that the characters look in a game, right? As far as just sticking with how the character looks in the game for me and the representation in the game and everything. To me, I don't see some of the things that you're speaking to in here. At least outside looking in, and even trying to pull more from it. I feel like it fits now. Again, when you consider the 80s and everything, again, I've seen all types of people from all types of ways. And could there have been something like that? Sure. Could the time period, how the futuristic nature of where they're at, obviously they're way more advanced than we would have ever been. At this point, it seems almost 1,000 years separate from what we would have ever been able to experience. So the ideologies at that time, their version of the 80s, or whatever his version of the 80s at this time, is going to be completely different than what we would depict, right? So he does have some creative freedom as far as that goes. Although he is quite obviously also pulling from the 80s aesthetic as he is telling his version of whatever it is in this game. If it's obviously, I will also say it's not, I don't think it's based on in reality per se. And it's hard to say that because of him using so many brands that we would recognize today. Correct. That would tell somebody immediately. And I think this plays into why you feel the way that you do about it. That, hey, well, you're obviously taking like modern things or taking things that we recognize for a reason. So it draws this realism to it for you and would make you feel like, hey, well, during the 80s, I have this idea and like this is what I would think would fit this aesthetic a little bit more, especially for this character. And you lived during that time. You were lively and, again, much more active than I would have ever been. I've only ever heard stories and seen movies and videos and things like that, right? Nixie's making some points too. I saw Decado making some points as well. It's like, guys, and there could have been all kinds of people that it could have been during that time. They probably could have been in a role like this. Was that your more popular characters? No. The one thing that I will agree with you though, Pong, she's not iconic. I will say that.
She's got no cool factor.
When I came away,
when I look at her, yeah.
When I came away after this trailer, and the more that I continue to watch it, even as you were talking, just trying to take in things that you were saying and trying to, put them kind of side by side of how I feel about her or what I'm visually seeing. This is something that I've spoken to before for PlayStation that I think is a problem and continues to be a problem. Why is this character for a game from one of your biggest first party studios, from one of your brainchilds, is supposed to be this magical person as far as game creativeness goes or game design goes or this overall person, right? Why do we have once again another character that does not have that cool factor to them? Yes, she's cool for the game. Sure. And if it was anybody else, right, I'd be like, it looks like it's going to be a solid game. But it's PlayStation first party. This isn't a small budgeted game. And mind you, they put these brands in here for a reason. These brands are helping fund this game, right? Obviously, this man, Neil, he's got some bigger reach and is in some other pockets than you normally have seen from other video game companies, right? Last time I've seen so much of this branding, at least in my memory that I can think about right now, is like Midnight Club, right? And even that was a little bit different. And even that was different. So for this, for me, I don't understand why we have another big game and you didn't make the character stand out a little bit more. Maybe that plays into what Pong is saying. I don't necessarily know what it is. I don't know what would have fixed it. I'm not saying that, if she would have been showing more cleavage, or she would have been wearing a skimpier outfit, I don't think any of that would have changed it. I do think that the character is still cool and I still have interest in the game, right? So it's like, for me, I don't know what you would have needed to do to give this character the cool factor. Maybe she gains her cool factor, but I don't want a poster of this character. I mean, I like the image that they put out with her holding the gun like this. It's a cool wallpaper or whatever, but like, it's not something I would buy.
Cool to Neil a lot of times though, Steel, again with his girl boss characters, are their attitudes. And I think he's wrong in thinking that cocky ass attitude that she portrays in this, and obviously in The Last of Us 2 with his female characters, they're different attitudes, and they're, Abby's overly aggressive, vengeance-ridden kind of attitude in the beginning. I think sometimes he thinks that's what carries his characters. This is where I think Neil overthinks sometimes, or actually thinks he's smarter than everybody else. And that's where he misses, is that I don't need my girl character to have that look of coolness. Just her being cocky and giving off that.
Yeah, like
that is a more masculine.
Yeah, it's not enough.
In general, not that there's no cocky ass women, but in general, that is a more masculine type attitude that is, when it's portrayed, doesn't hit with it doesn't hit with me. There's a way to do it, but the way that he does it in this trailer just didn't hit with me. Like you said, it doesn't give off a cool factor. You wouldn't want the poster in your room of her. Like, it just, that's something missing. And I saw some, there might be
some other moments. There might be some other moments that stand out to me that give her that cool factor. Like, I like the way her spaceship looks. Like,
all that.
What I'm speaking to is, it's not that the game doesn't look cool. Yes, the game is cool, but that's the thing. It's the overall thing that's cool, when ideally, especially for big games like this, again, we're talking about them spending the hundreds of M's that they're going to be spending on a game like this. for the person who's making the game. It's just, why are we not digging a little bit deeper into, hey, how can we make this character more iconic? How can we plaster this all over the place in different forms of media, create an anime around it, right? There should be no reason why you can't. And they can still do those things. And again, those things could build up that factor for her. Just to me, I have to be forthright with you guys and just say that I walked away from the trailer initially like, hey, that seems cool. I'm interested. I like the aesthetic. You're speaking to me. You got robots in here. Got an energy blade. You got a Porsche spaceship. Wasn't expecting that. Like, just everything about it. Playing into the 80s, 90s themes. Cool. Cowboy beat. Like, you're talking up my alley. I hear you. But what are you going to do with the rest of the game when I don't necessarily think, because now one of the first things I'm thinking about, at least, how can I customize this character? Right? That's what I'm thinking about. And that's me as a gamer, but you guys know I'm always looking at customization in games. But the first thing I'm thinking about, how can I make her a little bit more like what I'm rocking with? Even with Joel and stuff, like, there's clothes and stuff that you can pick up. Like, I got the homie right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, in this, I'm interested to see where it's going to end up going. I don't necessarily see all the things that Pong was speaking to, being that deep at least. I feel like she does fit, but I do agree with Pong that there is something off about the character.
Here we go. East side. Did Ripley? I was gonna bring up again the fact that you can have cool characters, right? We've had plenty of female characters that even from the 80s movies that fit that role, right? People bring up all the time.
I want to customize everybody.
Did Ripley have masculine attitude traits? Yeah, but she also had very feminine traits, Eastside Vandal. If you remember how she started, she was forced into a situation of life and death, at which point she started exuding some masculine leadership traits, right, that were obviously inherently in her. She didn't just make them up and out of the blue. She wasn't faking until she make it. She obviously had that in her as a character, but when the movie started, she also had some very feminine traits. Again, there is nothing wrong with that at all. Again, absolutely female. They're not exclusive to males. What I'm saying is that Neil's whole point, Ripley also looked good, right? Okay, she was a good-looking character. Whether you found her attractive or not, I always found her as attractive. Okay, Ripley was an attractive character. The point of fact is that I think Neil sometimes dismisses the look of his characters, hence why he made Abby the way that he did. Again, I know there's other things that he says why he made Abby the way she did, but I think sometimes he thinks that he can get away with that and then have these female characters portray very masculine traits and be cool, because that's way that a male character sometimes can come off and be cool. And he thinks that can translate in a lot of ways. Sure, there's certain audience members who have zero problem with that, but there is going to be a certain group of the audience that you're trying to attract to your game that are going to go, that's not like attractive to me. Like I don't want my female character to be that way. Like, and again, it's personal taste. It's always going to be that. Again, I had zero problem. Drunkman can do this. And I saw somebody earlier too say that, and when I said it, I don't think it's a woke thing per se, that this is just Drunkman. Listen, Drunkman is very open about his progressiveness. Okay. So again, when I say it's not a woke thing or forced, what I'm saying is this is what Drunkman wants to do. It's what Drunkman wants to create. And again, I'm not saying that it's not in line with that he might not have her in there for a very specific reason, to be a, whatever. We don't know what her sexuality is. I don't care. Again, that shit is so weird to me. That's why it's so jarring when they do it on purpose in games. But we don't know that. But I'm just saying that from the standpoint, I don't think Drunkman created her just to. It's just Drunkman naturally, I guess is what I should say. That's his natural type of character to create at this point. That's what I was saying. His girl boss characters have taken ever since he got away from Uncharted. Because again, go watch Uncharted. Female characters are still strong, but they're very feminine in their looks and their style, right? Ever since then, he's gone away from that more and more, and I think that that's just a part of who he is, and that's who he likes.
Hey, and if that's what he wants to, and if that's what he wants to make, then great. As long as it's represented well, he gives me plenty of customization. I'm good, bro. Like it's really not that big of a thing for me. But it's something that you notice with creatives, man. And I think there's a lot to kind of just have discussion about, right? If you see certain things that you see, and Pong said that it would be good just for conversation purposes, regardless, man. Like at the end of the day,
I think I've made it clear that I'm basing this off the trailer. I'm simply having a discussion around the bigger discussion that's being had on this character, and why, to me, watching the trailer back, she is jarring. She doesn't fit the mold, but like I said, maybe once I see more about her, she'll fit better into that. I'm just saying, from what Neil himself have publicly said about aesthetically what he is going for here, I don't think she visually fits that mold of what he was going for. And that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that's why I think that she is out of place here. I made it very clear. It's based on the trailer, without knowing anything about her background and what's going on, right? Without knowing what the gameplay is going to be. I can see some inconsistencies in her visual look to what Neil himself was going for, that he said, and he also portrayed in the rest of the environments around her. He portrayed something completely different than what her character looks like. That's all I was saying. Again, I'm not saying that's what discussions are, a lot of assumptions. Okay, so we'll find out more when the game comes out. And again, I am saying that some of the nonsense, some of the bullshit conversations that are happening around here, I think are really bullshit. Again, if you don't know who Neil is at this point, I'm sorry. I mean, again, Neil's been pretty vocal about who he is, what he likes to do. He likes to circumvent expectations. Again, people who say that are going to do certain things in their creativity that a lot of people are going to go, what the fuck is it? Why are we doing this? It's just who Neil is. And again, he has a right to make this game, and you have a right to play it or not play it. I'm still hyped about this game. It is the one game that Sony has shown this entire generation that actually has me thinking about buying a PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
So again,
I agree with that too.
killed that off. There's a picture right there on the screen right now. I'm seeing it. It's already passed, of her old crew, where she actually had some hair still. Yeah. And had they given her even that look, I would have been like, cool. She had short hair in that picture, right? That would have been cool. I'm saying that if she's trying to blend in, the bald look just doesn't cut it for me. It just really, and again,
if that's true, yeah, believe it.
If that's true, right. So, anyways,
yeah, I mean, again, I don't think it's a bad conversation to have. It's definitely something to speak to, just from noticing some things. Yeah. And again, you have to consider these. You have to consider the creatives as in part of the discussion, right? And the differences that they could have. And if that's just his thing, then that's his thing, man. And again, I don't think the character's ugly. I don't think that she's not attractive or whatever the case. But again, I do think that it speaks to the iconic character syndrome that I think that companies are failing to see. That I do think that is important. It speaks back into earlier when we were talking about character design with Marvel Rivals as an example. It ties right back into that. Now, could she have cosmetics and things that make her more cooler for me? Maybe. That could be very well part of the process. It looks like it might be. If that's what she's going to have, this mercenary bounty hunter kind of thing going on. I hope that I can change fits and I know from at least from what the leaks were saying that we're not going to have any space travel. We're not going to be in space at all. We're not going to be flying the ship at all. That's going to be a cutscene. Everything is going to be planet based from what the leaks were saying.
No. And Chris, I don't, welcome to the show, by the way, Chris.
Hey, appreciate you, Chris.
Everybody. Listen, he said, is a girl boss to you just more athletic build without long hair? So if they look feminine, it's fine. Hero characters should have confidence, right? We have seen the world. We haven't seen the world to know their culture. I don't know where you got that. I said that all girl bosses have to be that way, a certain way. At all. That's why I explained where I was coming from. Again, the character itself, just to the trailer and to what they're going for, the flash and dash of the 60s. Neil himself said that they were inspired by movies such as Akira and Cowboy Bebop. If you look at those, right, The characters have flash and dash. He's going for the ace, literally set in the 80s, right? Her ship is flashy. Her shoes are flashy, right? Do I think a bald-headed woman per se is flashy with no makeup or anything? Nothing? Yeah, no. Like I said, no. And that's fine. She doesn't have to be. I'm just saying that's why she doesn't fit into the trailer and the aesthetic that Neil claims he's going for with this game, and why it's a little off for me when I watch the trailer. That's it. Again, not every girl boss fits a certain type. Girl bosses can be very extreme. Miranda from Mass Effect was a girl boss, and she was extremely feminine. Okay, but she was a girl boss. Girl bosses come in all shapes and sizes. Just like
she had that attitude to her. That made me not like her like that. I didn't like her like that.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And again, it's going to be personal taste. But to say that there should be no pushback ever against any characters, I guess the bigger conversation too, Steel, is I know people are sick and tired of this happening when a game shows up for the first time nowadays. It gets judged instantaneously for a million different reasons.
That's what happens.
Right? It gets judged. But to say that there is no valid conversations, that everybody is grifting, that everybody is just throwing it out there because it's not an Eve looking type woman or a First Descendant type woman, and canceling conversations. No,
that's not why.
We can have big conversations about whether or not, like Steele said, cool characters can make a difference in a game. And we are still experiencing a visual medium. Like I said before, it's an interactive visual medium. First impressions are still very important, no matter what we're talking about, right? It doesn't even have to just be video games. First impressions can mean everything. And I'm just saying, I can understand why some people found her to not fit with the motif, right? To not be, like Steele said, that cool character that made me go, holy shit, I just saw a Porsche spaceship. I just saw this freaking Sony jukebox CD, retro tech looking situation. I just heard the Pet Shop Boys playing in the background. And I just saw
anime. The music.
I saw anime on this TV screen. I see these retro CRT monitors everywhere, just like we did back in the day with Aliens, etc. All the movies that I grew up with. Oh my God, all this looks cool. And then I see her and go, oh, well, I like the clothes. Like the fit is good, man. Like that's dope. The short, I mean, I got the short red leather Akira jacket on, right? We got the glowing Adidas, like all this. And then you look at her and you go, oh, okay. Meh. Like, again, she just doesn't necessarily fit with everything else that was happening. And I could see why people are talking about it. Like, hey, why is she kind of not good looking, or why is she not flashy, or
why is she not cool? The way that I would put it is, why is she not iconic? Why is she not iconic looking?
Go with that. Yeah.
That's the easiest way that I can pitch it to somebody, so that you cannot, so that like you can get what I'm trying to say. It's not that she's not appealing. It's not that she's not attractive. It's none of those things. I even think that it fits, but it's not iconic. And why is it not that? Okay. Right. And I think that's something, and I think that is something that we're speaking to, because again, when I go into a video store, and again, this is going to be something that a lot of people can relate to, but when I just think about a game case, and I think about a wallpaper, or I think about a poster that I might want to have, it does not need to be Eve on. I wouldn't even have that. And I got two girls, bro. Like I have girls of my own. Like
Steel ain't even like that. Steel,
and I'm not even. I think the character, like, and I talk about that all the time. Like, hey, I like attractive characters, but I just think they don't have to be all like naked all the time. I think it's weird. Like we could have clothes on these people, right? And people think that that's something that you got to do, right? And I do think the First Descendant pushes it sometimes, it pushes it a little bit, but it's okay, right? Because that's the type of game that they created, right? But even then, they have options, right? Not everybody has to do that. What people decide to do with is what they decide to do with it. I just hope they bring in some more cosmetics, and I think they do good with the story and so on and so forth, right? It's interesting. So again, these are the type of things that I talked about. So Jasper said, why is Kratos iconic? Because he is bald. They are just following the formula. Kratos is iconic because he's bald. No, Kratos is iconic because he's a fucking cool character, dog. Like, he's a cool dude. Like, the way, again, it wasn't just, but, you know, that's a great example, Jasper, exactly. Like, I know you're being funny, but just to mention Kratos, what makes Kratos cool? He was somebody that comes off as he's brawlic, he's obviously strong, he's obviously going through something, you get into the combat, he's ready to give it to you. You get into you know, cutscenes and stuff. He has a lot of emotion behind him and everything. But as a character, when I see Kratos in any scene, just as an example, and it's not because he's a dude or he has a thing over his eye or whatever the case, he reminds me of a god. It's like, oh, he has to be some kind of a god. He's obviously a god of something, a god of war. Like, and I can tell, right? And it translates in everything into everything he does. Crash Bandicoot's iconic. Dante's iconic. Bayonetta's iconic. You know, people will tell you that Perfect Dark, Joanna is iconic. I don't think that character's attractive at all, but that's an iconic character for people. Tomb Raider, she hasn't always been, even the new Lara Croft, like, she's not the most appealing character. She's not the Tomb Raider that we kind of grew up with, where they kind of sexualized her a little bit more. But she's still an iconic character. I think the new Tomb Raider's more iconic than the old one was, unless we're talking about Angelina Jolie. Then that's different. You know, hey, she did her thing in the movies. But nonetheless, that's just kind of the perspective of it all. But ladies and gentlemen,
I like it. We had a great discussion, and again, the chat. Again, if you've never been here before, we appreciate all the conversations. And Chris followed up by saying being inspired in Akira and a bebop is one thing, but that doesn't mean that the world and culture of this game thinks bald-headed women are out of place. Maybe just being more plain helps her blend in on jobs. And like I said, I totally agree with that
she
point.
Throw wigs on, she do whatever.
Backstory. Sure. To me, though, a Porsche, no matter what, spaceship is going to stand out. Flashy Adidas shoes are going to stand out. Her rest of her fit is going to stand out to me, no matter what kind of culture is in this world. So to me, it just doesn't make sense that the bald head would somehow let her fit in more when she's flying around in a Porsche spaceship, which again, probably was very expensive. Like, even then, like that's just Porsche, right? But again, we will see. I'm still hyped for the game. Again, she doesn't turn me off. I got to see the gameplay. I want to see more about the story, about where this is going. I think this is totally cool. I'm excited about the rest. I'm excited about everything that they talked about, this being, you know, going back to Naughty Dog's roots as far as gameplay goes, taking everything they've learned through the decades and bringing it all into play on this one. I always love to hear devs talk about that, reflecting on their past. Again, you know what I'm most excited about here, Steel?
What's up?
It's a brand new fucking IP from Naughty Dog.
That's true.
It's a brand new IP from one of these Sony studios, right? It's not a remake. It's not a remaster. It's not a sequel. I love sequels. Don't get me wrong. I like remakes and remasters when they make sense. I'm just saying, we're finally getting a brand new IP, Steel, right? And it might not be the sad dad simulator because it doesn't look like she's a sad dad, Steel. So for me, that is exciting that we are getting something new. Yeah. And it's the first time this generation that Sony has produced something or has shown me something that actually has me thinking about a PS5. We will see again.
Oh, that's a PS6. That's a PS6.
They've been working on it for 4 years. It could be closer.
They worked on factions for 4 years too, and you saw what happened to that.
That's true.
They didn't even have a slice to give us. They didn't even show us a trailer. They just showed us a concept art.
But again, everything that they talked about here, still, I love. And again, that they're doing all this. 9 Inch Nails is doing the soundtrack. Like,
that's what makes it attractive. Yeah,
like,
you're playing into a lot of things that, like, okay, what are you doing with this? Because
girl, stop it, Gogol.
I'm out.
That was Forspoken.
First sad mom simulator. No, the sad teenage girl one. Yeah, that was Forspoken for sure. Forspoken wasn't as bad as people try to make it. It was still dry though. I still didn't like the way they introed the game. It is what it is. Chris Coleman, says, what made Kratos iconic from his first teaser? Jin was generic until you play the stories. Characters don't become iconic until we play as them or are advertised in multiple ways from my experience. And that's fair. If that's what it's good, if that's the way that you see it. Again, a lot of the characters that I can go back to were iconic characters. And yes, when you get more depth about them, that makes me care for them more. This is not like it's a character I forgot about. Like, there's a lot of cool characters that I would consider that are iconic, like Asura from Asura's Wrath, I would say is an iconic character. Do everybody know who Asura is from Asura's Wrath? Probably fucking not. But I think he's a fucking properly goddamn iconic character, right? There's going to be ones that aren't necessarily remembered. And I'm talking about, I mean iconic from top to bottom. Character development, what you go through, I think he's more of a fucking appealing character than even Kratos would be, especially modern Kratos. Like, you guys want what Kratos need? You guys want the old Kratos? Go play Asura's Wrath. You can get it for a good price probably right now. Please, I'm telling you, fantastic goddamn game. But nonetheless, yeah, we'll see what happens.
It's always too Steel. It's always going to be, because I wouldn't agree that Jin is iconic. Jin to me, the more I played Ghost, and I love Ghost of Tsushima, so but to me,
I don't think Jin is iconic. I don't think Jin's iconic.
I actually, the more I played Ghost of Tsushima, I never fell in love with Jin. I never connected with him at all. So for me, again, it's all
he's not iconic.
That's why I just think that people that shut down all conversations, and again, the well has been poisoned by both sides when it comes to these types of conversations, because everything gets lumped on one side or the other. Just like with everything in life nowadays, it's hard to have these conversations because people instantly want to dismiss you no matter what side you're on. And I think that there is more to be said here and more to be talked about. And I think we could talk about some of this stuff. Bigger conversations can be had about whether or not characters look cool factor, whatever you want to call it, iconicness, as Steele said, play into whether or not people will try a game. And I think that there is some credibility that does have a factor. Again, first impressions being still very, very important. And Naughty Dog knew. Naughty Dog knew because they turned off the comments immediately. They never had the comments on. They knew for a fact what this was going to drum up. And good on them for being proactive to protect it because they knew what was going to happen. Again, whether you agree or disagree, at least they're reading the room and they know what's happening. At least they're not being oblivious, right? And that's something that a couple of devs have now come out and talked about over the past month or so, about understanding that whether you agree with the conversations that are happening in this industry or not, as a dev or a publisher goes, you have to be aware of them. And you have to act accordingly. Of course, everybody picked up on that with what's his face's speech, Larian, his speech at the Game Awards. That's what his speech was about and what he's talked about in the past. You have to be aware of the situations, right? And you have to move around in the space, whether you like it or not, right? So go make the games, but be aware. So I think there's a lot of bigger conversations that can be had here. So anyways.
And Vandal, I saw you mentioned Jada earlier, and yeah, Jada was cool back in the day. She's not it at all for me. She had never been it for me. Like that. For me,
but again,
outside of back in the day.
Again,
other than that, no. I don't mind that, bro. Like, you can still be a baddie and be bald, bro. Like, that's not what it is.
It's not my thing.
I mean, that's fine if it's not your thing. For me, it's like, it's not even about being a thing. It's just like, bro, she has something about her, but it's something that isn't hidden. Anyway, we'll move on from there. Great conversation to have nonetheless. We got some new faces dropping in here. Appreciate y'all coming through, man.
We never shout out the chat like we do.
Let's go ahead and shout out the chat now.
I know,
since I know us a little bit of a break here.
You're gonna be draining here, Steele. So you're
good. I got another hour at least.
Okay, all right. So let's go here. We got the Chris Goldman, of course. Again, thank you, Chris, for dropping in here. It says maybe Naughty Dog remembered how people acted over Last of Us 2. Saw how recently people hated Ghost of Yotai just for having a female. I would turn off the comments too. Yeah, that's what I said. They were proactive. They knew what the conversations are going to be. They knew their character wasn't going to be in the mold, and there was going to be conversations around it. Like I said, I'm all for devs being proactive. I don't care about that. At least they knew. Sanchez MTZ Gaming, what's going on in here? We got the Lydian Master in the house. What's going on, Lydian? We got the Nixie in here. Pong wants a good Midwest church girl in this game that you'll be proud to bring home your parents to. Sorry, sir. The first Descendant girls are not good Midwestern church girls at all. And I love them. Anyways, Splendiferous, what's going on? Splen, great to see you. We got the Decano in here, of course. What's going on, Decano? We got the Nixie, of course, in the house as always. Appreciate you all, brothers, for being here. We got the Fahim Scott, of course, dropping on by as always. And the East Side Vandal has been making his presence known all morning. Appreciate you so much, East Side.
Good conversation.
We got the one and only, the man who took a break, but he is semi back here. And again, it's great to see him in the chat. The one and only legendary Yobi's in the house, everybody. Legendary. Love you, man. Great to have you here, man. We got the Razor Ultron, AEC for life. What is going on, Razor Ultron? Great to see you dropping on by here. We got the Sly Crow sliding on in here. Thank you, Crow.
Real quick, Pong.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
As you continue, Natty, what's up? Said, appreciate you coming through, bro. He says people are more mad about the female protagonist and the absurd product placement in the trailer. That turned me all the way off. Hey, the only thing that I'll say about that, Natty, is again, there is a deal that is happening there. I don't mind the product placement.
I love it.
I like that form of product placement versus you pausing my game and trying to force me to stop whatever I'm experiencing from happening. That's something that has been talked about. If you're going to put this stuff, you know what's going to happen? They have a deal going on. Guess what? Neil is going to end up getting some additional funds because he has a bag that was dropped on him from Adidas. He has a bag that was dropped on him from Porsche or even it was the other way around, right? There is a partnership that has to happen for those things to be in place. Now, how this is going to impact the game in the future, which we have seen be an issue, especially with Porsche. Porsche likes to pull their license and shit. How is that going to impact Neil's game in the future if Porsche says, well, you know, you can't have a Porsche in your game anymore? You're going to go back into the game files and call it an EROP or something like that? Like, again, not saying that's probably going to happen. Probably Porsche won't care. Maybe they've lightened up on some of those things. But it's just like I make the reference to like Midnight Club as an example because there was car games that we had back in the day that had realistic branding on them as well. I like seeing that. Or when people create vinyls on Forza Motorsport, I like seeing the realistic branding and vinyls and all the other stuff. I don't mind that form of product placement. Put McDonald's in Intergalactic. Put Burger King in whatever game that you want to put it in. I don't care. I don't need it to turn into forced advertising. You need to do it in a nonchalant way, a way that is out of the way that if you got to do certain cutscenes for a trailer or whatever, cool, man, sell it. I fuck with Adidas, so it didn't bother me. I like Porsche, so it didn't bother me. So maybe that's what goes into it as well. Now, do I own a Porsche? No. Do I have Adidas? I had some. I wear fucking Vans, Supras are now discontinued. They don't make them anymore, but I wear boots, I wear J's, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a variety of other things that I'd wear, but I do appreciate a good pair of Adidas, you know what I'm saying? It was dope. That's good point, Pong. It made sense.
Right.
When it doesn't make sense, that's when it's weird.
That's what I'm saying. We brought this up on PM to PM because we were talking about Midnight Club, Steel. Mav and I, when Midnight Club relaunched on when we came back to the store and we picked it up, and we were driving around and there's a Best Buy. I was like, yo, I forgot it brings grounded reality to what you're doing. Again, if it makes sense. And with the style of this game that they seem to be going for, it does actually make sense that you would bring in some iconic 80s shit to the game, saying that this is based on real life if we just advance space tech in 1986. Well, that brings a groundedness to the game that we recognize, especially those of us that were around that time, right? I instantly connected with this game differently from the trailer when I saw that. Like, I was like, yo,
Crazy
What are
Taxi.
we
Good
doing?
point.
It's
Good
cool.
one,
It's
man.
awesome. Yeah, Crazy Taxi too. There's so many games in the past where that happened. And to Steele's point, as long as it makes sense to me, if we need
That's
to
all that
have
matters.
developers and publishers start getting those kind of fees for, having people's advertising in the games, but it makes total sense, I'm cool with it. If it's not like the character mid-game stopping and going, "Have you had a Coke today?" Okay, well that would be
Yeah, like,
stupid as hell. Like,
what are we
that would be
doing?
dumb as fuck.
Like, yeah.
Right. Or a flat out advertisement. Yeah, but if it's just placed in there, yeah, man, it kind of gives some ground to reality. I don't have a problem with it. I understand.
I would imagine in the modern era, because back in the day, the brands used to charge companies for the brand placement, right? And maybe it worked vice versa, but I do think in the modern era, those companies would be willing, especially when you look at how expensive gaming development has gotten. Yeah. If gaming is the number one form of entertainment, it would be smart for the gaming industry to use brands to their advantage to cut down the cost.
Or to help, yeah.
Again,
sure, yeah.
Do not give me forced advertisement, though.
As long as you said those Steel with the licensing issues, that contract has to be rock solid, so that there is no
100%
game or having to delete the game because the licensing is up on some stupid ass shit like her Adidas shoes. I hope Naughty Dog has that figured out. I don't want to find out in 5 years after this game launches that they have to delist it because Porsche and Adidas are no longer a part of the contract. Like that's where that's goes dumb. Wrong. We see that with Forza, right? That's the problem with Forza. They have to delist the Forzas after 6 years or whatever it is.
Forza Horizon 4.
Yeah, because they lose the licensing and Phil's acknowledged that that's a problem. So if the companies are going to start doing this again, I'm cool with it, but make sure that your contracts don't have a licensing clause that runs out and you got to delist it and get rid of it. I hate that shit. So anyways, let's get back to the chat real quick. Let's see. I got Lydian Master. I think I already said you, but Lydian, shout out to you, brother, for being here. Who else we got in here? We got Wilfrey Rosario dropping on through. What's going on, Wilfrey? We got the one and only Masshole 1977 dropping in here. Thank you, Masshole, for being a part of the show. We got the Tim, the Sorcerer, in here. What's going on, Tim? I see you, brother, from another lore. Master Jasper checking in from space. That's right. The one and only lore master's in here. What's going on, lore? We got the Gogo Pole in here. What's going on? Great to see you. Gogo said, I don't think she's ugly. It's true, Steel. It's just, it's just boring. And I agree.
It's like, again, like Pong mentioned, like Pong put it earlier, it's just kind of like, okay. I mean, do I think it could have been better? But okay.
Yeah. General Spartan 27's in the house. What's going on, General? Great to see you joining the show as well. Who else we got in here? I'm scrolling up. I don't know how far I'm going to be able to go back. We're doing this late. Harry Balzac is in the house. What's going on, Harry? Great to see you, brother. Appreciate you dropping on by. Of course, we got the one and only Ron Slusher in the house. What's going on, Ron? Great to have you a part of the show as always, too, man. Let's see here.
Oh, Nixie. You didn't get a shout out, Nixie. I thought
I did too.
He always
shouted you out. Nixie is in the house. I shouted you out. Oh,
he shouted you out the first time. He just wanted some additional attention. That's what it was.
Nixie, you feeling a little deprived today? You need a little hug today, Nixie? Love you, brother. Thank you for being here, man. Rockstar Randy. What's going on, Rockstar? Great to see you in here. Thanks for joining the show today. Appreciate you. See some new names in here, which is great, man. Oates is in the house. What's up, Oates? We got King Styles in here. What's going on? And we got the one and only Splendiferous is in the house. What's going on? All three of you, appreciate you joining the show today and being a part of it. See who popped in the bottom. Nixie wants some more love. Nixie's in the house, everybody. If you didn't know, Nixie's here. Everybody, say hi to Nixie, one of the OGs. I got to give him a hard time. MF, great. I think I already said, yeah, I did that. Let's see here.
Yobi says, I'm picking up my Xbox on Thursday. Cloud on Fire Stick has been holding me down beautifully. Happy to be back on my console.
Very nice. Very nice. Glad Cloud's working. Mav has been singing the praises of Cloud.
Yeah, he's been saying
and how much improved it is over the past even 6 months. Like, he plays on Cloud on a regular basis because he plays while they watch TV and stuff. But he has been really checking it out. He's been checking it out in games like Call of Duty and stuff. And he said it's holding up. Like, it's great. So that's good to hear. All right, we got the whole chat shouted out. If I did not call your name, or if you are lurking and can't pop in the chat, or if you're listening to us in the future after the show's already been published, hey, listen, love you all the same. Thank you all for being here. Again, this is nothing without you guys. We are just Deal and Pong talking in Xbox Party or on Discord or wherever. You guys make the shows go. You guys make them what they are, and I love seeing everybody come here. And if you're new here and you're wondering, we don't do the console war bullshit. We have fun here. We talk nonsense, but we're gamers first here. And so we'll talk about everything. And you can tell we will talk about stuff that a lot of places won't talk about. And we welcome difference of opinions as long as it doesn't get personal, because we will never get personal with you over it. As long as you are willing to have an open discussion about things, we're here for it, man. So I appreciate you. And you can probably see that the chat does influence our conversations on Living Split Screen as well. That's a big part of why Steele and I started this.
Yeah.
And it was something that we have continued some shows more than others, because sometimes just the topics are so big. But a lot of times you will see us get completely derailed because we don't have any kind of formula here. We don't have a precise set of topics that we want to hit. We just go where the show goes. So appreciate you all being here, though, man. It's really great to be back in the seat after 2 weeks off, man. I missed you.
Yeah, absolutely. We're already 3 hours deep. Yeah, we have great conversation from the very beginning. And we still got a little bit more to go. Connection is trying to drop off for whatever reason. We're going to get some drop frames here, so apologies on that if your experience wanes a little bit for whatever reason. But I did want to follow through, because again, I am on my work week, and I will end up winding down at some point. I'm off a can of NOS right now, so I'm still pretty high on the energy. I will need to eat before I go to sleep for sure, or it's going to bother my stomach. But I think the most important thing, because we could talk about flopflation and the 33 teraflop lie that was put out there that people were riding high about, and people are still defending a lot of the technology that has went into the PlayStation 5 Pro. To me, y'all can do your own research. From my perspective, it's coming. It feels like what I felt is becoming true. Now that there's additional power in the PlayStation 5 Pro, it is also allowing the Series X to perform at a higher level in comparison to certain games. How that's going to be an effect for the future, we'll see. Some of the other technology that they have, quote unquote, have implemented in the PlayStation 5 Pro are going to be things we're going to have to see that whether they play out the way that they are. I think it's going to be interesting as we move further into the future, because if Series X if Xbox ends up proving that they did not need to create a Pro console and it still gets similar to performance to the PlayStation 5 Pro, I think that's going to be a more telling story. And then if Xbox has the potential to release, which is now becoming more of a talking point because of what Satya and Nadella has got into, which has again been another strike or another match on the match book or a lit match, I should say, for some people in the community, because Satya is essentially quadrupled down on Xbox now, essentially going everywhere, right? And causing more doubt to some people, or making them feel like their Xbox has less value now, like the console is going away, like hardware is going to be going away. And just to touch on that very briefly, and Pong, you can add on to it as well. I know you touched on it a few times, but just to get my thoughts out there before we really get into I want to tailor off my energy with Game of the Year, what we're excited for next year, because I think that's the most positive part. And I think that's an exciting thing to tell the people, because I've played a lot of games this year. And I have some that I want to pick out from not only the Game Awards, but also ones that I went back and looked at the year, kind of saw what I played and everything, and gave myself my kind of top 10 of the year, or top 5 recommended games that I would give people. If they were like, hey, Steele, if you strap me down to a chair and said, give me 5 games today, I have 5 to 10 games that I could give you right now that I think you should play. But just the whole thing with the Xbox hardware strategy, and what Xbox is going to be doing in the future. If you believe that Microsoft is devaluing the console, please go sell your console. Go do it. Go sell it and go buy a PlayStation. Go sell it and go get a Switch. Go sell it and go get a PC. Go sell it. Stop bitching and moaning and complaining that you don't have the same value that you had before. Because that's not true. Matter of fact, you've only gained more value. The only person that's losing in this entire ordeal since 2017 is Microsoft. It's the only person that's losing. Because for $15, $20 a month for Game Pass Ultimate, you're getting 500 plus games, guaranteed first party exclusives, whether they're timed or not, as part of your subscription service that you also have the option to buy. Your buying power hasn't gone away. Matter of fact, you have more buying power. You have more options. Matter of fact, you know, the number one thing that I keep asking these companies to do as well is to give people demos. Let people truly try what they are going to buy. I believe in having the 1 to 3 hour demo for people so they can experience, depending on the type of game, so they can truly experience. I like what EA does with their 10-hour trials. Give people more of that. Let me know when I'm buying. Because if I buy and then return it anyway, then what? Or if I get past the point of return and I can't return it, you just want an upset customer who's not going to buy your next game? No, you want to build good favor. So if you want to look at Game Pass as the demo service, if you want to call Game Pass the blockbuster of video games and it's going away because of how they're handling gaming, oh, they're not making any money. All these people, you're so concerned about how much money Microsoft is not making. But you're not playing the games. You talk about the games, but you also say that the games aren't good enough. Good enough to who? Good enough is subjective. God of War 2018 wasn't good enough. I don't care what the community thinks, because the community will tell me that Xbox is dead. The gaming community, at least the vocal minority, will say that that is the case. That we're moving into a future where Xbox is going to be completely irrelevant. I'm going to quadruple down on what I've been saying here on Living Split Screen. I have always been interested in Xbox because of the ecosystem, not because of the games. The games add on. They give you a talking point. They give you an argument. But gone are the days where I think a game being tied to a specific platform should matter more than you playing the game or people having access to said game. Again, I am a PvP gamer. I am a multiplayer gamer. I like more people to be able to have access, for me to be able to body, or for us to be able to play together. So that is always going to be a thing for me. I've always been part of the PC ecosystem as well. I've been on PC since Windows 95, and I was born in 92. I've been here. I appreciate what Xbox has given me because they've only given me more value than I have ever had as someone who has a hobby known as gaming. This is my passion. This is something that I like to do. I don't watch TV like that. I don't watch movies like that. I don't do any of the other stuff. Gaming is something that I am passionate about. That is where that time goes. Other people have all these other hobbies and passions, and I don't want anybody, again, this is a keynote for anybody out there who says, who is made to feel like gaming is irrelevant or not a passion or not a hobby that you can be a part of. If you can have any other hobby and passion and you can do the same, then gaming can be that same thing. Don't let nobody telling you who's watching TV. Don't let nobody who's telling you who's reading a book. Don't let nobody who's telling you to do A, B, C, D, other things, because they cannot do what you do. The hand-eye coordination, the way that you're able to transport we're able to transport ourselves to these different worlds, they're not able to do a lot of those things, right? And Xbox and Microsoft have only demonstrated to me that they do care about my library. It doesn't, or about my gaming experience. It doesn't matter about, oh, their bad tendencies with Windows. They are proving to me in the gaming space that they have the right mindset. They're working on everything else. And they have obviously are on the pulse of what the direction is possibly can be. Not saying it's going to be full on cloud. I'm not one of these people who say, go get GeForce now, try it out, it's going to change your life. No, I'm still too much of a hardcore in the way that I need hardware. I need as minimal input latency as possible because I will notice. And that is something that will turn off my experience. So I'm always going to be somebody who has the hardware. I have a Series X. I have a Series S. I have a PC. Why do I have all these other things if I have a PC? Because I want my family to be able to connect together. I want to be able to access my library when I need it, no matter where I am playing. Nobody else in the industry is giving me that experience. And just recently, has the handheld market been able to give me that experience? Because it's become more valuable than ever, more accessible than ever. And this is the perfect time for Xbox, Microsoft, to open things up in a way that is more Windows-like, but console-based, console experience. Not dealing with all the updates, all the other crazy stuff. It just does it for you. Having that console nature and having more access to more of my gaming library than I have ever had before is how you become the center of entertainment in everybody's home. That is how you get people to buy multiple Xboxes. It's not about the Series S. It's not about the Series X. How do you get people to buy more of your product? This is something that Sony has lost, at least in my opinion. Sony does not give me the same feels they did back in the day when I wanted the radio, when I wanted the speakers, when I wanted the head unit, when I wanted the system, when I wanted the DVD or the CD player, when I wanted all these other things. But what if Xbox is able to tailor things in such a way where you're able to get more access than you have ever had before, more ways to get to your entertainment than ever before, how you would like to access that entertainment? And it starts with gaming. You already got Netflix, you got Hulu, you got Disney Plus, you got all these other things. I think that Microsoft, that's at least the direction that I see them going. You don't have to agree with that. You don't have to believe in it. But that's what I've been seeing from what Xbox's direction is. And people can say, oh, well, Steel, it's been shaky. They're not direct about the way that they want to go. And no, they don't have to be. Because these are untread waters. People want Xbox just to come out and say, hey, man, everything's going to be multi-platform going everywhere from now on. Hey, day one is going to be on PlayStation. That is not going to happen for the same reason why you say exclusives matter. Because Indiana Jones is 6 months. What if I do that with 6 months to every game where everywhere else is exclusive but my ecosystem? Sure, you can wait the 6 months. You think I lose because you waited at the 6 months? No. I'm doing the same thing that Sony does. You think it's interesting enough, come buy it. And people say good games sell themselves, right? So when when Indiana Jones releases on PlayStation in 6 months, you think it's going to sell less copies than it would have 6 months beforehand if people are excited about Indiana Jones? That's something that I've spoken to before. But more so when it comes to PlayStation as an example, or even Xbox, they do it with some games still. But when PlayStation, as an example, staggers the release of a Spider-Man 2 from going to console and to PC. Know what's surprising to me? That Lost Soul Aside game that was mentioned to be a PlayStation 5 game, it wasn't mentioned to come to PC before, not from what I recall. Why in his most recent showing of that game, most recent trailer, Devil May Cry-esque game, it's a very Sony-like game, I would say. Right in their wheelhouse. Why is that game coming to PC day and date now? Stellar Blade's coming to PC. It's coming to PC quick too. Oh, it's coming. It's not announced, but you don't think it's not going to release at the top of the year? Or or was it announced? I can't recall. No, it wasn't announced.
Not for sure.
But they did say they were working on it. So it's coming. But why is a Lost Soul Aside game that was mentioned to be on PlayStation before when it was originally announced, now announced also to be coming to PC? PlayStation helped fund that game. It's part of the China Hero Project. It's one of the games they helped fund over there. Why is it not full exclusive? Why are trophies now available on PC? So for all the people who keep saying that Sony's playing a different game, or they still believe in the old console way of doing, no, they don't. Hiroki Totoki said he don't. He says he want to be able to access more people than ever. Square Enix isn't doing deals with them no more like that. They're going multi-plat. Atlas is going multi-plat. You think after Metaphor they're going to go back to releasing exclusive games? Nah. They're going multi-plat. And they've said as much. Sega. Sky is teamed up with Xbox. Good relationship to be had there. More of these bigger developers are coming out and saying that we gotta release everywhere, man. We need as many people as we can get to. Because I find it funny that Game of the Year, Astrobot, sold only 1.5 million copies, but that's Game of the Year. I don't think that's how Game of the Year works. It does in this recent show, and I can't do nothing about that. But I thought as a gamer, that's not how Game of the Year works. I can understand Black Myth Wukong just based off of sales alone. And impact. Because those types of things matter for that topic, right? And we're going to get into our Game of the Years and whatnot, which is part of the reason why I'm bringing that up. But certain things don't add up for some people, and that's perfectly fine. But again, for everybody who feels like they want to not be part of the Xbox ecosystem, go sell your console. Stop worrying about it if it's such a bother to you. And if you're not going to do that, then yeah, sure, continue to speak out. But don't be surprised when you see the direction that they're going into, that more people are getting access to games than they've ever had before, and why that's a negative. I made a post on X, otherwise known as Twitter, that literally says, I don't think the competition should be necessarily who has what game. I think the competition should be hardware. And you can still compete with hardware. Both boxes do the exact same thing, run the exact same games. There are no differences. Unless you can tell me, and I'm still looking for an answer, of what the differences are between the PlayStation 5 and the Series X that are so different to previous generation to why you think that things are going to be different moving forward. Things are only going to become more of the same. Like I've mentioned this before, if the cost of making games is becoming more expensive than ever, why do you think that Sony is going to just make games differently all of a sudden? Wouldn't it make more sense to figure out how to make a version of a game that's scalable? Something that you already get on PC? Something that both consoles are now in the architecture of? Starting to speak that same language? Doesn't that only benefit you as a consumer more? And let the big boys fight about where you're going to play it at? If anything, I think this direction would benefit Sony more because Sony has TVs to sell, right? They got technology and hardware that they could put in these TVs that you can play Why do you need a PlayStation Portal? Why don't you use your Sony Bravia TV and update it and allow your users to remote play on that device in your bedroom or wherever else it may be? Why don't we hear those types of things? I know where I am hearing it from. So that's kind of my kind of standpoint on it. Pong, do you have anything additional that you would like to add on about just the direction that Microsoft may be moving, the more people getting up in arms about what's happening? Again, when you're talking about the average Joe, they don't know what's going on with all this stuff. Xbox is still around, and as far as the average consumer goes, I don't think they'll ever notice the Xbox leaving. I do think that if you introduced an Xbox handheld as an example, or a Switch-like device, and put that in a store or Amazon in comparison to the other devices that are on the market, I do think that people would recognize the Xbox brand over others. And I do think that that would be an avenue for them to step into if that's the direction they're going to go into, which we kind of know at this point is, right? It's been everything but but said to us directly that that's what they're going to be doing. We know there's more hardware. Jason Ronald just got promoted to what was it, vice president or president? Which one? I think it was VP of next generation.
VP of next gen. Yeah.
Who's the president of next gen?
I don't know. I'm assuming it's Sarah Bond, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so if Sarah Bond,
the head of everything.
She's head of everything. Okay. She has a different title, so she's taking on just multiple titles, maybe, which is fine. That happens. So Jason Ronald has just got promoted, quote unquote, to the VP of next generation, and we know that Jason Ronald's a pretty smart dude. We were giving him a lot of credence earlier on with the Series X and the moving forward in technology and the back compats, and we were giving this man a lot of credit. We're gonna just downplay that him showing up at this Steam conference or whatever the case that's happened is a coincidence? I don't know. But anyway, Paul, but how do you feel about this direction, especially with Satya's thoughts this week about the direction of Xbox and what they're going to be doing moving into the future, man?
As the thumbnail went for PM and the PM, fuck your feelings. F your feelings. They don't care. We've been trying to say this for a long time as far as what Xbox and Microsoft and how they're moving. If you are an Xbox console only fan, I totally understand why you could be frustrated and upset. Again, I went through it with Sega when I was a Sega fanboy. I get it, right? And I can understand why it feels like you are no longer the priority. And if you've invested a ton of money into that ecosystem, you could certainly have your fears for what the future could hold. I get all that.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it time and time again. However, they don't care. And Microsoft doesn't care. So you got to take a step back from that. In my personal opinion, you got to take a step back and you got to look at the bigger picture. If you are going to maintain your Xbox ecosystem subscription, if you're going to continue to invest in the Xbox ecosystem, if you're not going to do what Steele just said, which is to, find a different place, wherever that may be, that you do feel there's more value, whether that's PlayStation or Switch or PC or whatever the case may be. Again, hats off. That's your freedom of choice. Go do what you got to do. If you're not going to do that, then you got to take a step back and you got to look at, okay, if you are actually worried about any of that stuff, about your virtual library or about your investment or about where, your games are going to come from down the road as far as Xbox goes, then you need them to succeed at this endeavor. You want them to succeed at this endeavor. So you need to potentially start backing this endeavor a little bit more. And again, I'm talking about the Xbox only fans, right? I'm not talking about those of us that have zero problem playing elsewhere. If everything collapsed tomorrow, right? Again, would I be sad that Xbox was gone? Yeah. Would it be, would it be tough to think about how much I've invested into Xbox ecosystem? Yeah, but I've got over I've got almost 300 games, I think, on my PlayStation account right now that I have no access to. So digitally. So again, for me, it's like, yeah, that's the risk we take. We're adults. Most of us are adults that are investing this kind of money and time and effort into these ecosystems. We all understand the concept that can all be gone. We all understand the concept that Game Pass is a subscription service, that I'm renting those games.
Hey, Pong.
Yeah, go ahead.
If PlayStation tomorrow released a service to where you had access to the library that you bought on your PlayStation on PC now, what would you do? Would you invest in that?
Yeah, I would. Of course I would. Of course I would, Stu. Of course I would. It would make total sense, right? So, but we're all adults. People like to throw out I'm never going to rent my games, blah, blah, blah. Okay, like that's some kind of like new concept. Like none of this has ever made sense. So we all understand the implications of what we're doing here. So if you are an Xbox only fan, then get behind this, because the exciting part is that they're not going away, that they're not dying, as everybody wants to say. They're evolving, something we've been talking about for years now, especially after the ABK deal was done, the accelerant that started all this. None of us saw this coming this fast, right? We were all still in the mindset during the first beginning. You can go back to our old shows and listen to all our first couple years podcasting. We were all on board with Microsoft going toe-to-toe with PlayStation and grabbing mind share.
I think I've been speaking to this the entire time.
No, Stu, you go back and listen to our early conversations. Nah, because you understood Phil's vision, right? And Phil's vision was to go toe-to-toe with Sony. It was to have exclusives on this console still. So, I mean, I'm talking about years ago. I'm not talking about recent history. I'm talking about years ago when we first started living split screen. They were still on board with competing one for one, that we were going to have exclusives across the board, and you were cool with it. I mean, why wouldn't you be? Like, if that's what they were going to do, that was their goal, right?
Yeah.
We all thought they could expand the mind share and increase their console. Now the pandemic happened, tons of shit different happened, right? Things didn't hit properly.
Right.
They had all games not come through right. Like a billion different things, self-created stuff, right? But ABK accelerated what their plans were. And I agree, Steele, since this started happening, I mean, you've been all about the Trojan horse, because you really don't have a problem with what they're doing, even though I still hold reservations. And I've said that, I've admitted that if this was my ship, this is not the direction I'd be going. Like, again, I'd be competing one for one still while trying to do all this other stuff. But that's neither here nor there. This is what it is. And so you need this to succeed right now. But the facts are that they're not dying. Okay. They're not going away. In fact, they are investing more heavily into their games division. And I brought this up on the PM and the PM, and I come from a little different perspective here, because I was thinking about this the past couple of weeks while this was going on. Then obviously Satya's comments. I can understand how Satya's comments would frustrate people more. Again, he is the CEO of Microsoft. He's not a gamer. He doesn't get the gamer mindset. Again, he just goes by what Phil and Sarah and Matt Booty tell him. He's going to say things that don't come out right as CEO of Microsoft. But again, his main point was pretty much fuck your feelings, because we don't care. We're moving forward on this. But what I was excited about was that Satya is once again quadrupling down at this point on the investment into gaming. He brought up, and I thought it was important that he brought up the flight sim. He went all the way back to the history and brought up the fact that flight sim was around longer than Office and Windows. Like the flight sim's been around as a part of Microsoft. So acknowledging their history in the software side of things. And he talked about the heavy investment into gaming and how they're going to continue to do that. And it's going to be, in his words, redefining what it is to be an Xbox fan, which rubbed people the wrong way. And I get it. From one perspective, it is like, who are you? I think Jez even wrote that in an article. Who are you to tell me how I'm a fan of Xbox, right? But his point, and Deadly Headley did a great video on the advertising aspect. I thought,
really good.
He's in the advertising. He got propped up, much deserved that he got propped up. He really didn't say anything different than a lot of discussions, but he put it together very well. It's a very hard thing to put into words sometimes about why this advertising, this is an Xbox works. but he did a great job putting that into a video format to kind of explain it to people. And he's got a history, he works in the advertising sector, so he understands what they're going for and disrupting. So all of that, I thought Satya did a great job. If you take yourself out of the Xbox only side of things and just say, hey, what is he really talking about here? They are investing more and more time and resources into the gaming division. It is a pillar of Microsoft. My point on PM the PM was Phil and Satya probably have 5 years or less each left at Microsoft.
Yeah. They don't have another 10.
So
Jesus Christ.
The concern should not be about what Phil and Satya are doing right now. And I'm not even so concerned about the replacement for Phil, because it's probably going to be Sarah.
It's going to be
it's probably going to be Sarah. And she's, yes, obviously she's been pushing, and we heard that she's been pushing for this expansion, but that's the future. That's what everybody's going for. That's where, again, that's their vision. They believe they're ahead of the curve at the right time to be ahead of the competition down the road. So Sarah's going to continue to push that. That's her job. She was hired to do this. She came from T-Mobile. People forget that she was head over to T-Mobile. They want to get into the mobile sector. It's one of the reasons why she was hired. So her naturally transitioning to Phil's position is going to be really no difference than what it is right now. She'll have different thoughts, different ideas than Phil did, but ultimately at the end of the day, their goal is going to probably remain the same. So I have zero questions about Phil. The big one though, Steele, is Satya. Satya has already been in his position as CEO of one of the world's largest companies longer than most CEOs. The same with Phil, right? In his position, but Satya, I think, is out after 5 years or less here. I think he's got about 5 years, maybe less left.
Okay.
You got to be worried about the next CEO of Microsoft, because the next CEO of Microsoft potentially will have zero connection to gaming, zero loyalty to Xbox in any way, shape, or form, and may see them not as a pillar of Microsoft if they are not performing, if what they're currently trying to do, their vision, isn't working. And then all bets are off. You can say, oh no, Xbox is too big to fail. $1 trillion company, $2 trillion company, maybe even $3 trillion by that time and point when Satya leaves. Don't give a fuck about 200, 300, $400 billion Xbox. They don't care. If it's not good for the shareholders, if it's not producing for the shareholders, if it's not contributing and expanding the value of Microsoft Corporation, the next CEO very may well say, we don't need Xbox anymore. It's run its course. It's time to cut costs and start selling off and closing down. That's what you got to be worried about. So for me, Steele, when I look at this investment, what they're going for, I'm not even an Xbox only guy, because I will play wherever. And if Xbox failed, again, I'd be sad. I certainly think it would be a detriment to the video game industry if Xbox left. But I would go find wherever. I play full time on my PC, get a PS5, get the Switch 2, whatever. I find ways to play games. I've said that all along. I'm a gamer first. But I want to gung-ho root for this, whether I agree with it or not, because ultimately I don't. Like, again, I would not be doing what they're doing right now with exclusives and non-exclusives, but that doesn't matter. They're not stopping. So I'm going to be gung-ho about this, because I want them to be in such a strong position that when Satya finally does step down and retires, and the next person gets in, they have zero questions about Xbox sitting at the big boy table. They have zero questions about the position and the value that they bring to Microsoft Corporation. Xbox does, the division within Microsoft. I want zero anything negative when that new CEO steps in and looks over at Xbox and goes, oh no, absolutely, you guys keep kicking ass. What do you need? We got you. Keep doing. That's what I want, because to Steele's point, to all of our points that we have talked about this time and time again, as a gamer within that ecosystem that does love that whole thing that Xbox does, they bring me more games that I want to play than any other company does. And they've only increased that through their acquisitions, especially ZeniMax. They produce the types of games that I enjoy personally. Again, I ain't judging nobody for what you like to play. If you like all the Sony stuff, cool. You like all the Sony stuff.
Yeah.
Personally, it's hit or miss for me over there, and it's been a lot of miss lately. That's why I'm excited for Intergalactic. But for me, as a gamer within this ecosystem that has invested a lot and is also investing a lot in Steam, I keep getting more and more value out of Xbox than ever before. Again, that is something you have to decide for yourself. But for me, as the grazer, even when they raise prices, even though I disagree with them raising prices when they're having record profits, whatever, I still have to make that judgment for myself. It still is the greatest value in gaming. Plus, now they are pushing forward with more Xbox Anywhere. This whole initiative, they are trying to change how the licensing works from a traditional sense. They are trying to get to a point where they create an ecosystem that is all in one, where you buy one copy of the game and it plays across all your devices. I may never take advantage of the mobile side of things. I'm just not a mobile gamer. It may never be my thing. But if I can buy one version of the game and I can play on my PC, I can play on my console hardware, and then one day I happen to be gone traveling and I just want to pop on the game for a minute and I have access to it and my save is instantly there and I pick up right where I left off on my mobile device and I didn't have to buy another copy and I didn't have to do any crazy shit with my save files or anything like that. Yeah. It's all seamless. Yes, that is more and more value that no other place right now is offering. So I will continue to push for this. And I think this is great. The making Jason Ronald VP of Next Generation is still weird to me. That title is just weird. Like I was looking at PM to PM. It's like not VP of Xbox Next Generation, VP of just Next Generation. So we're controlling all of Next Generation over here. That's what it gives me the thought of. Like entire world's Next Generation is in the
weird position title.
It is. It's a weird position title.
Very but I think direct, but
it is. I can't wait. I hope Jason speaks on it. I hope somebody asks him about it at some point. Since he's such a down-to-earth guy, I can't imagine what he thinks about it. But I think his position at CES, they're going to start introducing that software. They've been working, Jez has put out many articles. Tom Warren's put out articles about this. Jez had a great one this week, that deep dive that came up with the, what was it? Is it not rainwater? What is it? What the hell was it? The code name for it. Anyways, where they're trying to obviously work on the Windows OS to get it to be much more game and dev friendly, because Windows is a problem when it comes to going to handhelds, etc. So they are trying to finally create like we're seeing with Steam, right? That's going to be the big thing with Steam being there, is that supposedly Steam OS is going to be on the new Lenovo Go, right? So they're going to have a Steam operating system there where you could seamlessly play your PC games. Well, that's what Xbox wants to do. They want the Xbox OS and they want the Windows-based stuff to be much more efficient than it currently is, so that devs can make these games. And basically, as Steele has talked about extensively through the past year and a half, 2 years, and we have elsewhere, eventually get to the point where you can basically just create one version of the game. The devs will only have to make one version of the game, and it will play across all devices. It will scale based upon the device. With the help of AI, etc., it will be able to do that. And I think that's where a lot of this technological leap that Sarah Bond is talking about is going to go into. And I'm not the tech guy, but I can see the vision here, Steele, especially this push for Xbox Anywhere. This is massive. This is different from what anybody else is capable of doing right now. And it's a whole different mindset that favors the gamer, if you think about it, more than any other type of system. Because again, to be able to buy one copy of your game and play it across all platforms, no matter where you are, seamlessly, that is a dream. Now, can they get there? That's the question that Jez has been asking in his articles. It's a great vision. Can they get there is the question, because it's not just a snap of the fingers. No matter how much money, no matter how much resources Xbox and Microsoft have, it's not a snap of the fingers. This is trying to change dynamically the industry. But if they can pull it off, that's where you start talking about, oh, they did it and they're ahead of the curve and they're offering something that nobody else can really offer. And I see the vision. I understand it. Again, whether or not I agree with it personally doesn't matter at this point. They're going to do this. I love this vision. For me as a gamer, for somebody who wants to see my library continue to come forward with me, This matters. And I think Xbox is on the forefront of trying to do something outside the box like it's never been done before. I think the hardware is going to show that. They're in the hardware. Satya again talked about that they're going to continue to do hardware. Hardware is still going to be important. You know, again, the speculation is out there that they're going to have third parties start making the hardware at some point, whatever the case may be. I believe the hardware is not going anywhere for a generation or two, right? Eventually, we won't need it. I know people think that's crazy, but we used to think that nobody would stream movies either. And now 99% of people stream movies, and the people that buy movies are the oddballs. Okay. So buy the physical copies. So I believe that we're going to get to that point where the hardware just is the hardware is not needed anymore. Whether that's 10 years, whether that's 20 years from now, whatever. Eventually that's going to happen. But for the time being, they're going to have the hardware as an access point. But again, as I've said, they don't have to do traditional hardware anymore. I don't think they're going to do traditional hardware. I think it's going to be the enthusiast box. I think it's going to be the enthusiast handheld. I think they're going to push the boundaries. Satya again talked about leveraging AI, something that I have been all over. Before people started talking about Microsoft's investment in AI, me and Mav had a discussion about it on PM to PM. Basically, I had a discussion because I brought it up because I saw with their heavy investment, they could lead the way in gaming with AI chips onboarded to their hardware that give them an advantage that nobody else can match, right? We know PlayStation's already said they're teaming with AMD to work on AI chips, blah, blah, blah. But Microsoft has been investing heavy into AI. So if they flex that muscle, yes, it's going to cost. Yes, the hardware is going to be more expensive. But if they flex that, it could give them advantages and create situations that actually makes their hardware appealing to those Sony only fans. I'm not saying it's going to change everything. I'm not saying they're going to be number one. I'm not saying any of that shit. All I'm saying is they could create something so compelling that players who said, I don't want to own an Xbox, I don't need to own an Xbox, I never will own an Xbox, maybe start going, wow, so you mean I can buy one copy of my game and I can play it on the box, I can play it on my TV, I can play it on my PC, I can play it on my handheld, I can play it on my phone. And plus this box offering me crazy leaps and bounds things with AI and cloud development, all that kind of stuff that just really isn't anywhere else, including my favorite PlayStation. Maybe I do need to have that box in my house too. I think there's a possibility, a chance that that happens, whether it's the box, whether it's the handheld, whether it's both, that they do make some waves that they haven't made in a while, but they're still not going to abandon. Even if that doesn't change, even if it remains constant at somewhere between, let's say, 25 and 35 million customers that buy the hardware, they're not going to leave that behind. That is still important. Third party has said that that's important, right? People say, oh, the third party devs are going to stop making games. Maybe some will, maybe. But now we have examples in Sega. We have proving that they can expand their fan base by including their IP onto Xbox where it hasn't been before. They've talked nothing about but records, right? They've got Persona at a whole new level of popularity. You just saw what Metaphor REFANTAZIO, a new IP, did. Now that the Atlas built a fan base over on Xbox, all of a sudden Metaphor is now their new big IP, right? Yakuza series wasn't on Xbox all that time. They put the whole entire series over. The Yakuza has taken off to the point where they're just pumping out Yakuza games left and right. Right now they call it Like a Dragon. But that's partly because of the Xbox popularity, because they found a new fan base. They expanded the fan base out. Now Square has looked over finally and said, yes, signing exclusivity deals with PlayStation has caused us issues. We are moving over to putting everything that we possibly can on Xbox as well. So I think that now is showing that that little 30, 35 million customer base that people like to downplay because it's not Nintendo, it's not PlayStation, does count for something. And I don't think that's changing anytime soon next generation. And I do, like I said, believe that they can even expand out even more. And then you're just talking about the ecosystem's reach steal. This is an Xbox is not for us. It's not for the people who already know. It's for the people who don't know. Because as Deadly Headley pointed out, there is still a problem that Xbox has worldwide, not necessarily in the US, but more so worldwide. people don't know what Game Pass is still to this day. They don't
Yeah.
understand the benefits that Xbox is providing through their ecosystem, and they need to reach those people if they're going to get these people to start looking even at other ways of entering, not just necessarily buying an Xbox, but maybe picking up their mobile phone and logging into Xbox for the first time. They're going to have to get people to know that stuff. And that's what this whole advertising was about, was to disrupt that and to get people's attention to look into Xbox further. And if they can do that, Steel, then that opens up all these other markets. They got tough sledding ahead. This isn't a snap of the fingers. Like I said, it's a mountain to climb.
Yeah.
But Xbox is investing, and more importantly, Satya and Microsoft are investing into doing all of this because they believe in it. So for me, as the Xbox heavily invested ecosystem gamer this generation, that means more benefits to me and you and anybody else who's joined. That's a good thing for us, right? And I'm going to ride the train until the wheels fall off, like I always say. Again, if the wheels eventually fall off, they fall off. We'll adapt. The gaming industry will adapt. But man, oh man, is it exciting for me, Steel. And I'm on board. So I like it.
Yeah, I like the direction as well. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it and start winding down the show with something that we're all here for. This is gonna be the last show of it won't end up being the last show of 2024. Well, depending, we'll keep in contact, but I mean, as of what we have planned previously, we should still be live on the 28th, but we'll see what's going on with fam and stuff like that. We know we probably going to be getting some gaming in too, so I don't know. We'll see what's going on. Maybe we do a little co-op sesh or something like that for you guys. Something dope and exciting. I am going to bring back Monster Hunter World this week, since I'm going to be jumping into Iceborne. That is going to be returning. I'm probably going to bring that back sometime after Christmas, so Thursday, Friday, so stay on the lookout for that. But nonetheless, let's get into our games of the year, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of exciting things to get into. We have packages coming in, you know how it goes. But we got a game of the year, and I kind of wanted to go to just jumping off the cliff first, just off rip. I am going to start with just the overall game of the year, the game that stood out the most, that sticks out the most, that I'm going to stand on, recommend to anybody, and feel like overall this game was the most impactful and best game of this year. Chat, I want you guys to get into it as well. Let me know what your personal game of the year is. Pong, I want to start off with you because I don't know if you ended up seeing my post where I put out what my official game of the year was. And I do recall, if I was listening right, what your game of the year is. But what would you say overall is your game of the year, the game that you would recommend to anybody, the game that stood out to you the most, the game that gave you the best smiles and you had the best interaction with? What would that game be?
Dragon's Dogma 2. So it's the one that stuck with me through thick and thin. Again, Space Marine 2, very close second. Indiana Jones might wind up beating both of them. Again, I'm not far enough in to say it right now.
That's how you feel?
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. It is that game, Steel. I'm telling you, like, if it had launched a month earlier, it would have been in Game of the Year conversations just from what I played. Now, again, I've got to play more. Again, I don't beat these games. Again, telling y'all, I'm just coming from the perspective. I didn't beat Dragon's Dogma 2. I did beat Space Marine 2. Obviously, Steel and I co-opted through.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just the experience that I had. Dragon's Dogma 2 has stuck with me. It's some of my favorite. It's some of the biggest reasons why I love RPGs are in that game. I loved, obviously, the pawn system, Steel, what they did to even make that even more realistic. So it felt like you were traveling with characters. It's fantastic. My main pawn became one of my favorite side characters of all time. Again, it's not about the story. It's just about how she felt in battle, and I was so proud of what I turned out to be, and how, you know, just everything from her looks on down, like she just became like one of my favorite side characters. Like, again, I thought she was like, I fell in love with her more than I did my main character, right? Which is crazy. But I just absolutely love what that team did with Dragon's Dogma 2. The adventuring was second to none. I know not everybody agrees on Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2 still to this day, I've seen some people pick it up recently, and I've seen some people posting about it and saying, "Oh no, why did people like this so much? This is definitely not it." Like, I enjoyed all of it. I enjoyed every battling my way up and down the roads. Like, I enjoyed every battle, felt good. It always gave me some like wow factor. People said the story wasn't great. Hey, I was invested in the story. Story doesn't have to be mind-boggling or completely different. It just has to be good for me to get into it. And for me, it was good. It was engaging. I enjoyed it. Again, that's not the main reason why I was playing Dragon's Dogma 2 in the first place. I was playing Dragon's Dogma 2 as an action RPG game that allowed me to role play, and I loved what I was getting out of that. Like, that was fantastic. So just I just got to say that Dragon's Dogma 2 is the one that through it all just kept coming back and sticking with me. So Dragon's Dogma 2 winds up being my game of the year.
Yeah. You know, I've been kind of playing back and forth with this. You know, and originally I did say I was going to stand on Space Marine 2 being that game of the year for me, just because of the moment-to-moment gameplay. Even if I would have been solo, I think would have still hit just as hard in co-op. It definitely made it a completely different experience as well. Just being there with your battle buddy, you just going, getting at it, being in these battles. Like we didn't die to a boss more than twice. I would, if I'm recalling right, for the most part, like we were doing our thing in there, man, and just having a really good time with the story, the moment-to-moment gameplay. And again, there's still PvE content that needs to be played from that game that we need to go back to as well. Matter of fact, and they just released new content for Space Marine 2. But like you, Pong, I have to go with Dragon's Dogma 2. I have to. Overall, for my 2024 game of the year, it's definitely Dragon's Dogma 2. The way, because I beat Dragon's Dogma, I also went to the endgame content, went through the endgame content and beat that as well. And the way that they tie in your main pawn, depending on the choices that you make and whatnot, depending on what you're able to accomplish, was also extremely impactful to me. Like, if you felt like what you experienced so far with your pawn was impactful,
I know.
I tell you, when you get to the end of the game, and you get into those moments, depending on what you end up doing and how they tie it in to the end game content, it was just a special experience. I have that one of my main backgrounds for my PC, and I do think I'm going to end up getting this as a canvas or as a poster that I can hang up in my room, because that's just how, like, not only dope that I feel about that moment, but not only that, it's also my custom created character that went into this moment. This character, this lion-like character, and a lot of games don't get the lion-like or get the lion kind of aesthetic right. And the way they did it in this game also was something that was extremely iconic for me, because it helped me play into the fantasy role a little bit more, right? Especially being able to create the kind of character that I made, also modeling my main pawn after the wife, and just going on that journey from beginning to end, coming from Dragon's Dogma 1, playing some of that and Dark Arisen, and just experiencing what that was giving me. Although I didn't beat Dragon's Dogma 1, Dragon's Dogma 2 on a moment-to-moment aspect even had me to the point to where if there was something I wanted to make sure I didn't miss in an area, I was going to look it up, right? Type of thing. And that's how much it made me feel attracted to the game. When I was playing it, that's the only game that I wanted to play. I wasn't thinking about anything else. Every time that I got a chance, I wanted to find out more information about the game. And it was just a very special game for me overall. And again, I do agree with people that it wasn't the strongest story-wise. I would have liked it to be a little bit stronger, but I just can't get over the experiences that I had in that action-based gameplay, climbing on the monsters, the different random things that can happen in the world, the times I fell off the map, fell off of a cliff and died, the times I threw my pawns into the water because I didn't want to get the dragon's disease or whichever the case, the different banter me and the team were going through at different times, going through and grabbing different people's pawns, kind of getting an idea of what I was looking for from my team, building out my character over time. There's so many special moments to be had in that game, and I could not recommend Dragon's Dogma enough to anybody. If I had to pick out a game for 2024, it would definitely be Dragon's Dogma 2. Real quick, Dan the Man Cunningham with the 5 bones. He says, Merry Christmas, you two. Thanks for keeping me company on another working weekend. Hey, appreciate you, Dan, for coming through and checking us out. Many other places you can be, but you are rocking with Living Split Screen, and that's more of a beautiful thing than I could ever imagine. Also, we had Tim the Sorcerer drop in with the 2 euro bones that says, thanks guys in chat for all the awesome Saturdays, and those Saturdays are going to keep rolling. Tim, I greatly appreciate you, man. Next, let's see, where do I want to go? Number 2 for me is definitely Space Marine 2. That's definitely, I honestly treat them like 1A, 1B kind of thing, more so than anything. Both are excellent games for very different reasons and are definitely my 2 standouts of the year. Above any other game that is released, those would be the ones that I would pick. But I did want to kind of go down somewhat, and I thought I had the top 10 together. I don't have the top 10 together. So this is going to be out of order top 10 of games that I would recommend for people to jump into or try. And this is just for 2024. So Dragon's Dogma 2, of course, is going to be the top of that list. Then we're going to be throwing down there the first Descendant. I got to put on the list as well for my number 2. Next, I'm also going to throw on there Path of the Goddess KUNITSU GAMI. It is a game that you can play in Game Pass right now. But if there was 10 games that I was telling you that you needed to play, KUNITSU GAMI Path of the Goddess is definitely going to be in that list. So that's number 3 for me. Space Marine 2, I think I mentioned, but I want to make sure I put that in my count. Let's see. Looking down the list, I think I'm going. I'm not going to put Shadow of the Erdtree on there because it's not a game. It's a DLC that released this year. I'm not going to count as a full release. I will throw Black Myth Wukong in there, although I still haven't finished the game. I probably will never finish the game just because of how turned off I was. And once I have those moments, it's very rare that I go back. I'm very picky that way. That is a bad habit of mine. If I find something that turns me off, and it turns me off to the point where I want to put the game down and not play it because it frustrated me over a game mechanic, or not even a game mechanic, over a bug that was in the game, something that shouldn't have happened, it is what it is. I will still put it in my top 10 because I really enjoyed Black Myth Wukong, and I don't want to take away my time, but it's not a game that I have beaten, and it's not a game that I will end up beating at this point. I'm not even fucking thinking about the game anymore. Oh, snap.
Yeah, we've had a few come on through. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get back to our regular scheduled portion real quick here, but we got a couple people that have jumped in here, and we got to get first of all to one of the OGs, Dan the Man Cunningham, came through with the easy 5 layup. That's right. He dropped off a little 5 bomb and said, Merry Christmas, you too. Thanks for keeping me company on another working weekend. Appreciate you, brother. Dan, Always. Merry Christmas to you and yours, sir, and Happy New Year. And appreciate you so much for swinging on through here, man. And just glad we could get your workday to go by a little bit quicker, brother, for sure. So appreciate you. And then we got Tim the Sorcerer coming on through with his €2. Thank you, Tim the Sorcerer. Said thanks, guys, and chat for all the awesome Saturdays. Now, thank you for all the support, Tim. Again, without you all, it's just me and Steel bullshitting. So appreciate you jumping on in here. And obviously, Tim, I hope you have a great holiday. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you and your family, man. Appreciate you so much, brother, for all coming through here. And then the one and only Decado. That's right. The Decado came through and he did a little something extra. He came through with a 50 bomb on us. Thank you, Decado, choo-choo, motherfucker. And he said, Merry Christmas, you mofos. Merry Christmas to you, mofo. And choo-choo, motherfucker. Choo-choo. Hope you and yours has a great time, Decado. Thank you so much again. All of this, again, we never discriminate here no matter what. You guys know that. We just riff off of the real people who really get into the whole contributions from their chat shit, man, whatever. It's never expected, but always appreciated from all of you. Thank you so much. And of course, the legendary Yobi is come on back to the community, and he jumps in here on a lovely Saturday, and he buys a train. He buys a new car full of splitters. So welcome aboard, all you new splitters, because he flew on by with a little easy 5 bomb. That's right, got in the court with the easy finger roll, getting us all up. All this gets us up to a nice chill Mach 6.0. That ain't so chill, but it keeps us ad-free heading into 0.5. Thank you so much, Yobi. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo to all of you, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you again. So appreciate that so much. So go ahead, Steel. Sorry about that, brother.
No, you're good. You're 100%. You're 100% all right. I mean, that's what we got to shout those people out. So Dragon's Dogma 2, Space Marine 2, The First Descendant, Path of the Goddess, Wuthering Waves I'm throwing on there, Suicide Squad I gotta throw on there, GRANBLUE Fantasy Relink I gotta throw on there. What else can I throw on there, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to also throw, I said Black Myth Wukong I gotta put on there. Kill Knight. I gotta put Kill Knight on there for my to show some indie love. And then last but not least, I think I'm going to throw on, ladies and gentlemen, I think last but not least, I would say Tekken 8, but I think I'm going to have to throw on Sparking Zero. Sparking Zero for the final, for the top 10. Those would be my 10 for the year if you are interested to know. And that's just 10 out of, hold on, I got to count these guys. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 games, ladies and gentlemen, that these are games that I have played this year in one way or another. These are not early access games. Well, Path of Exile 2 is early access, but not in like their normal sense of early access or whatever the case, like a beta, early tests or anything like that. 29 games. I did the math on it again. I made a post on X, otherwise known as Twitter, saying I essentially had almost 4 games a month that I ended up playing this year, which is just the definition of insanity, right? Next year, I'm going to be purposefully downplaying the amount of games that I'm going to be playing, because I'm going to be playing Monster Hunter Wilds and really building that out, because I'm excited for it, especially with being able to jump in with so many different people. Just the potential of it has me super excited. But 2025 is only going to get worse. This isn't even everything for this year of gaming for me. And I put time into these games. I still got Megaton Musashi on there. No Rest for the Wicked. Power World came out. Black Ops 6. I don't care what anybody else is saying. Black Ops 6 has been a good time. I know people are mad about the cheating. Yes, Activision and Microsoft, y'all got to get this cheating shit under wraps and get it handled. Get the people to work. Cheating should not be in effect. Why does Marvel Rivals have a better way to report cheaters than your game when you're making so much money off of cosmetics? Guys, like, there are back-end things that you have to work on. But my experience, and again, I know for most people, it's so funny, Pong, because I consider myself hardcore, but there's people who only play Call of Duty, and they're the ones that are complaining about the issues in Call of Duty right now, and how the cheating is a problem, and that the game is in a really bad place. But it's like every time that I play the game, I don't have these issues. So it's like, how can I complain about something that I can only experience through watching other people? I've like, again, and I feel like we've played a good bit of Call of Duty. But I think it's a good game for the year. Gundam Breaker 4, I can't even add on the list. That was a game that I was hyping up for X amount of time. It's one of my most anticipated games of 2024. I got the collector's edition for Gundam Breaker 4. And I haven't had a chance to play it.
Crazy.
I've been playing all these other games, and it's not even because the game is bad. I just haven't. Other things have been getting my attention. What is, like, you get a collector's edition of the game and you haven't played it for real?
Yeah.
No, man, I've been playing other stuff. Man. Lydian says, facts, don't crossplay with PC. I don't think that that's the answer. I don't agree with that. Just to touch on that real quick, I don't think the answer is cutting off crossplay with PC players. I just don't. Sure, can Microsoft and PlayStation, and they have, quadrupled down on you allowing external devices on your hardware so that people can't hook up Cronuses? Sure. And they have done that. But you know what's even better? Just holding the corporations accountable and telling them to work on their anti-theft, on their anti-cheat. It always seems to be lackluster. This shouldn't be this issue in gaming. If something is iffy is detected, there should be a way to report that. If you need evidence to properly do whatever is necessary, then give people an easy way to report somebody. Have people who are actually looking at these cases. Maybe you use AI for that, but again, we're getting into very, very deep territory with that, because I've been called a cheater and I don't cheat. And I play on PC. So you inherently want to
Steele's humble bragging.
You literally want to villainize me for just playing the game because I'm decent at it? Or because I'm having a good time? Or are you trying to villainize the people who are abusing the system, who are using third-party software? If it's the people using third-party software, because this is beyond, it's gotten beyond the point of, oh, it's mouse and keyboard and controller. No, you're worried about people using third-party software to use aimbot, see through walls, automatically shoot you across the map, get it under the, whatever the case. I hear you. That's annoying to me too. But I play on PC and I use a controller. Guys, I'm not having this same issues. Could it be a skill issue for some people? My old Steel would say that. Old Steel would tell you that a lot of people maybe are just having a skill issue, but there's professional Call of Duty players who are complaining about it. So I have to at least hear it, because these are people who are playing Call of Duty every day. But for everybody else, y'all just complain that we complain. Dixie says, then PC gaming needs to get his itch together and police themselves. No, hold the corporation accountable. Hold Microsoft. Activision's under Microsoft now. Hold Microsoft accountable. Get this shit together. Get the anti-cheat right. Don't cut off crossplay. Why? I need more people to shoot at. I want y'all in the ecosystem. I love this. I love crossplay. I want everybody to be able to play together. It's such a beautiful thing. Don't punish me because of cheaters. Vandal says exactly, Steel. There are some cheaters, but most complaints are fragile. Ego's mad because they died. Bro, you died. It is what it is. And Liddy and I get that. People on console aren't writing scripts on the daily. I hear you. But again, I feel like you're removing the responsibility from the corporation. The reason it exists is because of the corporation. If Activision is running Call of Duty, this is not some small company who is just trying to keep their multiplayer game together now. Nah. Hold the big corporation to toes to the fire and say, no, this is a multiplayer game. I like buying your cosmetics. You know what you can do with that money? Give me some anti-cheat. Using third-party software? No. Using this? No. People are using specific programmers. You hire hackers. The government even hires hackers. Find out what these programs are. Ban them. Write scripts against them. I thought that's why cybersecurity was a thing. Get some more cybersecurity. Don't punish the players. Back says, of course it's a skill issue, but that's just wasted time. If they put me in a room with no chance to win, that says more about multiplayer devs not valuing my time, and that's fair. Mav says, so if they detect all the modifications to files and stuff like that, maybe they get putting in with the cheats. Maybe, but that's for them to figure out. You're making so much money off of this shit. Bro, why do people on their own computers, as an example, have to go into the game files to modify audio files for the audio to be better when the corporation could have done that? When the people making the game could do that and just put out a patch so everybody has the same experience. That makes no sense. Nixie says, problem is there's always a workaround. The software is never going to be 100% proof. Guess what? That's why you have the reporting system. So what if there's always a workaround? Then the gamers get held accountable. Hey guys, we're doing our best to hold this together, but we all know that Ricochet is ass. So two things got to be true in this situation. Y'all can't say Ricochet is ass and then say, nah, it's not anti-cheat, man. It's people, the problem. The PC is the problem, man. It's just the PC. There's always a workaround. When we know that Ricochet is ass, so get better anti-cheat. Maybe we need Rampage software. We need Venom software or something. We need some other cybersecurity. Nixie says, the reporting system for games is cheeks. They get it to it when they get to it. Well, that's the company's fucking problem. If their game dies, then the game dies. But it doesn't mean that you don't make it easier to be able to do those things. That's why that system exists. That's all that I'm saying. For me, I put the onus on them because I'm on the outside. I feel like I'm on the outside looking in. I'm the hardcore, but I'm not. Because I'm not the pro COD player who's experiencing this, and I play ranked Warzone. I play ranked multiplayer by myself with randos, and I don't experience all the cheating people be talking about. Well, I don't think it's as big of an issue because, I still get my bodies in. But I've been playing at a high level of multiplayer for quite some time that I can admit that maybe it's just me. And I don't think it's the game all the time or people cheating all the time. Nixie says, still imagine someone who works for a living reports a cheat, who's sitting on the sidelines waiting. No one. I know it's the company's fault, but gamers have too many options to move elsewhere. They do, but obviously people still keep playing Call of Duty though. Where are they going to go? We've had other games try to come out and this has been an issue. This is the crazy thing. This has been an issue. It's not just, Black Ops 6, man. It's worse than ever before. The cheaters are getting rampant. We can't even play the game no more. I thought that's how those old Modern Warfare 2 lobbies were. Those servers are also set up differently. Peer-to-peer. These servers are at the corporation. Give me better you can't say Ricochet's ass and then say, no, we don't need better anti-cheat. That's all that I'm saying. That's what I mean. Hold the corporation's feet to the fire. That doesn't make sense. If every time I boot up and it still says Ricochet anti-cheat, and we all agree that it's not great, then what are we doing? We need better. That's what I'm looking for. And I know that makes it more difficult when you involve PC because there's so many different proponents. But again, if these companies are going to make the type of money that they're making from us, you got to give me something. But again, this is me. I'm trying to look out for everybody, man. Because I could easily say it's not my problem. So like, why are you bitching? I don't have this experience. Me and Pong can come back with just like with Cyberpunk 2077 when we played it on release and say, hey, we didn't have the problems y'all had. What the fuck y'all talking about? This shit was good. It was 9 out of 10. Nah, but when me and Pong played it at release, the game had issues.
Oh no, I saw the issues.
The game had issues, but me and Pong didn't really experience those issues. But everybody else was saying that it was bad. Me and Pong were sitting over here like, I don't know what these people are talking about. This is actually pretty good.
Remember that time you were driving and you wasn't?
Oh yeah, I mean there was moments. I had my moments. Again, hey, it is what it is. Anyway, Pong, if there was like a top 10 list of games that you could kind of put out there for people, of games that you would just be like, hey man, just here's some. Here's some things that come off the top of my head, kind of what I did there. Any of these games, I got more games. It could be interchangeable. But just like with my recommendation, what would you recommend to the beautiful people out there who may be looking for something to play? Moving into 2025.
Man, I don't know, bro. It's too tough. It's too tough. Too tough. Well, obviously Dragon's Dogma 2. I've already said that. Definitely Stalker 2 for sure. I think Stalker 2 is simply fantastic. Shout out to GSC Game World 2 for already profiting. They've already turned a profit, so that is great to hear. But Stalker 2 is wow. It's up there. And again, I got to play more of it. It's been moving up my list for sure. Like you, Steel, First Descendant. I said that was my on PM, and the PM have asked me for my favorite multiplayer game. I said First Descendant. I can't not put that up there. I just had such a great time. It's close. I had a good time with you.
Still need to get back to it.
In Space Marine 2, I had a great time with you. Co-op, we had a great time on the multiplayer. The little bit I did get to play the multiplayer as well. Again, it's whether or not you consider co-op as actually multiplayer. It's got to be. Yeah. So First Descendant for me, the way that they integrated the whole system where you just walk into somebody's instance while they're battling, there's no loading. You just walk in, you join, shoot one enemy and you're in, like you're a part of the mission, whatever they're running at that time. I love everything about First Descendant. I thought they did such a great job. Again, contributed twice to their funds.
It was pretty good from launch.
Yeah, from launch. It was great. We really had a good time. I want to get back to it. So First Descendant, following that right off the heels, though, I got to mention another one that obviously won some awards this year. Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is, if you're looking for just a kick-ass freaking time, bro, if you just want to go shoot some shit with the buddies, like Helldivers 2 is it. And they've now kind of turned the corner again, Steel. They've turned the corner, as far as they got through some of the bumps and some of the dips. Some of it self-created, some of it not. And they've turned the corner, and now their updates, they just brought in Killzone, guns, and obviously cosmetics, and that's freaking awesome. I'm an old Killzone fan. And they've added the new faction, the Illuminate, which look dope.
People been hitting about that, so.
And I've been seeing more. I've been seeing videos still being posted from people playing it and crazy shit happening, and it's still hilarious to me. And it's still, again, it doesn't take itself seriously, man. It is what it is. Like they certainly, again, shot themselves in the foot by, nerfing things and by taking some of the fun away, but they've kind of backtracked on all of that. And from what I've heard from the community that's still playing it, and it's a big community, they've been over 100,000 consistently again. They've gone back to just go have some fun. We're not gonna fuck with your builds. Just go do it. Just go kick ass, man. So yeah, I gotta say Helldivers 2 is there. And then obviously for tactics and strategy, fans, I've got a whole list, right, Steels? Because that's where I
Yeah.
Age of Mythology Retold. Age of Mythology Retold is so much fun. And they did such a great I keep going back to it. They've added modes now, like the Arena of the Gods. They added that mode for free. That adds to the game. They continue to update the game. They're treating it, like I said on PM to PM, they're treating it like the regular main franchise, even though Age of Mythology was always kind of the stepchild or the little brother because it didn't hit as big as the original Age of Mythology did. But they've got Age 2, the Definitive Edition, which continues to be played heavily. They continue to update. Age 4 found its fan base now. They continue to update Age 4. That continues to be a thing. And then here comes along Age of Mythology Retold. Again, not perfect. There was stuff that, just didn't work out, but Age of Mythology, they continue to update. They're treating it, giving it these fun new, again, the Arena of the Gods is fun, man. It is really fun. You open up new special abilities and things that you can actually use to your advantage in the next game by completing the missions, by completing each level. It's great, man. So Age of Mythology. And then I got to shout out along with that Unicorn Overlord. Unicorn Overlord, I want to get back to for sure. Unicorn Overlord is one of the best tactics based RPGs that we've had in a very, very long time. It should come as to no surprise from a group in Vanillaware that are just, they know what they do and that's all they want to do. They've even come out and said that they're not going to do a PC version, which is disappointing. It's kind of disappointing because I think that Vanillaware should have a bigger fan base. They should have had Dragon's Crown. They should port Dragon's Crown to PC and let it flourish yet again. Dragon's Crown is old, but my God, does it hold up? And the artwork is over the top fantastic. Again, yes, hypersexualization of the characters. Yes, they just released a short comic manga on Amazon. You can go buy Dragon's Crown that just launched. And I saw people posting screen captures from the artwork in the manga. And I'm like, wow, okay, they're pushing. Yeah. They're pushing the bounds, but that's what Dragon's Crown was. But it was a glorious RPG. Again, 2D RPG, action RPG. That was absolutely glorious, hand drawn, everything. And that's what they did in Unicorn Overlord. Again, it makes you feel like you've been transported back in time. But of course, now it's all high definition. It is all up to date and current. But Unicorn Overlord, shout out to Psychonauts who put over 100 hours in and beat it. Is a really, really great game. And should definitely be played. A game that I need to get back to. I put in 15 hours or somewhere in that neighborhood that I need to get back to, but Metaphor REFANTAZIO. Absolutely, that could be up. I think I saw Eastside saying that that's game of the year for him. Definitely could be game of the year. Like from what I play, special from the time that I downloaded that demo and I came on here, absolutely praising. Again, this is one of those games that just falls into that space. I bought it day one, started playing it, and then all this other stuff comes, and then I want to play, and then I lose Metaphor, but I'm going to get back to Metaphor REFANTAZIO. But even from the demo that I played and then the short time that I put into it, if you love JRPGs, please go pick up Metaphor REFANTAZIO. It is a special game. It is probably going to be Atlas's new big IP alongside Persona. I can see this really being a franchise. People have already fallen in love in the characters. Like the music is over the top. That's like one of the things that people talk, especially that battle music, man. Once you hear it, you'll never unhear it again. It is so good. The art direction, the menu screens that we talk about, the UI style is just is art unto itself.
Yeah, I love Metaphor. Yeah, Metaphor is nice. I like
so I mean, Metaphor REFANTAZIO definitely needs to be played. You said it, Steel. It's on sale, everybody. It's been destroyed. Nobody cares anymore. So people probably are going to go pick it up. But if I was making suggestions to people right now, go pick it up for $5, the full edition, and get Suicide Squad. I mean, get it and play it. Even if you hate the premise for $5, play it, because if you're even if like just play like I did with Mass Effect Andromeda. Play it as a generic comic book game and ignore the fact that you hate whatever parts of the story you absolutely hate, that you just don't like it. because the gameplay, again, for that price point, I would never tell anybody to go buy something they hate for full price. I'm just saying, like, if you like Rocksteady and you like their combat systems, you get all of that in this game. Like, it's all top notch. Like, it's beautiful. It is fun to play. Like, Steele and I were not lying. We didn't buy it day one just to, we knew most people weren't going to play this game. But we had to go play it, and it was great. And again, the writing was, I was laughing out loud while we were playing it. Like, it was awesome. Like, I had thought it was funny as shit. Maybe you won't find it. Maybe I just thought the writing was really well done. I thought it was a true Rocksteady type game. And I would suggest at $5 for the full boat that they're giving you the deluxe edition. Go get it. It's worth it. You're going to get playtime out of it. So I got to recommend that as well. I'm trying to think what else. Still, I know I've got, this is the problem with grazing though, folks, is because there's so much, and I'm trying to.
You got two more.
Did I already say Indiana Jones? Go play.
No, you didn't say Indiana Jones.
Go play Indiana Jones. If you're an Indiana Jones fan, if you like immersive sims, you like Dishonored or Prey. Even if you're not the biggest Indiana Jones fan right now, go play Indiana Jones. You'll see why so many of us old heads are Indiana Jones fans. And again, if you're not like Steel and you have to have it in third person and you like first person, go pick up Indiana Jones.
That's me being petty. I'm not going to play it.
Nah, go pick up Indiana Jones. It is so damn good. Go pick up that. Aura, History Untold, another 4X strategy. Gotta play it, man. If you're a 4X strategy fan, you got to give Aura a try. It does things different. Personally, myself, Mav, see you in the chat, Mav. Love this game. Love the version that what they've done with it to kind of change things. Again, for people who don't know, it is a 4X strategy through and through. However, the waiting for the NPCs to take their turn doesn't happen. It happens all at one time. So it totally speeds up the game. And it is deep. Some people think that some of it doesn't make sense, and they had some issues with some of the once you get deep into the game, like some of the methods to creating different products in a 4X strategy game don't make sense to people. But honestly, if you just learn it and you just go into it and you actually just accept it for what it is, and maybe some things just don't make sense, what products you need to create other products, etc. If you just play the game as a great 4X strategy game and don't get into the minutia of all that kind of details, the finer details, this game is special. It's fun as fuck. Again, I'm still on I got to get back to it, but I've got 40 plus hours into just the opening, what they consider the training tutorial setup. It's a full-fledged game, but they walk you through and teach you step by step while you're playing that first time through. I'm still in that turn 400 and something deep. Okay. So that's how good this is. I just got to the modern age when I left off. I got to get back to it. So go do that as well. Aura, History Untold.
That would be your 10. That would be number 10.
Okay. There we go. Good. I could keep going, but yeah, again, that's a problem. Just off the top, again, I did have Open Critic trying to remind myself of what else I played this year, but yeah, those would be the ones off the top. So for sure.
Yeah, no, that's a strong list. I mean, we share some similarities in games there, but even in lists, because ladies and gentlemen,
I don't even know why I said that. I said it earlier. It's obviously on my list because it's number 2 of my game of the year right now. So yeah, Space Marine 2, like, you got to go play it. I mean, it's kick-ass 360. Yeah, I can just keep going. This is the problem with grazing. So there's a lot.
I don't even like that because it gives a good. I like the diversity on there because you got Helldivers 2 on there as well. I don't have Helldivers in my list, though I did enjoy what I played of Helldivers. I wouldn't go back to it now, especially. There's gonna be better games are gonna end up dropping in other games that I'd rather put my time into now at this point, especially. But I'm glad that game is still doing well. I would like to see it drop into more platforms, but again, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's a strong list, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to put this list on the back end of Living Split Screen as well in the description below. So if you guys want to see it, kind of a breakdown, this is just off the dome kind of the list. That's the other thing that I want people to keep in mind, that this is extremely not curated. I didn't hit Pong up beginning of the week and say, hey, I need a for sure, what is your best list that you can put together? Nah, this is just throwing together a list. I'm looking at what I've written down real quick and saying, oh, these are going to be my picks. And again, these could flow in and out of each other. There are others going to be at the top of that list and kind of go from there. So take it for what it is. But just even that and taking into consideration, that was a Dragon's Dogma 2, GRANBLUE Fantasy, The First Descendant, Wuthering Waves, Sparking Zero, Kill Knight, Space Marine 2, Path of the Goddess, Suicide Squad, Black Myth, Stalker 2, Helldivers 2, Age of Mythology Retold, Unicorn Overload, Metaphor REFANTAZIO, Indiana Jones, Aura, 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, how can you be mad about this year? How can this year be a bad year in gaming? One of the games, First Descendant, is a game that you can put 100 hours into and decide then if it's worth your time or not to continue playing. You can't even do it in average games nowadays. And it's got a decent story to it. Free to play. This is not a bad environment. This is not a bad year of gaming, and 2025 is only looking to ramp up even further, which with 2025 being around the corner, I did want to speak to the thumbnail, and I think this would be a good segue into wrapping up the show with this. 2025, what is your most anticipated game for 2025? Pong thus far from what you heard just off the top of the dome? I'll start with mine because it's on the thumbnail, and I will tell you it's not even fair. It is Elden Ring NIGHTREIGN. We saw this at the Game Awards. It is stupid the fact that they even did this with the game, because there wasn't supposed to be anything else following up after Elden Ring from what we knew of up to that point. And to hear they're doing a co-op, more fast-paced, Souls-style game with roguelike elements is interesting to me, because it's playing more into the action side of things, to where it's not slow and methodical, it's more fast-paced, and now there's a lot more information out there. It's either going to be 1 or 3 player co-op. We'll drop in, takes up place over 3 days. You fight a final boss after the 3 days, and you get some form of progression after you kill that boss that you carry over into following runs. So, Back from the Dead. He says, still, you said most anticipated game, not DLC. It's not DLC. It's a standalone game.
This one's a standalone.
It's a standalone.
It's a legit.
This is a standalone game, back. That's the thing. It is not a DLC. This is a standalone game. Elden Ring, that's what makes it even funnier. Because I feel like they listened to the meme and said, nah, we have an actual game, though. Since y'all want us called fucking although Shadow of the Erdtree is the size of an average game. Top to bottom, it's a 40-hour experience. At least, unless you rush it. It's definitely a 40-hour experience. So now you have your base game on top of the extra game. Again, it's funny hearing it in the Game of the Year conversation because it shouldn't be there, but a game like Elden Ring NIGHTREIGN, which is essentially a spinoff from Elden Ring, but is a standalone game, because it's not going to be Elden Ring. It has no connection. You're going to have 8 heroes that you're going to be able to choose from. You're going to be able to level up these heroes. There's going to be cosmetics for these heroes, all of that stuff. It's going to be an interesting direction for the Souls-esque game to go, and it's coming from Software. So, but outside of being petty, as far as my most anticipated game for 2025, I think I want to... Nah, I'm not gonna leave it to anybody guessing because y'all might. It's gonna take some time. Crimson Desert is my number one most anticipated game for 2025. It's not even remotely close. No other game can even fathom my anticipation to be able to play the game. Just the fantasy elements that they tie into, leaning very heavily for what they did in Black Desert Online. But tying into those fantasy elements, again, a lot of that Reaper-esque style, the darkness side of things, what's going on with this other force that you have access to that is going to give you powers, even the way that you glide down from these floating cities. It's like taking Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and what everybody thought was impressive with that and taking it up to a different level. You know, taking what we've seen in Assassin's Creed Valhalla and taking it to a different level. Taking what you did in The Witcher and telling you, you know, maybe The Witcher combat wasn't for you, but let me not only give you the combat, but let's give you the additional exploration with something like a Lord of the Rings feel where you can ride dragons. And let's play into that fantasy a little bit more, making you even come to find out, Pong, there's going to be other characters that you can play as well. I didn't know that. I thought it was centered around one character.
I thought it was centered, and then I saw the video where they showed
there's other characters.
Yes, I don't understand how this is. It's going to be multi-part story.
Somebody was saying that I saw somebody mentioning, and I've heard other people. I've seen other people say this as well, that they thought the game was going to be multiplayer originally, and it was like, nah, it was never intended to be multiplayer. It was always intended to be single player. Could there be a co-op element to it? Tacked on co-op mode, maybe run on missions together, maybe you can free roam together, who knows? Maybe it's something you got to beat the game first, who knows? Maybe you can do it from the jump. That would be cool. Co-op experience, you got a different set of moves, everybody, or I don't know how that would end up playing out. Would that be you could just level up your co-op hero while you're playing with a buddy, or I don't know how that would end up playing out. I think it would be a cool idea, though, if the game does end up having that. It would just add an additional layer, especially with some of the monster-esque battles, Monster Hunter-style-esque battles that they've demonstrated with some of the bigger monsters that they've shown thus far. Maybe there is some co-op elements in there. It's a lot that they're bringing to the table, Pearl Abyss, or Crimson Desert. And it is definitely, every time I see more of the game, it's becoming more and more of a standout. So that's my most anticipated game for 2025. It's definitely Crimson Desert. What was yours? What would yours be, Pong?
Near impossible. You know that's still because I have too many likes.
So far.
Yeah, but it's near impossible. It's already is near impossible to me because there's strategy games coming out. There are RPGs galore coming out. Listen, number one, if the rumors are true, and the Oblivion remake and Unreal Engine 5 is true, that's my most anticipated game. Okay? Because that will be like a brand new game to me, hands down. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And if they're redoing the full game, it's a full remake, Unreal Engine 5. That will be my most anticipated next year. To be able to go back to an Elder Scrolls that, you know, redefined my thinking on what RPGs could be. Western RPGs. Again, I had played, you know, I'm losing my train of thought. I got too many things going on. I had played obviously I was massively into RPGs, JRPGs, etc. Back in the day. But when Oblivion dropped on 360, it was such a game changer in so many different ways. And Bethesda, that's what really started solidifying my Bethesda love. Was Oblivion on 360. So for that to come back as a full remake in Unreal Engine 5, holy shit, I am all for it. So that'll be my most anticipated. What we know, right? Avowed obviously was my most anticipated. Yes, I'm super excited for Fable. I still have to see how they're going to pull it off. I have the utmost faith in Playground, but I have to see how they're going to pull it off. Fable, I love Fable. I love Fable 1 and 2, and I even really like 3. But it's never taken its place as one of the king RPGs for me. But I love it. So I'm anticipating that. But Avowed for me, because it's Obsidian, because I love what Obsidian does, was mine. Now we've got Obsidian announcing that Outer Worlds 2 is also coming in 2025 still. So now I got a tie because that's also Obsidian. And because I loved what they did with the first Outer Worlds, and now they're talking about Outer Worlds 2 being twice as big as the first one. Yo, I got 2 RPGs coming from one of my favorite makers of all time. So I think those are at a tie right now. If you had to pin me down, but there's literally so many other games still. Like again, going through third party, like there's so much out there, brother. I'm super hyped for Monster Hunter Wilds. Like I'm super hyped for that. The more I see of Monster Hunter Wilds, it looks fantastic, right? I'm super hyped for Civ 7. Civ 7 is coming in February as well. Like I'm a strategy game, 4X strategy game. Like I'm super excited to see what that team does to get back on track with Civ. But Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 are probably my 2 right now. And I probably, if I looked at the list again, I'd probably find you 20 others. But right now, that's where I'm at.
Okay. I think I'll throw the third one on there. Yeah, I got to throw on Monster Hunter Wilds. That's just kind of a guarantee for me at this point. But I did want to write that down just for the people afterwards. Get into the description. I want to find out, what do these guys call their games of the year? What kind of games do these guys like? I want people to know. I want people to be able to see. I want you to be able to tell where we're coming from, how we're feeling about things. And I think this was a great way to start winding down the show and just show appreciation to everybody who's been tuning in. These are the type of games that we've been talking about all year long. And these are just some of them, right? And me and Pong like to also shout out the indies, a lot of other games that are in effect as well. So, and it's not even counting things that we've tested, gotten other early access forms of, or betas or anything else like that. Even things that I wouldn't be able to speak to being under NDAs or whatever the case. It's a greater time than ever to be a gamer, man. I don't see anybody can sleep out back on this year and say, man, I wish we were back in the PS2 days. I just, personally, I don't agree with you. I think today is better than it's ever been before, and I'm forever grateful for that. Especially rolling into Christmas and stuff. It's going to be dope to be able to stream Monster Hunter Iceborne with you guys, getting further into the DLC and pushing content and chopping it up and continue to grow Living Split Screen going into 2025. Play even more and greater games and bring more content and just have a good time. Be in a different place for myself as well. Improvements behind the scenes. So it's been a good year overall, man. Grateful for the things that I do have, and the chat and Pong and being able to show and just being able to jump into all this greatness, all this art, this fantastic art that we got out here, man. It's so great to experience. Any last words that you would like to throw in there, Pong, before we wind it down officially?
Oh, great conversations. And again, I just appreciate everybody coming through after 2 weeks off. We never like to do that, right? But we have great conversations. But this has been such a ridiculously good year in the video game industry. Again, I keep calling this the golden age, and I believe it. You don't have to agree with me. There's plenty of people that aren't finding joy in video games anymore. And I just see and some of this is, the ongoing conversations you find. I can't imagine being a part of a hobby that I didn't find joy in anymore. I'm really thankful that I'm the type of gamer that I am personally. And again, I'll never speak for all gamers in any way, shape, or form. Never try to tell you that you have to be a certain way. But for me, I'm just so thankful that I am who I am as a gamer, that I became this person that enjoys content from across a wide spectrum. And it doesn't always have to be exactly what I want or need in a video game to still appreciate and actually wind up enjoying that game. Because I just don't have that critical eye. That's why I told you all many, many times I'll never do reviews officially, because my reviews would be boring as hell to all of you. Because generally speaking, they'd all be 8s and aboves or 7.5s above, like just because I find good in most things. Now, it's not that I don't like everything, and it's not that I can't have conversations and be critical. Obviously, you guys all know that too. But I just, right now, it's the best time ever to be a gamer, man. I've never had so many games in my entire life that I've wanted to play, and it's just growing almost weekly, monthly. And now
Exponentially, yeah.
2025 is just looking, depending on where GTA 6 falls, if it falls and it does actually launch next year, that'll push some things to 2026. If 2K comes out and announces that they're delaying GTA 6 until 2026, expect the second half of 2025 to be utterly stupid with how many games are going to try to squeeze in there. The first half is already flooded because everybody's trying to get in before the potential GTA 6 launch. That's why we see so many announcements. But we've heard already, and we know that there's plenty of people holding back from announcing their launch to wait on GTA 6. So it's just getting better and better, folks. So thank you all for a great year of podcasting too, as well. Not as active as I was when I first started in this community, just because of work and real life, getting back to normal and kind of not normal and being crazy as well. And that'll all come to fruition in the coming years as well. But the fact that we have a space, and we have multiple spaces here, Steel, where you and I can sit down and do this and have people come in that passionately feel the same way, whether they agree with us or not. And again, it's the one thing I do love about this, like our discussion today, even if we don't see eye to eye, even if we are standing on different hills, even if we come from different perspectives, we still have a spot where we can have those open discussions. That's what's important about it, and not walk away hating anybody or hating on each other or whatever the case may be. I think that's always been important between you and I have started, getting more comfortable and broaching more subjects that necessarily a lot of places won't even touch. And I think that's a good thing. And I think it's good for the people who come listen to us. And I love your engagement too, chat. Your engagement drives so much of what Steele and I do here. So thank you for another fabulous, incredible year in 2024 of podcasting. And specifically right here on Saturday mornings on Living Split Screen, where Steele and I get to catch up, and we do this thing that is untamed and not planned, and sometimes by the seat of our freaking pants, bro. Like, it is just what it is. But you guys show up here. We have such a strong community that we've developed. Love you all. So thank you all for that, Steele. We can get to outros now. I'm gonna get emotional because I'm old and I'm like that. It's just one of those things, man. So, but I appreciate you all, and again, just love you. So nothing but respect.
Appreciate that, man. That's a beautiful thing. I definitely feel the same. It's been a light in the dark for sure, and I'm going to continue to do the shows. Again, still planning on doing a show next Saturday. It's going to be right after Christmas. So hey, maybe you guys can tell us what you got in from Santa right under the tree. Come in with the new games that the wife got, or the hubby got, or whoever got them for you. That'll be dope to get into. And again, me and Pong will let you know if that's something that we do end up doing, depending on how the week goes, family, all the great things. But plan to be here for next Saturday, man. If y'all are down, I'm down. We're down. Let's make it happen, Captain. Shake and bake, Ricky Bobby. Nah, but anyway, I definitely need to jump out of here. It's been. Yeah. We come back when we do a 5-hour show. We're just high octane, bro. I love it. I really do. Hopefully you guys appreciated the content. Shout out to everybody who watches us afterwards. This is Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry, and also adding our own flavor with games that we have played this week. We are the home of that RTS view, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation for those potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there, and the home of that ECP, educated consumer perspective. Because no, me and Pong do not work in the industry. We are two gamers, consumers who have professional knowledge, work knowledge, whatever you want to call it. We bring it to the table and just try to give people overall a different perspective than what you may get in other places. So keep that in mind, and come check us out every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. That's Live the Split Screen. Stay tuned for any future streams or anything like that. As I come into my off week, it probably wouldn't be anything until probably Thursday or so of next week that I would end up doing something like that. But I may upload some video content and stuff like that for you guys to watch if you'd like. Crow did give the idea of, hey, next time you guys got to take a show off, do a rerun. I don't like doing that. I feel weird every time that I see that. I feel like the show's coming up and you just get a rerun. Hey, didn't I watch this episode already? I feel weird when that happens to me. So I wouldn't do something like that, but I'll try to make sure that I have some gameplay, or maybe I just get into it and have some conversation, because there are some things that I like to talk about sometimes that I would just like to have just randomly have a 20-minute session by myself, just making a video about nothing, rambling, that I might do or something like that. So we'll see what's happening. But nonetheless, greatly appreciate you guys for coming out. Beautiful Saturday. And you can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain, that T is a 7 everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place to get all that information, but I do frequent the streets of X, otherwise known as Twitter. And sometimes I'm on Blue Sky, whatnot, just sharing some photos and whatnot. Mostly, hey, it's just gaming related stuff, man, for me, mostly on any of these social websites, because that's what I care about. I want to be on places that allow me to share my media. I like sharing clips. I feel like that's so fucking dope to me. I want to see more clips. Show me clips, gameplay. I need more gameplay. Show me more games. That's number one thing for me. But Pong, where can the beautiful people find you, man? And again, greatly appreciate you being here.
Yeah, man. You guys know how to find me. It's PongSoul everywhere. X, formerly known as Twitter, Xbox, Steam, GOG, Epic, you name it, I'm there. Follow me, I'll follow you back. Don't know about the Shop podcast, so just keep your eyes open. Again, PTK is very busy. His job changed up and stuff, and it's been very busy for him on Saturday nights. So he's evaluating things. I don't know if it's gonna be a week-to-week basis or what right now, but just keep your eyes and ears open. Obviously, we're gonna go live. We'll let everybody know. And if we do, the Shop podcast is on PTK Blam's channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. The best way to end your Saturday night with Blam, Fuzzy, the one and only Fuzzy Belvedere, and myself, and usually a guest or two. So just be paying attention. I'll shout it out if we're gonna go. And then otherwise next week, it always starts all over again. And obviously, I don't know what everybody's schedule is going to be next week because it's holidays. Steele and I haven't discussed next Saturday. Steele, I don't know what you got going on or whatever. Are we going to be back next Saturday? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'll see why we can't. I'll see why.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just know if you just, taking time with family, whatever. Again, everybody gets busy during the holidays because next week we're not going to have any shows on Fun Speculation Network at all. I don't know for sure what Boom's doing. So just next week, I just want to say again, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Festivus for the rest of us. Whatever you celebrate, don't care. Like, again, I just hope you have a great week. If you don't celebrate anything, I hope you have a fantastic week. Okay. And again, if you are in any way, shape, or form feeling alone, please reach out to somebody. I don't care who it is. It's just important. Please do not keep that in, and do not think that nobody wants to hear about it. There are people that love you. I know there is. And I know there's people that want to help you. There's professionals. If you don't feel that you have anybody personal, there's always professionals. Please reach out to somebody, anybody during this time. Again, been there myself in the past. Holidays not always being the easiest for everybody. Every situation is different, but please just take care of yourself. But if you do have people, find them, reach out. And I hope for everybody who's celebrating, you get to celebrate with loved ones. And I hope you have a great time, whatever that is. And again, thank you for what has been a absolutely amazing 2024 so far. And if Steele and I go live next Saturday, we'll be here rocking it out for our last show of the year on top of it. But love you all. And this is the golden age of gaming, everybody. So please, during this time, I hope you get a chance to sit down and have some gaming sessions. I know that's what I'm going to be doing next week after we get through the holidays. So play what you love. Yeah. Love what you play. And I'll talk to you all real soon. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, I think the perfect thing to do next Saturday, just to wrap it off on a good gear, I think maybe just to do some live gameplay. Y'all want to drop in and do it like that? We might chop it up and maybe we'll play just something that we're somewhat familiar to. Maybe we play some Path of Exile. We push Pong into some deeper content. Maybe we play some Space Marine. Maybe we play some, I don't know. We're going to play, maybe we play some co-op stuff. That would be kind of cool too, do for live a split screen session, man. Get that popping for you guys. And I think that'd be a good way to bring in the year for people who just want to rock out. If you ain't got nothing else going on for the weekend. And well, it also just depends on what kind of news comes out this week. Because again, as you can see, me and Pong can turn anything into a however long show we needed to be. And again, we were talking the whole time. So anyway, nonetheless, y'all be safe, stay easy, and we'll catch you on the next one. Much love. 171 is out of here. Much love, ladies and gentlemen. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.